By the way, I am your mental health, motherfucker. I'm kidding. Take your time. Take your time. I'm glad you took care of yourself, H2O. Hello, everyone. What's up, Stevie? Nothing. Definitely wasn't doing something. No. Definitely wasn't doing something that I probably shouldn't have been doing yesterday. No. Hello. All I can say, Killers United, is you have to install Nyarupad, which is a plugin for VTube Studio for reasons. But reasons I can guarantee you wouldn't guess. You'd be like, okay, well, this obviously means I'm getting... No, you're wrong. It's not what you think it is. Hey, JP, hello. Oh, I got JP and JD. Let's go. I got the JJs. The JJs are in. I committed tax evasion. Yay, you're going to prison. Hope you're excited, Flint. Do not start, motherfucker. No. Go lay down. Go lay down. Come here. Come here. Here, lay down. Lay. Whoa, but he's pushing his fucking luck. And there he goes. No. Stop it. Smack your jacket, boy. If you're my mental health, then damn, you're really fucked up. Yeah, I know. I mean, I just look at the rest of chat, huh? Okay, I don't have a good track record, okay? I'll be breaking people. I'll be breaking them. Elvie, I got my cast for my left ankle. Let's go! Freedom from the cast. You can't be casted. Only set free. 15 stream streak, let's go! Stealth, hey, I am concerned! Don't worry about it! Don't worry about it! Not a big deal! You know, I really shouldn't have been working on that. I needed a brain break from trying to figure out your fucking head turn, so I was doing something else. I was making a thing. Oh, hey, Sybil. They sent me to prison, but I escaped. Let's go! How much money did you steal from the government? Turn up. Well, my shit. Let's go for the 15 stream streak as well, Wolfia. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your support. I really appreciate it. Hi, Mouse, you sweetheart. Sweet. I can read. You sweetheart. How you doing? I'm alright. I've got coffee here. That's right. Coffee, not matcha. Coffee. I'm trying my luck with coffee today. I feel like I'm gonna need it. I slept like hell, like so much in the last 2 days that I decided I definitely need caffeine. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think I had some sleep debt from weird nights, weird dreams keeping me up. Honestly, I used to always, as a kid, I used to always have like really vivid dreams that would wake me up every 5 fucking minutes in the night. So I was very poorly rested growing up because of that. And it feels like since my health has started coming back after this flare, the dreams have come back. Like, so now, I mean, my health is put together, generally speaking, it seems to be, touch wood, but I can't sleep for shit. I'm back to the fucking square one. I sleep. Only vivid dreams of like being scalped and decapitated and stuff like that. It's a party, really. One dream, it was like aliens invaded Earth and like they were kind of like treating humans as pets or as just like general animals, like how we would treat like a street cat or something. And they were just like, some aliens were a little bit nicer and they'd collect people up, and some of them were curious and would like study them. And me and a cohort of 2 others got caught by one that wanted to study humans. And one of the things they wanted to study was human acne. And I was like, all right, this seems like the safer one as opposed to human bone density and human reproduction. I'll go for the the acne one. And then they decapitated me. Because apparently the aliens, if you decapitate them, they just regrow their head. So that he thought that, you know, my head would just grow back. That hurt. So, anyway. Then I've dream trauma dumped you. Thank you for the sub, Calabash! I'm zooted. Hell yeah. Pain medication, go. 7 stream, go GP. Thank you, Bass. No, there is no Bass Pro Shop. There never was a Bass Pro Shop. In other news, me and friends spent the night just riding around the city in a car, listening to music and vibing. If you're bored shitless and you have more than one car, playing like, essentially just finding hide and seek with the cars was something that we used to do in my little hometown. You'd send text message clues of where you had parked your car, and the other car would have to try and find you. That was something to do when there was nothing else to do. I'd go for the reproduction one. No, thank you. No, thank you. No one know how they're gonna do the... as a woman, no thank you. No one knows how they're gonna do the impregnation bit. Your fetishes and fetishes! Hell no! He's so zooted, I can hear him right now. He's like... Did you read my DM I sent today? I think I did, but I forgot what it said already. Oh, about the overlay? How the fuck does that work? I have no idea. Oh, got a hair tickling my nose. There's a dog hair stuck to my glasses. What? Hope you're well. Well, I'm a dude, so it sounds like, yeah, well, we were all women in the test cohort, so it's a little bit more fucking traumatic than oh yeah, reproduction. Fuck yeah. Bite me, buddy. I thought it should flex with that. It basically puts all 10Z on your main monitor, but how? But how? But yeah, he was screaming like, you going, I can't see anything! I don't know if I'd ever want to actually put myself through that hell, so never mind, don't tell me. Don't tell me how to do that. I don't think I want to know. I don't think I want to know. I'd like to be able to keep the excuse of ignorance. Be like, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. A plugin? Ah, fuck that. I'm not doing a plugin that'll take over my screens. Hell no! Ah, don't do that. It's hell. Can't even read chat, man. Help! I have to what? My brother's dog. She has to stay in the shed. She destroyed a bunch of the door already, but I reinforced it. She's a Beagle Jack Russell. Take her for a walk. Take her out. Wait, you're zooted. You can't do that. You get fucking skittled on the road. Speaking of skittled on the road, I went driving yesterday and there was this fucking guy doing schizo on a really busy intersection. He was just like yelling at all the cars. He was like old man yells at cloud, but old man, not old man, he was like fucking probably like 30s, 40s. Old man yells at cars going by and threatens and stands in the middle of busy intersection. I was like, I'm gonna see a pancake today. Haha. Human pancake. And again, I suppose with your cats, you probably couldn't have your brother's dog in the house, could you? Because being a Beagle cross, fucking Beagle Jack Russell, what a horrible combination! Jesus Christ! Being a Beagle Jack Russell, that'd be a super fucking high prey drive and loud. Hell no! I wouldn't be able to tolerate that. It's like someone trying to cross a fucking border collie with a coolie or a kelpie and a coolie. You're up for hell in a handbasket. Better than yelling at rocks. I don't know, man. I feel like yelling at cars comes with a high risk of trauma for both the dead man or half dead man and the person who ran him over. I don't know. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe that's just me that thinks that. There was something else I wanted to tell you guys, but I've completely forgotten what it was. I was like, oh, I gotta tell chat about that. It's gone. It's fucking gone. It's gone. I need to start like noting down, especially because I only stream once a week. Normally by the time it rolls around the stream day, I forgot the thing that I wanted to tell you. There's a story I wanted to say. I gotta get a little nerdy notebook for my old person brain. Yeah. I don't remember the stories that I wanted to say. Really cut fuck. fucking idiot! My ADHD or autism or whatever the fuck it is really kicking in today because I can't get my headphones, my glasses to sit on my fucking head in a way that's comfortable today. Hopefully she destroys the wood I put down and not the good part, not the real part of the door, just that wood. My sister's got a Rottweiler, and she's never had a high drive dog like a Rottweiler before. And yeah, she's learning the hard way that there's a reason why people crate train dogs. It's chewed through her fucking 2 of her fancy wooden back doors. It's chewing through the fences. I'm like, yeah, that's what crate training's for, but he only does it when she's away from home because the pupper gets bored and anxious and it's like, yeah, that's what the crate training's for. And she's just assumed that it was like you put him in a tiny little crate. It's like, no, it could be like a decent sized crate. It's literally just to keep them from destroying shit they're not supposed to destroy. That's the only purpose of it. Like, fuck, you can lock a dog in the laundry and can consider the laundry the crate. It doesn't matter. Azariah, thank you for the tip. 43. Fuck, so close to 4 years. Oh my god. Number go up. I want a pit bull eventually. She did originally have a pit bull cross Staffy, but she went away on her first ever holiday since getting it, and fucking my hometown is shit, man. Someone dropped poisoned bait over the back fence and killed the dog. The person that was house sitting found him the next day. Not good. He was such a cool dog too. He would like climb up on his huge fucking dog, like probably like 40 kilos worth of dog here, and he would climb up onto like tall bar stools to try and sit on your lap, even though he was fucking huge and couldn't fit. He would kangaroo and gazelle leap like towards you when he got excited. So the way he would leap was he'd get so much height that he'd literally be taller than you when he'd fucking jump, and it's like, god damn. And I've also saw him once rocket a child across a patch of lawn because he got excited to see the child, bounced off the child, and the child just went meow. It's like, damn. He was a good boy. It's so sad. She's a good dog, but damn, she's exactly what you expect with those genes. Oh yeah, I love her. But I'm not set up to take care of the dog. She's got plenty of comfort and a heater. Yeah, I feel like that type of dog especially, unless you can take the time to take him out for a really long walk, like twice a day, whilst you're like dog sitting, is just gonna be there. Am I dead?
Wow, this has just been such a pleasure. I'm such a lucky boy. I can't wait to go home.
You saying you don't want to be here? Cinder? You're saying you want to fucking leave? And Rosalie, I can kill you if you want! In Pokemon Infinite Fusions, that is. not here. In Pokemon Infinite Fusions. You're just gonna stick around for me to actually open the game. And start the game. And then put you in a body. And then kill the body. Yeah. You willing to stick around with that? About 5 snow. I would say that I wished it snowed here, but I'm too fucking lazy to shovel out like a driveway, so maybe I don't wish it snowed here. Fuck that, man. She was crate trained, however, she got separation issues. She's a little late. I feel like once they reach a certain age as well, it doesn't matter if you crate trained them and that, they kind of, if they have a proclivity towards separation anxiety, once they reach a certain age, there's nothing you can really do to alleviate it. I feel like they kind of just get confused. She's 14 and she's been through a lot. Can't say much on stream, but how she is now is probably the best outcome. How many mons die today? 0. No death run, unless Rosalie really wants to die, maybe. Devil Blade! How you doing? I love you too. I love you too. She does good. She can jump the. But that's easy. But one
congratulations on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
And we got double ups. We got the doubles. Double. I gotta stop forgetting to log out of my alt. What was your... Wait, was that... Astra was Rosalie your alt? Ah! What? Yellow, I know that was you, fucking! Thank you for the resubs! Cinder, thank you for the beaties. Hey, yo, treasure train, let's go! Her TTN. Alright. Streamer bot is still being a dickhead. Well, I've got an update for it, so hopefully the update works. I forgot about the doubles. She's just being a pain in the ass. She's not even responding to TTS right now, so hopefully, with this new beta update, it'll work again. Maybe. Should I be so lucky? How many Pokemon are we slaughtering today? 0, 0, 0, 0. No one will die. They will all live. They will all, in fact, live. Yes, Mousy, I'm here. Ignore Rosalie. She is me. Ah, we found your ult. That's it. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes wherever I find Rosalie. I'll be like, Astra, I see you. You're trying to go incognito, you fuck. Hell no. No Cope. It's true. It's a true story. Watch. It's the fairy run is the run. Like I said in the Discord announcement, fairy run will be the run. Fairy run will get us exactly where we need to be. Flint, stop it. Oi. 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 He's just standing at my partner's office door. He's just staring at the door. He's pressing, man. He's like, Dad, please. She's talking to the voices again. Dad, please, stop her. She's talking to the voices. She's having a mental break. Adam, thank you for the sub. Fuck, hair stuck on my face. Oh my god, I'm so twitchy today. Fix it. Ooh, 35. Fuck, I keep forgetting to apply the discounts. Oh well, the treasure train has a default 35% discount. Yo. I wonder if I like retroactively add. Can I add a discount whilst I'm streaming? I'm pretty certain you have to apply those whilst you're not live. God, I always fucking forget. Nah. Father, she's at the ghost box again. Make it stop. At least 5? What? No. There won't be 5 deaths. Hell no. Allie, do it next time. I keep forgetting. Okay, Turnip has done his damage with train start. Now I go bed. She's been driving. Oh, now we sleep. Also, since... God damn it, Turnip. Wait, does that mean you've been like hanging out here at some ridiculous fucking hours? Oh my god, I'm gonna bury this dog in the backyard. Hang on, I'm gonna let him outside. He's gonna be an absolute pain in the ass today. I can sense it. All the pets. It's all the pets today. Sybil just got caught in the goddamn kitchen, and Flint wouldn't let him leave the kitchen so he could dog on him. So you could fucking dog. Ah! Oh god! Oh, the dog's running! What are you doing? Ow! Ow! Oh, he's crazy! Oh, he's spinning! What? What are you doing? What? You're on a high because you just dobbed on your brother. Hey, SSB! Sorry, I've missed all the chat because I was busy with pets. No, Flint. 5 deaths, all named killer. Oh, Flint. No. Enough. Stop it. Hit you with the tissue box. Turnip is committed to hang out at ridiculous hours. Turnip likes this community. You're hurting yourself, Turnip, not the win. Alright, that's it. I'm locking him down in the living room space. Yeah. Come on. Hopefully, shuts up. Gonna be extra pain in the ass because we've had lots of hot weather so I haven't been able to take him out for Watsits. So he's been, being a cattle dog, he's meant to be taken out quite regularly, but he's been stuck in the house because it's super hot. It's too hot to walk in because he'll burn his little feetsies. But today, spontaneously, it's 23 degrees Celsius. A really cool day. And so he's just like extra energetic, but he can't do nothing, you know? Just drive me crazy instead. Thanks for the hype tray, guys. I'm shocked you ain't reposted the Christmas animation yet. I mean, I did re-upload it in November because of the hot weather. I gotta hit that. What's that? Retweet. Hit the retweet button. Sometimes I sleep early and wake up at 7 to watch. So, so loyal. So much loyalty. That's it. I give Turnip top watcher of the year. Good boy points. You get the good boy points. Got a doggo! It's so cute! Number 1. Is it a cat? I mean, it does kind of look like a cat because of the stripies. You got the love heart. I still want that fucking dodge one. Whatever it is, one where you dodge the bullets. I want that. I want that one. And I'm gonna be so upset if it's no longer in circulation. I'm gonna be mad as hell, buddy boy. Mad as fucking hell. Ah, goopies in my throat. All right. We'll be good. We're not gonna do an hour of yap today. It's only gonna be 20 minutes of yappers, and we'll get the game. Hey, McCann, gotta get the win. Hey, yo, top watcher, how about top water, top this water, pants grab? So, I had to do it. Alright, gim. Wonder if we're gonna get a Gengar again. Spawning in, keeping us company. What do you think, chat? Think. Tropius. I love it's just like, I wonder which Pokemon we're gonna fuse, and you just see Tropius and Camerupt in the corners, like, oh, I wonder. Ooh, nice. I gotta stop watching these screens because I get distracted for the next 20 minutes just watching the different fusions. I don't remember what we're doing. I don't ever remember. I got so many beautiful ladies. Oh, I got killers. I got blitz. There's there's a Zariath, I guess. Rip King Prawn. Then you got Big Daddy. We got 3 beautiful ladies. And then 3, I mean, they're there. They exist. Is the music a bit loud, chat? Let me know. Let me know if too loud. Thank you and good night. Have fun and don't let more than 4 people die, so killers is wrong. Hell yeah. Why do you think I would allow that many to die? Do you not believe in me? Huh? I'm sick still, but don't worry. I'm still alive to suffer the summer. Australia heat and the sickness. Oh, I got a burp stuck, sorry. Lucky for me, it's cool in my part of Aussie land right now. I guess. Wow. I mean, come on now. You're like a failed bunny. What are our rules, Mousy? So rules are each new route I will either catch the first encounter. Well, I'll always try to catch the first encounter Pokemon like a standard Nuzlocke. And then if we encounter a fairy, then we can catch the first fairy encounter and it replaces the first encounter and the first encounter gets yoted into space. Because we can't guarantee that each route will have a fairy available. 3 ladies, a doge. I'm yawning! A weird Fairy looking thing and who the fuck that double bird abomination is. It's like a giraffe bird. The bird, the giraffe. Sorry, I spilled some coffee. It's going cold already. My brain is broken today. I keep going to hit like close the window completely instead of just, you know, exiting. Alright, I gotta get my brain back. There may or may not be mistakes until my brain returns. Chat, please hold the line. Dog hair in my mouth. Alright, what does this guy say? Alright, you're about the fossils. Do I have more fossils? I mean, I think I do. Oh wait, the fossil machine's not working yet, that's right. I got a nugget! Get rid of nugget, I got a dome fossil. Dog hair won't get off my tongue. Alright, what do we have in here? I think I had one. Looks like a Mr. Pug! Look at that little guy! Look at him! We just caught this one, I'm pretty sure. We just got you. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, but I've already got 2 grass fairies. Look at the 3rd grass fairy, man. Come on, man. Come on. Stanky! How you doing, Mr. Pog? Not even a fairy, it's water psychic. I've been lied to. Yes, yes, yes. So when it's, because it was the, there were no fairies on, like, Route 1, I think it was. Yeah, there was no fairies available on Route 1, so he was the first encounter on Route 1. So technically the 2nd Pokemon we ever caught. Yes, yes. There was no fairies on that route to be had. Right, because he said hi Stinky in my chat. Obvious who he was trying to refer to. Fucking bite me. Try to be like, oh, but why did you shut up? It's just like the, oh, you seem to criticize capitalism while punching. Fuck you. I have no choice. Fuck you. Alright, I need a rod. Let's go talk to an old man about his rod. I appreciate your rock. Alright. Let's go put it to the test, eh? How many balls do I have on hand, though? Got a few. Yo, Stinky, how goes it? Northerly wind, you wouldn't even know, because you blow it away. Blown away with that northerly wind. And I will hydrate, but with coffee. That counts, right, King Prawn? I really hope we find a dual fairy type, so I'm not at risk of being put into the box of failure. That was just like, please, please. I don't want to go. That old man has been building for 29 years with no progress. Look, he's trying, man. He's got, you can blame council approval, things, of red tape. It's always the council's fault. It's not that he's trying to build like a fucking thing made out of matchsticks. Don't blame the builder, man. Don't blame the builder. Never blame the builder. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, come off it! Hey! What do we got? Mudnet. Yoink. Oh, it's level 5, that's right. This might be interesting. Capture rates! Hey, other mousey, how you doing? Oh, I'm going alright, how about you? Try to get this in your claw. Hey, let's go! My not be fairy, but I don't know if we can be able to get a fairy. Yes. Yeah, and then go here, and then press that. And exclamation mark ticket to be mud nets. And if I happen to catch a fairy on this route, you will automatically be swapped over to that fairy body. Uh-huh. It's a nuzlocke. Hello, Naramir Cities, a nuzlocke. I changed, Mama. I could be a fairy. I swear I could be a fairy. Have you ever seen the art horror mangaka Junji Ito drew a banette? I have not. He drew a banette? Absolutely awesome. I'm glad. Turbo Mouse. If any mouse is gonna be doing awesome, I feel like it should be a Turbo Mouse. So is a Turbo Mouse just a mouse that's been fed crack? Like, right to hell. You want a little bit of speed, a little bit of that good stuff? Is this it? Yes. I've got a bunch of waifus on my team, alright? I got 3, well, technically 4 Gardevoirs once they all evolve up. Like, I got the fucking waifu parade ready to go. They're ready and waiting. Got Aonar. Mr. Pug, you've already got one, you filthy cheat! Bad, none for you. Who's next? Randomizer! You filthy cheat, you already have a body. Randomizer it is. I remember when I was a waifu on many attempts. Yeah, the fucking, you were a death centipede waifu. No one to die for me. Ah! I'm yelling! Ah! Alright. I've got so much fucking dog hair everywhere. They're shedding. Alright, let's do a little bit more fishing to see if I can catch a fairy. I doubt, but yeah, figured. Or at least a boot, because I need a boot for a quest. Someone splashed water in Stealthy's face. Shut up! I'm the only ones! Ugh. It's hard to see when you're yawning. I just realized how fat this skirt makes me look. It's meant to obviously look like it's a little pleated skirt, but instead I just look pregante. Pike up, you yuck boy! Before I up it for you. Oh, that's also a pearl. How am I fishing up just straight pearls? How does that work? Hey, I got a boot. The Crelly plushie is finally fully funded. Time to go. I need a Crelly plushie! I genuinely didn't know that was a block tab. Oh! Oh, fucker! Oh, there's a reason why yawn is a block term in this chat. I am highly contagious. Oh, come off it. All right, let me go through a different patch. I've run so slow with the speed dropped. Okay. Oh, fuck's sake. Now I got 2 boots. Yay! I didn't know! Ah, you didn't know? How many times did you type out the word yawn in big capital letters? I know, it felt very purposeful to me! Oh, another one of these things. The Swampert one must have been the rare encounter. Or the semi-rare. I keep... Ow. Maybe? We have a fairy, Naramias. see if I can get him in a ball. Fuck you for that, Yordibo! So I want to grab the drink. To be honest, I need crack and crack bean coffee. Let's go. I've got my coffee too. Hey, Buggy! Capital letters once. Fuck you. It's enough. Get this fucking Electro Puff in the ball, and then we can swap to keep the Swampert probably because I need a fairy water type desperately. On your fuckhead. Oh, it's so glaring when I turn back into light mode. Alright. So... have you considered making it? The crack? Closest you got was Misty's gym. Have I died yet? Please say that I haven't! No, Big Daddy, no, you're still around. I don't think this really matters, but... alright! Back into PC you go. No nickname currently, you're gonna be Naramius, but... Naramius! I have question for you. I hope you're happy to do what I'm gonna tell you to do, motherfucker. Are you happy for me to put Swampert and attach it to the Jigglypuff? Because regardless, this Swampert Banette version's gonna get yoded and I need a water fairy desperately. Combo of Electrode and Jigglypuff? Does this mean it's a heavy metal singer? Swampert? Where? Here. So I'm gonna unfuse, because these are both caught. Oh, it's a Mudkip. Whatever! Makes me think Swampert because of the shape of it. Fuck it all. These guys are both caught on the same route, so I must unfuse. I'm gonna steal the Mudkip head. Or body, one or the other. Come on. Alright. Yes. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, I've got no fusion sticks. Hang on, I'm broke. Hang on, I'm broke. Jupiter was actually my favorite Nintendo 64 Smash character. First form, just a second. I need things. Who am I summoning? Xenos. Why does Jigglypuff look so depressed in that sprite? Because everyone keeps falling asleep. Why else? There you go. Have a look. There, take a look at that. Yeah, thanks for your hand-me-downs, buddy. Anyway. Off to make a Mudkipper. Jigglypuff. Water fairy, of course. Why are the Mudkips so fucking ugly on this sprite too, by the way? Like, what the fuck is that? What did you do to Mudkip? My answer is that. Look, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It causes infatuation. I don't really give a fuck. Alright. Nickname. Yes. Mudpuff. Alright, you be gone. And you. I like that Banette. Right, I'm not gonna lie. Alrighty, we finally have a water fairy. Let's go. Weren't they gonna cut Jigglypuff from Smash 4 at one point, were they? Also, why is Jigglypuff even in the Smash thing? Like, I feel like they could have picked other... Why Jigglypuff? I understand Pikachu because they're the mascot. Has Jigglypuff just been around because, like, it's from when Pokemon wasn't certain what Pokemon they were gonna have as their mascot, their main mascot, or what? The anime, I can't get, but lots of the Pokemon were in the anime. I know Jigglypuff was like kind of a reoccurring character with his whole singing people to sleep thing, but my coffee cup is... Now, no killing right off the bat. I take no responsibility should that occur. He's a little goober. I wonder if you have different sprites. Probably not, because it would have offered. Okie dokie, little creature. Who's getting the... Oh, God. But Durr is legendary. I mean, Mystic, whatever the fuck you call them. Sorry. I'm sorry, Durr, but now I finally have the all-fairy team. Yippee! I forgot to do the rare candy cheat. Hold the line. Ah, no. Save again because I'm paranoid. I forgot to do the fucking rare candies. Why the fuck this coffee cup? Just keep dripping. The seal is fucked. Damn, take away coffee. Nothing more fun than using Jigglypuff's sleep attack and sending the other player right off the map. I should have been Eevee, right? I fucking love Eevee. I need more Eevee represent. Also, I need new generations to bring back. Why is he naked? I needed them bring them back. Oh, this is the one. This is the one that had the Zoriath. This has had 2 Giratinas. That's right. Had such a cool team with this run, man. But he's borked. Why do I feel like... Oh, I'm invisible. Oh my... Wait, my hair is floating off to the side. Oh. Alright. Attributes that allow you to walk anywhere, press control, blah. Wait. Fuck, I can't remember how to do this! Was it the magic boots? Oh, God. And then I think I go to title screen, right? Fuck, I remember how to do it, man. Over to the other side. At least someone remembers. I fucking don't. Sure, we'll save. Mouse is even cute when bowling. Get my hair back! Who the fuck did that? Your mascot was originally going to be Clefairy? Ah, okay. Alright, file D. Aha! When you feel empty PC storage. Sorry, I'm just seeing if there's a way for me to fix my randomizer through this, but I think there is. Hey, well. Let's go find the rare candy. I don't remember where the fuck we see the. Hey, Joshua! EFDHJKLMLM NOPQR. Oh, I went straight past it. There you go. Give me all of them. Oh, 999. I go 990 because I think I have a couple already and I don't want to like break things quietly, you know. All right, cool. And then I gotta completely restart to turn off the debug, right? I've done this with you way too much. H2O is always like, yeah, stealthy, like that. Yeah, stealthy. We've done this before, stealthy. Look, I vaguely remembered it. I just need encouragement and support, you know? I'm a delicate little flower sometimes. And just add your drugs. I mean, candy. Candy. You mean candy, right? You can do this. Yeah, I got this. All right, I wonder how badly it's gonna break. Let's go look at the team that we could have had. It's gonna look cursed as shit, but. Oh, okay. Look at the team that we did have, chat. Look at this. This was Scramble Cat. And we had oh god, wait, Killer's a sprite got removed. Where'd your sprite go? Killers did have a custom sprite. It must have been one of the ones that got deleted with that whole AI thing came through. Got Micah! That's as well. Oh god, for fucking Hazardite. Scramble Brain were a bit of a bit traumatizing to look at. No! Their sprites got fucking deleted! No! No! The big goddess sprite is gone! I'm fucking bamboozled! They deleted it! It was such a cool sprite, man, I'm telling you. And then Nightmare. This is a Wolfia. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? I had 2 Giratinas, chat! 2 Giratinas! Oh! Crescent now has a sprite. They didn't before. Menace of the Sea. I remember being so sad because Menace looked cool, was weak as piss. Da, 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 da. Look at my collection, man. I had a hell of a collection running, man. Oh no, another one whose custom sprite got deleted. What the fuck? Oh no, it just didn't save. Okay, save that, motherfucker. Fight me. Look at them all! And a Kyogre! Also, woo! 20 streak, let's go! 20 streak, you have gotten through so much shit this past year in real life and on streams that you are stable. I'm fucking alive and getting you to try harder to take me out, bitch. I'm fighting. Oh, hey, Charizard, how you doing? Boss, yes. I want a drawing. You want to? Oh, okay. Sorry, I just did a sick burp. I swear the sick burp wasn't because I was disgusted by you. I swear, I swear, I swear. It was just a normal sick burp. And I'm gonna do it again. I hate that feeling. But yes, please. I would like to see it. You better definitely. Merci. Sorry, I'm distracted. All right. Oh, fuck me, Jesus. I'm going back. Jesus. The dog complaining once again. All right. Plant no more. This one. Oh, that was me trying to test out some shit. That dog of mine. All right. Now, candy time. I think. Hello? Am I blind? I was in the wrong section. Stomach bug is not fun, especially the throwing up kind. I tend to get like, what's it called? I suppose it's kind of like a mild form of GERD. I do sick burps all the time where you go to burp and like gastric fluid comes up with it and it tastes gross and it burns your throat and it's not nice. Had that since I was a kiddlywink. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? Honestly, my favorite Pokemon is kind of a toss-up between Vulpix, because it was my favorite as a kid, like watching the anime, and Giratina, because there's just something charming, specifically the flying form of Giratina. There's just something charming about a death centipede. I don't know, man. So it's like a toss-up between those two. I'm downloading Infinite Fusions on my starter. Let's go, Daddy! I'm doing good, just chilling. Oh, wait. Big Daddy, you are downloading directly from the Discord, right? Do not download from any website. Don't do it. Don't do it, because there's been multiple cases of people pretending to be Pokemon Infinite Fusions on websites, and it's actually like viruses and shit. Make certain you do it only through the Discord. Which I can send you a link to if you need. I will show you the drawing them for me, and they gave me the transparent one so I could color. Oh, nice! Love you, Mouse, because you're an amazing person. No, you can't say that. You can't be cute. God, I've been dealing with that more and more since the end of September. Yeah, it's not fun. Not yummy. My fave is Mischievous. Mischievous is pretty cool too, not gonna lie. Rule of cool do be winning a lot. Also, people trying to charge you for it. Fuck off. No fan game can even legally charge money. Burn in hell. Ah, la 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 la. Centipede, Satan, or Firefox. See, I'm a simple creature. There's Death Centipede, not Centipede Satan. It's different. You wouldn't get it. Would like a link? All right, I'll send you your link first, and then I'll see the DM thingy in a second. So link first, link first, link first. All right, Pokemon Infinite Fusions. There's the Discord. But here, I'll whisper it at ya. I'm on Twitch. Do your thing. All right, this. There you go. That I've sent you in Twitch Whispers the link to the Infinite Fusions Discord. Mother Mouse, we yearn for death. No, no death, only life. You're trying to reverse psychology me, you little fuckers. Oh yeah, that's a mutt if ever I've seen one. Oh damn, she's been putting in some work on that door. Holy shit. She's been working on that door. Oh, and rip the lino. Oh well. Oh, the linoleum. Oh, nice. It's so nice of them to do the transparent version as well, so you can like recolor it. That's cool. I like that. cool. I wish Discord let me drag and drop like it used to, but it doesn't let me do that anymore. It just breaks. Oh, no, it's gonna work this time. Well, fuck me then, all right? Trying to prove me. Well, it doesn't work the same as it used to, but it looks so cool. Would not just... We've finally got a Nando's that's opened up around near me. I've never had Nando's before. What sort of food does one acquire from Nando's? Pray tell, chat. What would be a Nando's run? What would you guys recommend from Nando's? Because I want to try it for the first time ever. Nando's. I'm paying attention. My favorite Pokemon might not be in this game, but it's the pink Eevee. So the pink evolution, so it'd either be Espeon or Sylveon. So Espeon is the one with the forked tail and the gemstone in its forehead, and then Sylveon is the one with the flesh ribbons that go on your face. I did check your data. I literally just had it up. What? I just had it up. Xenos not paying attention, huh? It's the colored version. It looks so sick though, like the billowing of the fabric and everything, and them bony hands. I know a certain cow that'd get excited about those hands. I know a cow would. Play nice too. Oh, you did the colors on that. Nice. It looks so good. Espeon or Sylveon. Yeah. I know it's the psychic one, but I don't think the game has that one. This game does have Espeon. Yes, it does. It has all the evolutions. I keep getting distracted reading chat and not giving Naramius his candy. He's like sitting there with fucking drool dripping down his face like, please, mother, my candy. My candy. Please, mother. What are your stats anyway? You are attack and special attack are the exact same. Same with your defense and special defense. So Espeon, yes, Espeon. Disable? No, thank you. All right, Naramius, come on, get your levels up. Oh, we're evolving. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that you would evolve the Mudkip. Oh, he's still so fucking cute. Naramius, you look cute. No, we're gonna keep the cute one. You don't get a choice. I want a ghost type evolution. I'm so pissed that they haven't done any new evolutions since fucking X and Y. What is this bullshit? Like, bring back the evolutions, please? Please. Like, pretty, please. Some people are guessing that it's, like, either an issue, like, they've coded themselves into a hole where, like, it's kind of too hard to have one Pokemon have that many evolutions, or that because there's so many fan evolutions, they're worried about like the copyright stuff, which I think is bullshit because everyone knows that Pokemon has copied that other one video game for like all their Gen 1 designs, so I call bollocks on that. Bullshit, I say. Bring out the fucking evolutions. Ah, Eevee, Irene! How ironic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get your comfort on. It's rock super. Oh, it doesn't matter either way because you're a water type, so you will not be going against Lieutenant Surge because you will, in fact, die. I don't want death. Round. Yeah, let's not do that. Oh, wait, that was 60 now! I fucked myself up, man. Let's hit that Eevee with a rock! Hey, yeah! Smack it with a rock! Da 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 da! Da 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 da! Yeah, Better off keeping mud shot on that one, I feel like. I gotta go for a dookie break in a minute. Just saying. I just thought I'd let chat know. I sent you pictures of the dog! You're too zooted, Calamus. I know, I was looking at him. I said she done a good solid job on that door. Definitely looks like a mutt. And she ripped the lino. That fake tiles that you had. Yeah, that's gone. Rip. Rest in peace, the fake linoleum. I'm sitting with her for a bit. She is leaving tonight. We got someone to take her for a bit till my brother is back. She need the extra time. Poor baby. Poor little baby. Alright, everyone's at level 22. I'm gonna burp again. Damn it. Oh, thank fuck no food came up with that one. Oh, I was worried, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who my favorite evolution is. I want to say either Vaporeon or Espeon, because I've always, like, even when I was a kid, I really liked the whole forked tails thing, where they got the little split tail. I do like that design concept. I have a bomb, mushroom. Thank you for 15 grand. I'm no longer broke. I like having money. Thank you. If you can mix Pokemon, I think Espeon and Flareon would be a good mix, knowing it's from the two evolutions, Fire and Psychic would be a good mix. I would think so too. Unfortunately, you know, neither of those are fairy type, so I can't do it this run. But maybe if I do another open run that's not type locked, we can do that. I have your shoe. Take your fucking shoe. Oh, I got a Pokemon out of it. I got a fucking Wooper? Oh wait, normally this is randomized. It's normally not a Wooper. Hang on, okay, we can't nickname that. Hang on. No. The PC. That's my spare Wooper for people to utilize. And I got a spare Wooper. A spare Wooper? Evie Irene, how you doing? It's a complicated situation. I am not comfortable talking. That's fine. I hope I did this correctly. It took me to some piff thing? Piff thing? As long as whatever link you clicked came from the Discord, you should be fine. They do have, if you need it in a different language or anything, they do have different languages in the Discord as well. I'm pretty sure, last I checked. Yeah, sure, I'll get your crabby legs. And then what did this lady want? Oh, I don't have a fire water this time around. A Wooper! Right here. No longer broke to spend more money on balls! Always spend more money on balls. Oh, I'm at the wrong shopping attendant again. God damn it. I've got 10 in my bag. Now I have 20 in my bag. Alright. Alright, let's move that Wooper over into my fusion fodder. I got a Wooper. I got a Magikarp. I got a Love Disc. Actually, I got a bunch of water types sitting around in here now. They're all water type. Oh my god. I forgot I had the Magikarp. Could be good later on when he comes to Gyarados. Did it through a Discord. I've just never done it this way, and it's strange. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but it's the safest way to do it because of all the scammers. Japanese name is Upa Rupa, which basically means axolotl. However the fuck you spell it, I'm high. I'm off my head. All right, we got a new zone again. I don't remember what level of wild Pokemon are here, so let me just fuck around and find out. Hey, it's another Leafeon! None of that can be fairyified, if memory serves. Fuck, but do I catch it? Ah, okay. Okay, hang on. If I Fury Cutter it, I might accidentally kill it. So we're gonna Magical Leaf. And land again. That's not a Leafeon! It's a Leafeon cross, alright? Just because he's like been fucking turned into an anchor. Alright? Don't be discriminatory now. Typism doesn't look for the stream. Exactly. Especially from a mod, I would expect better. Don't make me discipline you. I don't care if you're high. Leaf mice, get in the fucking ball! I don't want to hit you again. I'm scared to hit you again. Anyone here have something that can, like, status effect? No status effectors here. Oh, never mind. Alright, first thing. Oh, wrong thing. Alright, who wants to be a Leafeon cross with the fucking anchor thingy? Anchor ghost Pokemon. Exclamation mark ticket to be this fucking thing! Unless I encounter a fairy on this route, in which case you will become at least part fairy with whatever the hell. You can't even use it! I might be able to. Oh, I know it's not water type. Technically I could Uno reverse it and make it water type. Isn't the anchor, isn't that a water ghost type? Anyway, whilst you guys are putting your names in, I'm gonna go take a shit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna stare into the camera while I go take a dookie. 4 years that you chose to be with this weirdo Blitz. You chose to be here. Don't go acting like... What did I miss? Hey, Bunny Bun, how you doing? Maybe at least she only tore up the spare wood I am reinforced the door with. Okay. You went AFK with the fucking smile. I was taking a shit while smiling at you. Do you feel great company when I'm around? Wait, I can leave! I mean, technically speaking, but you really shouldn't for your own safety. You know? No particular reason. Hello, please close. Thank you. So that was for Cinder, y'all? Wait, does Cinder want it? I need confirmation Cinder even wanted the damn thing. Oh. I am good. How are you? I am A-okay. Need to be caffeinated for sure. But, not my problem. You can't do that. Hell no. Looks like I'm doing a redraw. You can't enter for someone who doesn't even want it. You just had to put a ticket in for a Pokemon. You're just like, all right, here's one that don't look too cool. We'll have that one. I'm gonna redraw that one. I'm sorry about that. That's Woofy it is. Nice try there, Calamus fucker. Yes. Woofy. You've been bamboozled, buddy. A 25 stream streak is insane, by the way. Enough sugar and coffee. I would be awake for at least 24 hours. I did what she asked. No, not allowing it. Illegal. Banned. Don't cold coffee from a coffee cup lid that keeps fucking leaking. No, it went to the wrong box. Right, first we have to see if we can find a fairy. Damn. Sure is a shame that I can't have that, but... Get 'em, killers. Get 'em, killers. I'll put Big Daddy up front for a little bit. Now I'm Fox. This is the same as being like a dog running on cat software, essentially. So this is good enough. Let's a steel type. Run! Alright, let's see if we can find a fairy. That's not a fairy. Owie. Oh. No fairy there. Run for your life. Alright. Gonna heal the team. And continue fairy hunting. Ba-ba-ba. Also, get you out of my fucking fusion fodder! One of you, you're in the wrong box! Get out of there! Get over to the box one. There you go. Let's continue hunting, see if we can find a fairy in that route. I feel like Killers is the best on my team at this current moment, perhaps. And disarming boys. Ow! Bitch! Hey, fucking it! No, not bite! Not bite! Ah! Always with their fucking bites! Anyone here have a move that's not do damage move? No! Dally. Howdy. Ouch. Burning kiss, kiss them. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Just be careful, Pyko. Stop rubbing that emo in, please. I really want it. Did I see a baby? Yes! I got a Leafeon cross Togepi, which is literally just fuck a baby Yoda. And I love it. It's Mr. Pog. Oh, he's been oh, he's a mine. Oh, I like that. I like the idea of that. Yo. Oh. Flying type might be a problem. Alright, we're fine. We are fine! You're learning Rock Tomb, 60, 50, let's give it a tackle. Yola! Alright, I have a normal potion? No, that's a protein, not a potion. Alright. Alright, let's see. Fairies! Oh, fairies! No fairy, no fairy, no fairy, okay. Hey! Fucking arena trap, you bastard! Alright, doesn't matter, he did. Hi, Gummy! 3 stream streak, let's go! I missed you, Mousy. How you doing? How you been? Oh, jeez. What's up? Hey, Berry, how's it going? It's funny that a Big Daddy is a cute little guy. Don't worry about it. You could be a Big Daddy and be cute at the same time. Come on now. I can't remember if you're a physical attacker or a special attacker. I can't remember. I want to keep Disarming Voice as long as I can, because Disarming Voice has the guaranteed hit, but so does Magical Leaf. Ooh, maybe I should get rid of Disarming Voice, but Fury Cutter is also good for protecting my ass. Choices! Decisions! Itchy eyebrow. I miss older Fury Cutter because it let you use other moves without resetting it? Oh, yes. Now it must be used in succession. I moved house on Wednesday the 10th, so feeling achy, but I will be okay. How's the new space? How is it? Still got everything in boxes or what? Man, this is hard, chat. I could be very dainty if I want to. Oh, I got a little leaf blade as well. We're learning everything right now. Okay. 90. Oh. Hang on a minute. I still don't want to get rid of Fury Cutter. Fuck. Because at the moment, I don't think I have anything that's good against, like, flying types and the such. Fuck! Decisions are hard. I don't like making decisions. Still picking up random items when we battle. I don't know what's up with that. Au revoir. Even the name sounds nice. Au revoir. Why am I in here? There was a reason why I came into your stats thing. Oh, that's right. You are a special attacker. No. Let's do some draining kiss. Let's get some health out of this fucker while we're here. Still in boxes and the space is much smaller, but I and my parents will make it work. Oh, I hate when you have to downsize when you really don't want to be downsizing. Look, hello, it's Leaf Miss again. Fuck you, Stealthy. She said it was fine either way. I finally wanted to run you. Sorry. Get bamboozled. Alright, I'm a sucky a little bit. Come on, killers. Give me the sucky. There we go. Very nice. Any fairies at all? No fairy there. Taking longer to... Yeah, there's a lot there. That's because it's been zipped down to such a smaller size. I guess Cactedge is the nighttime Pokemon around here. Very French. Okay, I'm gonna guess that there's just no fairies around here. I am not encountering nothing. No. Hello. I don't have a Venonat. Peace off. Let's go talk to this guy. Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot the old hag. My bad. Baldoof. He's Baldoof. Shrimp and ground beef in nachos? What? Also, no one came up with that. I'll ask once again. What would you little fuckers recommend from Nando's? Hey? Do you have any recommendations for Nando's? What would you recommend order from Nando's? Because that local area finally got one, and I've never had it before. I was like, must try. But what get? No? Wait a minute, Bide's a normal type move. Blitz! Ah! Get bamboozled, motherfucker. What's Nando's? Nando's? Nandoids? Oh, Nando's was a... Maybe it's an Australian thing after all. I thought it was an American thing. The takeaway joint. Nando's. Nandos. Nando's. It's weekend. Is it? Maybe it is an Australian thing, but it's only like eastern states that normally have it. Ew, why am I in the box? What was I doing, Chad? I don't know. ADHD gapper. Nando's nuts. Okay. Go for a cheeky Nando's? Maybe it is Australian. Maybe I've gaslit myself into thinking it's something that it's not. Wait, I don't have a Pokemon on me that has Rock Smash. No smash! No smash! I'm 3 different levels of distracted right now. Oh, that. Paying attention, paying attention, paying attention. Not an East Coast thing anyway. Wow. Hello. Kind of cute looking. I'll give you that. Ooh, Silverwind, eh? Yeah! I love how well Fury Cutter stacks. Fuck yeah! Now give me your free shit. Thank you, sir. I don't know about West Coast. All right, now I gotta Google it. You guys are making me question myself. Oh? Apparently a South African. Okay. Na, 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 na. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, throughout Washington, D.C., Virginia, Maryland, Chicago, Houston, and Dallas. I always assumed it was an American thing, but apparently it's South African. I'm learning things today. Woo! Hope you get an itchy leg. Bite me. I'm glad that you like the colors on the drug. Yeah, they came up good. I have seen weird things in the United States, but Nando's is not one of them, and I am from the South. I show you the logo. I don't know why I always just thought it was American. No, apparently it's South African. Can I just like... I hate that it does that now. Hello, please? No? Fuck you, no one likes you anyway? Ugh, whatever, I give up. It calls it Maryland. I don't know, it was on the phone. I just read out what I could read, alright? Ain't never seen one. Well, whatever, bro. You guys just need to touch grass more often. It's obviously a touch grass issue. You touch grass. Ah, the super. Super. Dead and dead. Chop. Here. Body. Closest one is 100 miles away, but we do have one in my state. See, do have one. You just don't touch grass. You're just inside too much, huh? You filthy shut-in. Says the shut-in VTuber. Proud of my shut-inness, even though I'm actually like... It was frustrating. Like, all my work sort of stuff is inside, but I fucking love being outdoors. Like, I want to be outside more, but like, all the work that I enjoy doing is indoors and at the desk sort of stuff, so it's very infuriating. I wouldn't have minded going into like landscaping or something, but my body won't let me. It's so annoying. I want to be outside, I want to do gardening, I want to do physically laborious stuff, but my body says, fuck you, buddy. Oh, it sucks to suck. One! Literally one! Well, my state now officially has one, too. Maybe it was just an East Coast thing, like Australian East Coast sort of thing. When I say East Coast, I'm normally talking about like Australia's East Coast, which is where like 90% of Australia's population is at. Just FYI. As hell. Oh, you look fucking fabulous, darling. Give me a kiss. Ow. I'll give you one more kiss for good measure. Kissy, kissy, kiss on. Kissy, kissy, kiss on. Oh my god, I've been trying to work on Killer's model lately, and I fucked myself over so hard with Killer's design. Because, like, one, doing horns that wrap around a model's head is already hard to begin with. And doing that so it works with like hair. But I've also done killers to have curly hair, which again is also really hard to do turns and physics that it looks right, it looks natural, it looks good. So I've not only shot myself in the foot with the wraparound horns and the curly hair, but then I went and added reactive ears on top of that, which quite often, if in certain head angles, when the ears react, they clip through the fucking horns and clip through the hair. So I then have to like fandangle every fucking possible position out of like 100. It makes sense, there's no clipping going on. And I've had to re-rig his fucking head 4 to 6 times, and I've had to recut different parts of his head at least twice now because it's not working and I needed a break. So I started working on something else that I will not disclose for killers because I could, because reasons. And he shall never know until he receives, and then he'll probably hate me for it. You guys have spiders that are bigger than a wolf spider. That's saying a lot about Australia's. Yeah, we have spiders that like eat birds and shit, so. Yeah. This process is hard to. No, thank you. Oh, Welly. Ah, get going, let's go! Oh, he's a little cutie. Look at him! King Prawn is finally cute once again, rather than looking weird. His feet's still kind of weird, though. He should have had doggy feet, but they gave him these fucking things. Fairy-Locke is unfailingly loyal to those with a kind heart. As a result, spiteful trainers may find that it betrays... Damn. What are we learning? Fairy-Locke. User smashes into the target at high speed. This move always goes first. Yeah, sure, whatever, I guess. He's not an abomination! You take that back, Blitz! King Prawn, he's beautiful. No, we're not learning Bestow. Fuck off. Is this the thing that you told killers to download something for? Yes. I told him to download the Nyaru pad that I had you download for your controller. Controls, things. If you still have the link for it, if you could send it to him, that'd be splendiferous. But it is not what he or you may think it is. So, that's why I'm not scared to tell him to download it in advance, because I'm like, yeah, you're not guessing what this is. You ain't figuring that out. Hell no. No. Plus 5, yes sir. Oh fuck, I got encored. Ow. Alright, Blitz, you're in danger, so I'm gonna swap you out for Ryan. Ouchies. In us? Oh, he's sitting on there. God damn it! Let there breathe. Oh, who summons Karma? Oh, I panicked there. I thought that was one of my HPs. What, you bull? I'm looking. Can I know what? No. I mean, maybe I will let you, but I'll let you know in DMs later. God, I'm so fucking ugly compared to Killers. It's just the ugly sibling. So sad. So pitiful, so sad. Drive needs some HP. Give kisses. What that? milk drink. How much does Fury Cutter stack, by the way? Is there a limit to the stack or what? Fuck your defense kill, by the way. Got him. I wanted to be able to taunt. Hang on a minute. Hold the line. Just real quick. A little bit since I've messaged you. I gotta go hunting for you. Yeah. Doo doo doo. Alright, hold the line. I gotta find something before so I can help. What? So da 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 da. Alright, you have been given the tea, Zarias. We had to think about the story of the ugly ducklings is just a goose, yes. It was just a goose, man. Why are you so mean to the little gosling? Yeah, Zariah, I came up with the idea just fucking randomly when I was frustrated that I couldn't get Killers' model to do what I wanted it to do, and I was like, you know fucking what? I'ma do a thing. I'ma do a fucking thing. Oh, hiccup burp. He's gonna mold. And like, there's no way he's gonna guess that that's what I was planning on doing, right? Right? It's alright. Ain't no way in the 9 hells he was gonna figure that out just because of the plug-in that I'm getting him to install. The book is older than most people. Wait, what book? Many people read books these days, sadly. I don't take time to read is my problem. Like, I've got the books and I read sometimes, but I know if I get into a book, I'll read for like 5 hours at a time. So it's like, all right, am I ready for a 5-hour commitment? No? All right, do something else instead. 0% chance. See, I knew it. I was like, there's no way in the 9 hells he's gonna figure it out. I am so full. Flame. Spoilers! Oh, spoilers for the ugly duckling. Sorry, but it's a story as old as time itself. Ooh, hello. Good kisses. Ugly Duckling's book. I'm going off the book, not the show or the movie. But also there's like multiple books. Like there's multiple kids' picture books and stuff as well. I was like, which book? Sorry, I'm lowering my desk. I'm looking up too much. Oridos! But it's gonna be so good, Rise! When it's done! So excited. It didn't take me too long to put it together. Fight me, sailor! You know what they need? They need a Sailor Moon in here somewhere, or one of the Sailor Scouts. Just, it's like we're in the Sailor section. Come on. Where's my fucking Sailor Scouts, damn it? Ooh, Miss Punny! Yes! Ow. No, we're not learning roll. It's fucking raw! Slur dash? What slur are we talking? Oh my god, what the fuck? I can guess what type of slur we're going for. Gonna be some type of slur for like either gay, trans, or just effeminateness in general, because what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Kill it with fire! Also, it can kill me with fire, so let's swap out real quick. Missed opportunity to have a Sailor Moon reference in Pokemon, even I agree. Right! Missed out! A My Little Pony song. It's a My Little Brony. Good job, Naramius. It was your first kill. How does it feel to have blood on your hands? Are you proud of yourself, my child? I'm gonna go heal before I go to the next one. Just in case. Get out of the way, man. I'm healing here. Alright, that means that's actually going to be a Torkoal down there because the randomizer broke. Get out of the way! Ooh, and a berry. I'll make lasagna out of that? Wait, why are we making lasagna out of horses? We're not trying to pickle him. Double Dialgas! Are you shitting me right now? Oh, fuck right off! What the fuck? Oh, God! Alright, Steel, I'm in danger. Okay, rightio. Fuck! Even if I put Soraya out, because he's also weak to fucking... Ah! Everyone's in danger here! No one is safe! Fucking hell! Damn! Okay! Whoa, I'm scared. I'm a little bit scared. Oh, God! Duh. Hillis is weak to both because of the flying and fire. So he has to go out. Ooh. Ooh. And this is a hell of a situation I'm in right now. I'm scared. None of your moves are going to do any good because they're rock and you don't have any ground type moves. Fuck! Oh, we ate a pickle. Fuck! Alright, Soraya. I think pretty sure rock is weak to steel. Huh? Alright, I just gotta keep him alive. You hit him with mud shot again, you waste your super potion on healing Naramius. Ow! I'm fine. Leon is dead. I love the way that the fucking Gyarados one is just Piss off! What is that draw? That's bullshit that you keep. That's fucking bullshit, dude. What is this, bruh? I don't think I can mud shot because you're fucking flying type ishness. Ooh, that's an electric type move. Ooh. Fine. Keep it on top of it. Ouch. Ouch. Fuck. Fuck. This dude is stacked. You're telling me? They really hate Naramius. It's because Naramius is probably like the lower... Oh no, they got higher HP. Why are they going after Naramius? Normally they go for the one with the lowest HP. Interesting. Alright, I just want to take this fucking Regitor out. I'm just filling this guy full of fucking super potions. Oh god. Ah! Well, there goes my water type fairy. Leaf numbnuts. Hi, Panda. How you doing? I'm fine. You're alive. Okay. Oh, he's still going! What the fuck? He's got so many! Oh my god! What is this? Many hugs, thank you! This fight is full of... I am fucking crying! This is a bullshit setup! My headbutt ain't gonna do jack shit! Ah! I'm thinking. Everything's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's fine. Da 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 da. Ouch. Do I see? We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We got it. We got it. Got it. We got this. 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 I know technically you don't need healing, but he's got Metal Claw, so I ain't fucking Dealing with that. Should be in clear, depending on what Dialdos is, because I'm pretty certain I'm going a 2v1 situation right now. So it depends on what this fucker pulls out on me. What happens if I Leaf Blade you? Probably not much. Ow. Thank God I have so many fucking super potions is all I'm gonna say. It's like my only saving grace right now. I give you a kiss. Right, alright, they're out, they're out. Holy fucking shit. No, I don't want a rematch. I was hoping you would trade one of Dialga's. Oh, I hate you people. It wasn't an O, it was just a fucking 2 random fish boy with a lot of Dialgas. They bond over their fucking space Pokemon. Wait, no. Oh, I gotta leave so I can release Naramius. Damn it! I fucking want a fairy. Ah! Look at him. He's adorable, and now he's gone. I can't believe I just got double Dialga'd. Bollocks, I say. Dialga was one of my favorite legendaries too. Dialga and Giratina. Still like Giratina the best, but I do like Dialga too. Where are my headstones? There they are. Oops, that's a B. Sorry, I'm trying to get the text in the right spot. There we go. Ah! What's next? Oh, fuck me. Don't even set me up like that. Well, Dorhajite is rejoining the family, is all I'm gonna say. Because I need a water-type protection at all times. Who's got the... You got that item. Move. Let's put it on Blitz. I think we should check wherever the fuck they were fishing, right? Like, I want one. Fairy Nuzlocke. Look, it's still a Nuzlocke, so I still gotta get first encounters. There was no fairies on that route. Just like the same route that we got the Woofia from, there is no fairies. So we get first encounter. Ooh. Right eyeballs. Paris? Paris! Let's keep down. Crabby legs. Alright, time to run delivery. I don't remember what this guy even gives you. I think it's some shit, but... No. Oh, that's right. He just teaches Crab Hammer. Haha, doesn't have anyone that can learn it. That's not much, but he's good leveling, man. Why do you release named Pokemon? Just wondering, because it's a nuzlocke, so yeah, they're dead. If they die, they're dead. You set them free. If they faint, they're gone. Dead bodies. I'm gonna bury them in the backyard. I mean, I know who would learn it. Nevramius wouldn't have learned it. Fight me. I hydrated with a coffee. Oof, I was just wondering. Yeah. The pain and suffrage. Alright. Time to put my hospitality worker hat on. Yep. Go chase the little puff around. Yep. Now go pay me. Wee! This is where I get my maid outfit. Let's go! Oh, I don't want the butler outfit. I want the maid outfit. Oh yeah! All right, I'm ready to go. Someone made me. I need to get in the vibes. Here's a tip. I Pokemon battle. Don't worry, I only have 5 legendaries. Alright, I gotta fight you too, don't I? Come back to you later. Comfy? This change? Comfy? Well off? Comfy salad. Bar. Comfy. Salad. Bar. Salad. Comfy. Bar. Salad. Bar salad? I think it was. We'll run these first. Comfy. Bar. Oh, I can only carry 3. Lame. Comfy. One of the salad. My bad, ma'am. Oh no, I messed up. My money! Wait, I didn't mean to grab that again. Damn it! Salad lady. Salad bar. Oh, fuck. I think you're a salad. Jesus. Well, I fucked up either way, so it doesn't matter. Oh, let's hope that I I'm fucked up so bad this time. Normally I'm pretty alright at this. Look, I'm still reeling over the whole, the Alga situation, alright? Leave me alone. I'm gonna fight this guy while I'm here. Pick someone else for my half mistake. Oh, 10 stream streak, let's go! Wait, what did I miss? Hey, that's alright. Hey, very stealthy. Nice to see you having a successful run where nothing bad will totally happen in a few minutes. You missed me having to fight someone that had 2 Dialgas and a fucking Regirock. It was bollocks. And I'm on a fairy run, and there were steel types, and I was crying. Yeah, you're on. I'm fucked. I ain't gonna get much of a tip at all. And I don't get the... Oh, no! Wait, should I go back? Chat. Do I get to save scum? Because if I save scum and I get the orders correct, then I can get the fairy Pokemon, the swirly Pokemon. Do I save scum? 1 for save scum and 2 for fuck you. Do better. I go, oh, save scum, fuck you. Bite me, Azurite. I got 2 save scum, 3, 4 save scums. Hell yeah, I'm save scumming. Fuck you all, I'm out. All right, I guess I've just closed this and restart. Fuck. It never happened. Good thing I saved the minute I turned into a maid, right? Fuck, I hope I did. I think I did. Pretty sure I did. 180 of help you can get? What is that supposed to mean? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Good. Dave Scott. I'm proud of it. Fuck you. All right. Found fit. Yep. Oh, wait, I gotta speed up a little bit. Comfit. Salad. Fit salad. Bar. Comfit. Salad. Bar. Comfit. Salad. Bar. So comfit. Salad. Bar. Comfit. Salad. Bar. Salad. Comfit. Salad. I got this, motherfuckers. Comfit. Salad. Bar. Comfit. Salad. Bar. Salad. Bar. A comfit. Salad. Bar. Comfit, how do you say it? Give me the fucking salad, thank you. Cinema. Comfit. Bar salad. All right. I got this. Let me just... Hello, leaps of faith. Take this leap of faith. Bar. Ooh. Yay! Woo! All right, we got this. Now give me the fairy! I will not impersonate the French accent. Last time I did that, my viewership dipped off. Everyone left me. Yes, I will take the Swirlix. Yes! Alright. Whoever gets this fucking Swirlix is gonna be my new water fairy type because I killed the last water fairy type. You're gonna be a water fairy type because I'm gonna merge you with one of my water types, whether that be the Magikarp, the Love Disc, or one of the other fucking things I have over there. Probably the Magikarp. Exclamation mark ticket to be Swirlix. Honestly seeing run 115 grave, all for save scumming. of a safe scubbing person depending on the game. I feel like for like things like dating games, all those sorts of games when you have to select like interactions with characters, and then like you think you select one thing and like later down the text, like say the message is like, oh, comfort the character, and then like your character comforts them very like in the most shittiest way possible that makes them angry, and it's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know that it was gonna do that? So you like save scub so you can select the other option, which is the real comfort them. I fucking hate that. Ah! Spent 10 plus hours not ruining my game because I got team wiped. Oh, get wiped. All right. Who's this gonna be? Oh, I keep opening the wrong tab. Close. Banda. I say MGB. Here is Wyman, by the way. Go to the PC for now. Alright, let's go get this fossil. Wonder if his team gonna get reshuffled. I know, it's the same. Get him, killers. Massey, if you get to the 3 birds, are you going to take my advice with Perish song? Yes. I'm perishing that bitch. I'm pretty certain that these fossils are not randomized, chat, so do you want to root or do you want to claw? Does chat want a root or a claw? What? Yeah. Everyone wants the claw. No one likes the little fucking the phalanges on the on the root fossil. The claw killed Naramis. We need its power. Claw it is. All right. Oh, that was stressful. Now, I think this is a PC. Yep, okay. You! Oops. Oh, whatever. Alright, do we want to fuse with Magikarp or Omanite is the question. It's not, we're not fusing with Wooper, I don't give a fuck. We are not fusing with Wooper. Wait, was that Yoda? Yeah! Fuck you, Azurite, no Wooper. Magikarp is considered one of the weakest, but he'll evolve into Gyarados. Is Gyarados considered one of the weakest? No? Whoa, what? Why are you guys only thinking about Magikarp? Because he'll immediately be candied up to a Gyarados. Because they evolve at like 22 or something, don't they? And currently all my Pokemon are at like 22, 23, so it'll immediately evolve. Okay, using candy. Drugs. I'm legit waiting for end of stream before I make sprites. A wise decision, H2O. Level 20, by the way. Ah, see? Assuming. Hi! Fine. So you want to be Magikarp or Omanite? Panda. Who will it be? Yeah, I'm gonna give it candy. You get the sugar! Oi! Omanite or Magikarp? Make a choice! shit! Okay. Oh wait, which way around? Hang on. Is Gyarados flying water or water flying? I can't remember. I cannot remember. Water flying. We want this one. Together! Oh my god. What the fuck? He's a little one of those lumpy goldfish! Let's go! He's a clumpy, lumpy little goldfish. Ooh. I think Sweet Belle seems to be the better one, right? A little, it's one of those little tumor-covered goldfish. Covered in tumors. Wrong one, mouse! You said it was water flying, right? Alright, I don't want fairy flying. I want fairy water! A water fairy! I need a water type! What part of this do you not understand? Let's try to set me up! I need a water type fairy, not a flying type fairy. Fuck you! No, we are not learning Splash. Look at this sad little creature. Look at him! He's in struggle time! Alright, fine. I'll look him up on the decks. Is it Swirlix? Swirlix. Swirlix doesn't evolve, does it? Oh, it does evolve. Swirlpuff. I see it makes its stats worse. I'm guessing that's why you were trying to make me go fairy flying, but fuck you! I need a water type. How do I get Swirlpuff? Oh, level 35. Which won't be far along. Alright, come here, you little fucker. Oh yeah, Yoda! Baby Yoda is just a baby. Hey, soap! Attempt 16! Jesus Christ. Yeah, you wanna know how many years it's been? It's been years. Fucking years, okay? Years! It's never ending! I got 2 Leafeons. Leafeons. Fairy type again? Yeah, went to want a fairy run. This chat said so. Debbie, am I still alive? Yeah, you're still alive. You're the anchor thing, this thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any fairies on the route, so you might be an anchor forever. Where's me candy at? Candy, candy, candy. Come here, panda. No, we're not gonna be a lumpy goldfish no more. We're gonna be like a blurst noodle? Autogen sprites. Sorry, choking. Gonna learn bite, eh? Let's get rid of play nice. It's been 2 years! Well, 2.5. See? Been a long time. Why not? Enjoy your cancer ball? Leave my cancer ball alone! Alright, is now up to snuff with everyone else. So is Big Daddy. He needs moves though. He's got a shit move pool. Let's go talk to the big daddy no, not you. This way. Upstairs we go! Hope you know that your ghost will not be allowed to pass from the material world unless you complete one of these nuzlocks. I'll be like playing this on my computer from the dead. Guaranteed. Now, panda. No water type moves. Bollocks. Hey, this old man upstairs. Alright, anyone else got anything around here to learn? Let's do it. Let's see what Killer's got. Moonblast? When the fuck did I miss out on that? Oh my god, healing wish, you just kill yourself. Bruh. No blizzard? I missed out a bunch of things. What the fuck? Hey? First things first, let's go get Moonblast. Don't, what do you mean don't use that? Fight me. I will hydrate with the coffee. Remember when you started this, the Pokemon Sprite Fuser was considered the best type of Pokemon Fusion? It took some time for artists to start contributing. Don't you, oh no, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna use the suicide move. Hell nah. I'm kind of scared to get rid of the moves that are like guaranteed hits. But I have to. I might. I might get rid of the other bug type move, whatever the fuck it's called. Petal Blizzard. User stirs up a violent Petal Blizzard, attacks everything around it. Also, wait, is my memory bad? But didn't the move Relearner cost nothing? I think you're thinking of the official games, yeah. In this one, you have to pay $1 grand. Still more of a special attacker than an attacker, so... Even though Petal Blizzard can't really be used. They're the same. Ah! Yes. I leave it like that. Alright, anyone else? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Sorry, I'm just going through each of them. Fire? When the fuck? What? User attacks by breathing a special hot fire that also lowers the target's. Huh? I was never offered any of these. What the fuck? Band Force? User manages somewhere that strike. Give me that. Motherfucker. Hiding these moves from me. And then I want... And then I want Mystic magical fire. I know. You don't really magical leaf. I think I'm gonna eat your magical leaf. I kind of need at least someone that has teleport. I'm a special attacker. Yeah, but it's 90 power. It still does more than the fucking Psy Wave. Ow. Two-turn move. Sorry, one of the 2 turns you can't be hit. Bite me. In King Prawn Land. Not a whole lot of nothing. Fuck metronome, I ain't screwing with that. Hell no. Well, this is what? Metronome, let's go. No, we're not playing Gamba. Not today, I think. Ew, double edge. Hell no. Rough, play rough. The user plays rough but with a target and attacks it. This may also lower the target. No metronome, no! No, I will not metronome. Fuck you. We are not playing Gamba. It could be such a good move. It could be. Oh, it could be such a good move. Actually, don't know what moves you have on you. 595. Sure, why not? Metronome during a team battle. I take everyone down. Metronome, or you lack courage and character. Bite me. A metronome only nuzlocke, bruh. It's an option. It would take so long. Could you imagine it just going through all status moves and not actually like fucking landing an attack? Run 18, only metronome. So I get like next run is a safe run and then the run after is a metronome only run. How am I gonna go about that? Just have a fucking team of Togepi? Yes? I gotta yawn. Excuse me. Shut it, right? Before I shut it for you, buddy. Alright, let's heal and go back to the ship. Azurite, don't start with me! Metronome has really bad rates for damage. Oh, especially since so many moves available. Right? Right? So why would I do a metronome run? Pray tell. Oops, wrong way. No, we got another route that I haven't actually done yet, technically speaking. Technically speaking, I have this cave to plunder? Plunder. plume. A crop plume? God. If I give it a kiss, will it die? I don't know. Let me throw a ball at it. Or moves to kill yourself in Minecraft. Only in Minecraft. Alright, we have the Craplume. Potential to become a fairy of some variety unknown. Wait. Generally, there's only one Pokemon encounter in this section, so you'll be stuck as a Craplume. Anyone want to be a Craplume? Anyone at all? I'm pretty certain there's only one encounter in this cave. Any Craplume lovers out there? Anyone at all? There's 2 in there? Are you sure about that? Up your ass, right? Not nice. You're not being nice. One's really rare. Oh, chance of encounter slim to none. Also, chance of Xenos winning 100%. Oh, we can all die all over again. Just the way, you like it. That's the way. We all just want to die, really. You're just living vicariously through my gameplay. Don't deny it! Nani? Slick Jesse 081, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Oh my god. Killers!
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train! Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train!
How the fuck did you guys stop? What? What happened? What happened? What did you do? You managed to... Wait. What? How did you guys trigger a fucking hype train? Which auto starts trains if they are closed is a way to get more. Yeah, get the money. That's all they care about. Killers! Fuck me! You fucking useless bag of shit! Oh my god, killers! What the fuck is this? I'm not swapping you out. You land this last fucking hit. Yeah, you lazy bitch. They announced it a few months ago? Error. You was trying to get out of this. I see straight through you, buddy. I'll never use it. You are 100% trying to get out of that. I see straight through your laziness. Oh, hiccup burp. Why am I even fighting these guys? Oh, that's right, because they won't let me run away, apparently. I was trying nearly hard enough. Still in my maid outfit. So sad that AA Ron won't evolve for so long. Truly a sad moment. Alright, let's go sleep. Sleep in here. And then we... Alright, that's... Okay. Deck is this way. Oh, yep, there we are. Oh. Ooh. Tough luck there, buddy. God damn. You pulled the short end of the fucking evolution stick, my guy. Let's stop it. Rip that Gallade. I don't want to fuck with this guy. I just want to get past him. Okay. Oh! What is that thing? It was a Gallade Remoraid, I think. I wasn't paying attention to the other half. I just saw the Gallade. Okay. Let's not interrupt Corelli with her girlfriend. Yeah. Just continue on our merry way. I do want this free stuff. A battle fetched. Iron Head. Oops, wasn't paying attention. Why is you spread eagle like that, girl? Put your legs together. Hello, it's Zikari. How you doing? You interrupt us. Interrupt him again. Brick break. Free stuff? No free stuff. You are now making me check something? Ruh-roh, what did I do? Alright, let's not fight if we don't have to. Damn it! How's it going, Kari? Whoa, hello! Ooh, let's not... You don't have any fucking water type moves yet, do you? You useless sod.
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
Thanks for triggering the hype train, you goddamn weirdos. I know. Let's go. Is cool, but it mighty hate shower. You really don't like water, but I don't have a whole lot of water to throw at it. I'll be honest, because my fucking water type ain't got no water, you know? So I might... Alright, Mouse, you're gonna need to mod it a pokey... What? A pokey radar? Honey. Alright, I wanna play with this. Ow. Oh. Kitty kiss. Alright. Your damage not doing very good, Blitz. Not doing very good, Blitz. No, 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 no. No. Oh, buddy! Okay! Can I swap you out? Will it let me? I have a feeling it won't, but I'll try! It won't let me. Falcadeek. Any of these goddamn moves are gonna do nothing but... Mouse, what the fuck? You're fine, you're still alive, stop bitching. What? Oh wait, it does? I swear normally it wouldn't let you because it's the same as like, rap and stuff, but apparently I can, so... Trust me, it will help see the fairy types. How to that? Bug. Alright, I need healing. Yeah, that was like Rap and Whirlpool. Same, but apparently not. You survive till 30? Oh god, you're so fucking picky. I can even get them to 30 currently. I don't think I can get to 30 until after the gym. Oh, is 30 God of War or? I assume so. I have a physical attack and my physical attack is terrible! Whatever, bruh. Why don't you get some more special attack moves then, huh? Why were you only offering me a good physical attack move? Do better. Be better. Be more. Japanese name of Splash is Hot, which is why more than Magikarp can learn it. Oh, then why the hell is it? Bloody localizers fucking with the names, bruh. I'm always scared to use Big Daddy because he's just like a weaker version of Killers at the moment. It's like, why use Big Daddy when I could just use Killers, you know? Like I want to move this item onto MGP. Do I have any water type moves? Yeah. I have water pulse. Will you learn it? Yes, you will. Get rid of Endeavor. Right, and I on the same team, we may throw on purpose, don't you fucking dare, mate. Originally it was just Magikarp, but then they bamboozled themselves. I'm kind of scared to encounter my rival, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the level ranges are at the minute. Pretty sure I have the level caps. Yeah, level caps are on, okay. Oh, not that bag. Do the bag, do the bag. Wrong bag, wrong bag. Alright, let's see, Mr. McGee. Where's the cap? Nope. No. Okay, level 26 is the cap. Okay. Now we know. Ooh, rock slide, you say? Backstab may also make it flinch. Rainy Kiss is a little bit too useful to yeet, so I'm gonna get rid of medical for... Do I even want rock slide though? I know it's a defense against fire types, but preferably I just wouldn't put Zariath out against the fucking fire type, you know? Whatever. Alright. Wish me luck, because I'm gonna fucking need it. Hello, Cheto, son! Please don't kill my children! I love them! Oh, you got a Mew. Of course it's a Mew free, too, so I have to swap my starter out. You fucking wanker. Alright, Zariath, first go, let's go. Wish you bad luck, bye me. He's using my own shit against me and I resent that. Alright, fine. Bye me. Ryark. Ew, what the? Oh, right. He's got the little drill hand to stick in his mouth. I forgot about him. I forgot about this guy. Okay. He flew. Ow. Snub plop. Snub plop. Little guy. Damn. Leadbok. Arbok. Ladybug. There'll be fire types, yeah. Meow. Put King Corn out for a minute. Oh, what the fuck? The design looks really cool, though. Buh. Hell yeah. Nice if I had a fire type. That'd be really nice. It's a pity that I don't. It is itchy. Oh, just like rock tomb it for now. See what happens. Oh, easy. I don't think Twister's any good. Not really! Not really! There is a cut master on board! Oh my, very emo. Very dark. Thank you for the cut. Thank you. Yes. Here, let's pick up his hat. No, I do not want to wear his hat. Probably covered in vom. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Wrong way after I heal. Dog. No. Alrighty. Get the fuck out of my way. Why has Miss Ma'am got text above her head? Oh, a sunstone. Right. Man. I also get a bike thingy from this guy, don't I? Ooh, the thunk. There. Get the bike vouchers. Eevee. Is it Eevee? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Funk. I'm not lost. What the fuck are you on about? I know exactly where I'm going. You just full of shit. Needs bike when you have flying Pokemon because I need a bike before I can fly. Oh, she blows. See if my candy cap has been moved. No, it hasn't. It was worth a shot. Figured I'd take a look. Alright, let's do this fucking thing. I really do wish there was a visual tell, but alas. Why he can see so far ahead? Huh? Why these guys are super, like, far-sighted. They can't see anything that's a little bit further away. She's not lost, she's exploring until she reaches her destination by accident. I will stumble upon it eventually. That's an ice type. That's dangerous for Big Daddy. Ice is super effective against grass, isn't it? Is it super effective against steel? Maybe? I don't remember. I have bad brain, chat. Help. Want help? Alright, fine. Bye-bye. Right, should have known that you would have Mud Bomb. Get a fucking known. All right, what did that do to me? That did 30 damage. I hope he doesn't have anything better than that, because I'm... Keeps avoiding it? And can I not hit him with a rock type move? All right, now I'm tweaking out. Oh, it's 90% accuracy. I'm thinking. Oh, that wasn't very nice. My accuracy just keeps going lower and lower. Oh, hello. Yeah, I didn't think that. I didn't think that would do very good, however. Why would you swap out for a Jitik in this situation? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever, bro. Do I send Blitz up? No. Don't die, Blitz! Thank you for not dying. Appreciate it. Yep, stay alive. Oh, not endure, you pain in the dick! Get out, Blitz! Hell yeah. You are now maxed out. Oh. Quick heal because I'm a pussy. I'm scared. I don't want to lose any more people. I've already lost Naramius in this stream. Okay. Can you mix a mixed Pokemon together? At the moment, the only Pokemon I have free to fuck around with are water types. I ain't got anything else to mix around, essentially. Alright, go back to pressing buttons. Plant! Oh, code. Ah! Of course it's not here. Rookie numbers, in my opinion. We should increase the gravestones. No! I refuse. Where's the leaf? Ha! Didn't even go anywhere. His face is a little bit munted, but the design concept is good, I feel like. For the Ram Ray. God, where the fuck is it? It's gonna be the lucky last one I go to check. Oh my god. Hey, look, a button! Nah, I fucked it up. Ooh. Ooh. I fucking hate this. This is the most stupid minigame of all, I swear to God. Pure dumb luck. Ah! That one or that one. 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 Ooh, that one. Yay! Found it. See, Pyko would have had me get the wrong one. They're trying to set me up. This is why I never try. Oh God. Oh God, Colas, no. Colas, come back. Colas! Come back, Colas! She's stuck, no! Is she gonna be supervising the rest of the gym leader is running! They are running! They saw all the waifus and she's just like, nah, fuck this shit. I ain't fighting a Guna. She's like, I'm out. Hell no. Alright, she gone? I can only imagine how a fusion with other fusion would look like. I need heal. Ha! Itchy ear hole. Sorry, I just suddenly had a really bad itch. Finger me ear hole. Let's go. Okay. Woo! that hit me suddenly. Whoop, no, I already got that. Thank you. It's Gengar all over again. This game has been glitched to hell and back. It truly is the run, chat. Gengar kept us supervised. Now Colas is gonna supervise the gym battle, I think, maybe. We'll find out if she's still there. Is she still barked? No, she gone. So sad. Alright, who's gonna be my lineup is gonna be the question. Like I want... Oh, it's gonna be hard! Blitz, Killers, Zariath, I think. Maybe. MGP, hell no. I'm not putting a water type up against the fucking electric dim. Do you think I'm suicidal? I'm not. Alright, 3 entries. Let's go. Oh, Colas. What's the fucking poison type is the first one? Bitch. Riot. Can I rock slide you? Let's find out. Wrath really need to work on their aim. Nothing do. Ooh, nothing do nothing. I've been magic. Let's see how this goes. Stop blocking me! Very effective. Let me kiss you a couple of times. Ow! Fuck! Alright, Jesus, why were you saving that till last minute? God darn! We both healed. Why are they saving the... This is frustrating. Whatever, I guess. That's an annoying amount of damage. It's like, just enough to make me question my choices. Ooh, buddy. Fuck it. What for rocks when you can just throw a whole mountain? Yay! If he gets a crit, I'm fucked. No crit, we're fine. You bitch! You keep doing what I'm doing and not that! Oh, you pain in the ass. Tell you what, fucking... I'm gonna paralyze heal and he immediately, like, re-paralyze me. Bet. One crit and Zariath is gone. There's a war of attrition! Ah, I hate this. Is so annoying. Oh my god. Fucking Jesus! We will not die! Death was never an option! What happened? I said to heal. Why didn't I heal? Fucking god. tried to full heal. Did I? Did I? That's what I get for just spamming buttons, man. Burn in hell. Aria Via. I have no idea what that is. Hey. We're done. The fairy run is done, man. Unless Killers comes clutch. Which might happen! Or a dial. Are you kidding me, right? Oh well, I guess I just don't have a Use the full hit. Bite me! Bite me! Bite me! Bite me! I got into a pattern and then the pattern betrayed me. I might be fucked if I don't have a Zariath, I'll be honest. And sorry, Blitz. Man, I got away for 1 second. Where the fuck did you leave for a gym? We know the rules. If you leave while I'm doing a battle, everyone always dies. Yeah. Oh, fucking damn it. Obviously. You made a custom sprite, didn't you? No, wait, no, my brain. Hello, you guys gotta. My brain. You were excited to be a waifu. No waifu for you. We got a blitz. We got a dead blitz. Yes, yes, yes. Brain mixing people up. I'm so bad today. Blitz and who else did I just kill? I literally have forgotten. Zariath. I didn't make one. I've had one prepared. Well, hello. Damn it! It was the Aaron dude. Yep. Yeah, it was. Oh yeah, it was. Oh, buddy. Buddy, let's add another fairy grass. I'm sure that'll be fine, right? This is fine. This is a perfectly good team. Perfectly reasonable team. Well-rounded, you know, all that good stuff. Ay, caramba! Vex, are you carrying another pearl? No. Vex, what are you carrying around? Was I worried? What are you worried about, Mika? What? My hair back, Killers. My hat. Yum. No. No, we're not learning that either. 26. That's awfully useful. Kinda still need Rock Smash for a little bit. Might teach you Refresh in a minute. Let's see where the cap's at. Sorry, hiccup burp. 1, 32, 33. We still going, bud. 34. 35? Oh, revolving.
Oh, look at you, you're flying.
I went to the zoo today and saw something as a tree topper. Oh god, a triangle with a single eye and it wasn't you. No! They're everywhere. I forgot what it's called. Illuminati! Why you got pants? I don't like it. Oh, we keep this one. Oh, hey, I'm still alive for now. You're a baggy! Hi, Raiders! You're a big... I've gathered as much. Thank you. Thank you, Raiders, for informing me of the raid. You are, in fact, being raided. Is it my blondness? The blonde giveaway that I might need to be educated on what a raid is? Thank you for the raid! How's everyone? Thank you for the follows, Zoth58. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Don't worry about the gravestones. Don't worry about it. I definitely didn't just murder 2 Pokemon to the gym because I'm a fucking idiot and used the wrong item. And we Astro Kitty as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. What was the baggy stream today? Has he finally acquired a belt to keep his baggy pants up? They still baggy? Do we need to get a seamstress in? What? Happy? It's not my birthday. Not my birthday. It's almost Jesus's birthday. Ooh. Max got their wish. They're finally, they actually finally get to join the party. They're not just stuck in the box permanently. Still gotta go level up Baby Yoda too. What does Dragon Breath do? Oh, a Dragon Fairy. Okay. The Feint Attack, I guess. The pants stay baggy. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though, chat? That's the question. Where's Baby Yoda? Mr. Pog. Oh, shit. Okay, Baby Yoda's evolving. That was quick. Still baggy. Baggy as ever. Oh, we're so cute. You better keep me alive long enough for me to fight myself. Hey, Varen, how you doing? Did I miss Baggy's messages? What were you guys doing? The baggier your pants, the better. That's what I say. Oh, yeah. If you can't feel the wind flap your pants around, what good are they? Hey, Stealthy! What's this about there is no birthday. There never was a birthday. We're not even halfway to my birthday yet. Hold up. Happy birthday montage now. Let's go! It's just gonna be a montage of all every single death ever in my Nuzlocke. Me! Yes, sir! Face on the crotch. Don't look at it! Don't look at it! Alright, where is your chat though, Vex? Vex. Here you are! Boop. I gotta get back to making these little guys. One day, when my 2.0 debuts in July, we'll do it then. Summer long marbles. Are you guys were playing marbles? Nice. I have such bad fucking runs in marbles. The only streams I ever seem to like win in marbles is Krelly streams. Everyone else I just lose nonstop. I ain't got no goddamn luck. Oh. Happy birthday and or not birthday. Happy halfway to the next year, yeah. Owlicious. Owlicious High School? Thank you for the follow. What does the HS mean? Because as soon as I see HS, I just think high school. What does that mean? Hearthstone. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Happy room evictions, I gotta wonder, like, you know, sometimes people, like, the babies are born way too early, like we're called premming. Should we just count their birthday as being, like, when their birthday should have been? Because technically, like, they might be a month or two early, so I feel like they're kind of cheating about their age. They're not actually 18 when they turn 18 and can drink alcohol. It's a lie. It's a fucking stitch-up. Have a quality day. Got VIP because of marbles. Oh, that's right! Yeah! Yours was the marbles game. That was last subathon. Last subathon? Yeah. I tried to drop the HS, but there's already an Owlicious. God damn it. Like, I want it to be Sneaky Mouse, but Sneaky Mouse has already taken an inactive account, mind you, which pisses me off so bad. I'm like, it's right there and I can't have it. I'm not stealthy, I'm sneaky, it's different. That's called a due date. I know, but, can't. I feel like it's cheating. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Ah! Magical leaf. Let's get rid of that one. Well, if they're overdue, are they procrastinators? Like, any child that is born, like, overdue is either marked immediately as either lazy or probably ADHD. They didn't realize. It's like, oh, shit, sorry. I'm time blind. I didn't see it. Sneaky, shut up, Azurite. I'm a mouse. Dog complain. No. Procrastination birth. No, it was executive dysfunction. No one in their right mind just skips the day of their birth, you know? It has to be a dysfunction thing. This attack inflicts big damage on a sleeping target. Also wakes the target up, however. Here. I've got 3 grass fairies. I'm fucked, man. I'm in so much trouble. Minimize. Oh, what kind of dog? I have a blue heeler! An Australian cattle dog. I was going to say Australian shepherd then, but that's wrong. Australian cattle dog. He's a little bluey. He's a big bluey. He grew way bigger than he was supposed to. He was supposed to be the size that he grew to, but alas, that's what I got. Every mother I know who's overdue is like, dear God, get this thing out of here. I feel like that's every woman by about like 8 months preggers. They're like, nah, I'm done already. Like, they start doing the whole like bouncing around thing. Like, I'm ready for this baby to get the fuck out of me. Sword power, let's not win that one. Mr. Pog. In order to evolve him again, I have to use a moonstone, do I not? Aromatherapy, eh? The baby just want to sleep in. They're not ready to wake up and go outside. You gotta be fair, all right? The baby's gotta sleep a lot. It's just easier to sleep in someone else's womb where they don't have to manage their temperature. Oh shit! I was supposed to ruin my mother's body today. No, if you delay it, you can do even more damage. They're delaying the payoff. I think I stayed with my mum for like an extra week. I don't know for myself, to be honest. You know what's sad? Both of my older sisters got baby books and I didn't get nothing. No baby book for stealthy. My mum always says like, oh yeah, I decided, because she calls it desexing. She got desexed after me. She's like, oh yeah, I got it perfect by the last one, so I was like, I won't have any more. I was like, either that or you're so fucking traumatized by giving birth to me, you said never again. Because I don't have a baby book. I don't have many baby photos. The other two do. What about me? What about me, man? Sure hope you don't stumble upon another fairy dragon. Replace me. I don't think that's too likely. Hydrate, but I will hydrate on my matcha. Since that heals will satisfy my use effect of the whole party. Ooh. That's pretty good. I'll get rid of round. Flint, can you shut up with your bickering over there? My God. God damn, mouse terrorizing her mum says, I was a terrible grandchild too. I don't know how many of you people have heard this, but my grandma used, like, as she got older, she moved in with my mum. I used to terrorize that poor old woman. I like jump scaring her for one, and for two, I used to call her a turkey, okay? I would, you know how you have, like, when you get older, you get the little baggy, biggly bits under your, where you might have a double chin if you're overweight. You get all baggy under there. Well, I used to go up to my nan and, like, flick it back and forth and be like, I little 7-year-old stealthy walking up to grandma, like sneaking up, acting all cute, and all of a sudden I'd like flick her neck skin. I'd be like, and then just to add insult to injury, I would lift her arm up and get the flappy bit of skin under her upper arm and flap that and be like, fly, Nan! Fly! I don't know how that woman didn't hate my fucking guts, dude. Rude as hell. She laughed. It's alright. It's alright. I was meant to be a May baby, and now I'm a June baby. You just hanging in there. You're like, nah, I need to wait for the next season. And it was right. I died. Was it at least in a funny way? I mean, I got distracted and pressed buttons without paying attention. Does that count as funny? I don't know if I technically want Ice Fang. No. Let's get you up to 30. Why not? Come on, Big Daddy. Big Daddy! Need to keep cut on you, sadly. Stop complaining, dude! No! You're bitching and you're moaning. I'm dead. How did I miss this? I was doing so good keeping you alive and you would have made it, but I didn't realize I'd clicked on a full heal instead of a fucking water. Oh, darling, you look fabulous. Very retro. Oh, you're huge. Okay. Beauvoir are often viewed as heralds of summer. That doesn't give a very summer vibe, but okay. The invigorating auras breathing life into the plants, Pokemon alike. They are also highly prized by aristocratic trainers. Their elegant appearances are lending a different dignified air to summer. Your balls! Swamp balls! Alright, anyway. I don't remember what level Swirlix becomes a whatever the fuck. I think it was level 35. 9. Yeah, will get rid of the fairy wind. I was supposed to be bored out of when your mum just cross her legs a little bit longer. Like, what? What do you mean supposed to be? Hang on, I'm getting sweaty. I have to take my hoodie off. I'm sweating. Help. Sweet baby. So much dog hair in this house. Shedding season. Ah! Sorry, I'm just tearing myself. Want a few days early. Ah, so she started doing jumpy jumps. Okay. I was like, I did not neglect. I was just not paying close enough attention. I have a moonstone, I'm pretty sure. Use. There you go. These junkers. No, Flint. Stop you bitching. No. No. We're outside. I don't fucking think so. Enough. Naughty boy. Flint. This dog of mine, I swear to God. Alright, just a second. I'm just gonna... outside. Ow! Back at my window, bitch, in about 2 seconds. Because he's decided the outside isn't as good as he thought it was. What the dog doing? Complaining. He hates me talking to light boxes. Don't like the light box? Best fucking Bass Pro Shop, you buddy. Try me. Okie dokie. What are you carrying? Oh, an Oran berry. I would have given that to you ages ago. La 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 la. La 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 la. king prawn cannot evolve until I get a shiny stone. I'm pretty certain MGP is at level 35. Okay. The team is teaming, bro. The team is teaming. Now, we gotta backtrack to where the fossils be at. Oh. Hello, Theodore. Goodbye. I was barely going at all. This game is so scuffed at the moment. Why does the sprite keep on? What is happening? Oh, I just realized your hat needs moving. Perfect. Hell yeah. Anyone else getting a hat today? Rip Metal Gear Panda. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I feel like you're perfect for a mushroom. Where do I put it? That's, oh, nope, not there. Yeah? Put it there. Why not? I give you pretty flowers, darling. It's perfect. Wrong button again. Nope. No. Yes. Button again. This poor creature. You also give mushroom vibes. In the middle of a swirly whirly? Honey? Oh, honey. Cinder! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! My name, I forgot what my intro used to be. Chat, I haven't done a raid intro since I got sick. I forgot what it was. What did I used to say when people raided? I forgot. Something about not being stealthy. I don't remember. I gotta rejig that so. No!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make a damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
The intro was when people followed. There was a raid message. I forgot.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Are you good in fucking Finnish, son? Are you good? Are we good? How was stream, Cinder? How was the Cinder stream? It's the Bass Pro Shop! No, it's not. I'm rejig a new raid intro because I legit can't remember nothing.
Yeah, I touch grass. I got my hand on my bush right now.
No. Just no. No. Okay? What's that? Don't do it. Ah, fuck! I sensed it! I sensed it! I knew it! I knew it was coming!
title, please, bro. Please, please, please.
My name is Stealth Rat. I love Bass Pro Shop, and I have put a lot of my chat 6 feet under in Pokemon Nuzlocke. Still hasn't been 5 people. Still hasn't been 5. Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
What a game show.
He's a hero and a mother.
Pregnant Sonic play. Sonic.
I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that step up. Dr. Eggman is an old good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic.
Let me out.
Gotta go fast.
Let me out.
Gotta go fast.
Let me out.
Gotta go pregnant.
British Nero has me trapped.
There's nothing wrong with me.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm on the other end. I'm on the other end. Flex, put your wallet away. Fuck.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really ain't the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this bitch makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has to prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at the Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at the Pro Shop. I don't understand.
That's amazing. That's really, really cool. Everyone loves a Bass Pro Shop. Whippy. I must tell my truth though, I fucking hate fishing. That shit's boring. Boring as hell. The payoff is not worth it. I don't give a fuck. Thank you! Is it over? I suspect as much, hopefully, baby. I'm free! Free falling! Content! This is not... Baron, this is not content. Fuck it, the V's. There's V's everywhere. V for virgin. Claudia. Alright, let's get through this. I need a... wood axe, I think. Got his axe, I think. Disney? Or a saw? Something. I didn't do anything! Alright, you got a V in your name, it counts. Alright, we're out. Fuck this shit, huh? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the shares! Like that old man's pink flowers. Oh, what the fuck? Does Fomantis become fairy type, chat? Does it? Or nah? No? Fuck. Little grass. What a bitch. What a bitch! No, it seems like some of the updates have snuck through to my game. I'm so confused. Because that thing didn't work before, and now all of a sudden I can encounter Pokemon in the flowers, and I couldn't before, and I'm so confused. Glass. Much glass, eat ass. Here you go, some pink flowers. Oh my god, wait. Can Oricorio be turned into a fire type? Can Oricorio be turned into a fire type? Can Oricorio be turning into a fire type? Chat. I need a fucking fire type so bad. I I need it. Yes! Oh my god, we're gonna get this fucking Oricorio, I swear to god. Ew. He okay? I think he's okay. He's only level 11, so it's not like he's gonna kill me. Alright. Oh, berries! Yeah, give me that. Motherfucker, try to stop me. Oh, didn't mean to do that. My bad. The other way. Alright. Here you go, and I'll be back for you in a minute. I've been such a fool. She blah 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 blah. Okay. I'm gonna get that fucker so bad. You ain't seen nothing yet. The Oricorio will be mine. Oh, I didn't get my flute from you. My bad. Give flute, please. Have a dome fossil. Gotta talk to this ma'am over here. Trigger this event. Yep. See you on the other side. Whoop. Sorry. Mighty busy with my side quests, chat. Hey, yo. Getting ready for a fight. I don't know, I'll give it a kiss. Big Daddy really got a bad lineup, I'd say. I try Psychic next, even though it's not very good against poison, I think? Whatever. Oh, never mind, I got it around the wrong way. Esprit? Oh, I like it! It's fire type though. It'll get Panda, it's your chance to prove yourself to me. Technically, I could send King Prawn out right now because of the rock type against the fire type, but I'm gonna let you prove yourself. Do a good job, motherfucker. Even if you're a munted little creature. Good jump! Give all the bricks. I'm bricked up and I'm ready to go. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna switch killers. Bug type. I don't have any fire type! Oh, hum. Who will I put up against the bugs? Maybe I'll just let Vex do it, fuck it. Why not, eh? Why not? Oh, right, egg. Little venipede egg. Right. Wait! Might be able to learn Fire Fang, we reckon? Hang on, what was the game show that you were doing? Cinder, come back! I got ADHD. What was the what was the game show thingy you were talking about? No tiny mushrooms, no. And tell her, shut up, Catherine. No one asked you. Is your name Cinder? No. Yeah, so it's broken up in here. Arigatos. Alright, come here, fuckers. Why they look like they're about to ninja kick me? Alright, this is double battles, my bad. away, give him away. Pet hair on my fingers! Ah! Or whatever. Fire burning. Swap components. Yeah, this is fine. Don't worry about it. I would put fucking Zariath up, but I don't have a Zariath anymore, do I? Not mad about it. I was like, am I still alive? Yes, you are. Ah, hiccup up. I don't know why I assumed Rock Tomb would be able to hit both at the same time. Flint, for the love of God, Jesus! Bees! This the bees! Have you ever felt a bee? Okay, I think the most traumatic experience I had with a bee was when I stepped on a bee once and it was stuck to its little stinger, and then I lifted my foot up so it was already burning like fuck because of the bee, but then because it was stuck I could feel it go flapping on the bottom of my foot side to side trying to break free. I was like, bleh. Had to knock it out of my foot. That was weird. I love Beedrill fusions. To be or not to be, that is what, yeah, right. Beedrill fusions do look pretty good. Hello, ADHD, so bad today. What? The Charging Fox! How you doing? And whose fault is that? Definitely Zariah's fault. Barrett, thank you for gifting that soap. And Argon, thank you for the bitties. It's been a while. How have you been? I've been okay lately, at least. Yay! Been alright. I've been alright. Trying to get on top of commissions whilst also just sleeping the fucking days away. Well, Krelly was a Pokemon for a second there, but no, it's a Krelly. It's a Krelly. Wasp stung the back of my neck when I was like 5 visiting an uncle. Ugh. I've been stung by a wasp twice. One time it literally chased me down on my fucking push bike. Yeah, it literally chased me down on my push bike, smacked into the back of my helmet, smacked into the back of my neck, stung me on the neck, and then 3 times down my back before I managed to flick it out from my shirt. Bastard of a thing. That sting hurt. Let's make us some space. The pog for a minute. Egg in the fusion photo section. Kabuto. No, I don't want to give nickname to Kabuto because it's gonna be fusion photo. Have a claw fossil. Little guy. It's just a little guy. I haven't got stung by any of them. I am hoping to stay that way forever. Those few unlucky people that, like, after the first sting they become allergic, but they don't know until the second sting, and then they just have a fucking anaphylactic attack. Bruh. As a kid on the bus, I once felt a stinging pain in my thumb, but didn't look down until it was about to get off. Looked down and I'd been pressing my thumb into a hornet for that poor hornet was just like, please, bro, leave me alone! Leave me alone! I got bit by Black Widow. Woo! When I was little, but somehow just shrugged off the venom. I don't know how, but I'm not gonna complain about surviving. I hear like a lot of people that end up passing from Black Widows and stuff like that is because they also have an allergic type response to it. Never understood Nuzlocke. You get a Pokemon per route, right? But if you kill or crit or whatever, you just don't get a Pokemon that route? Yup. That's just to make it harder, because Pokemon game's easy otherwise. Go out the other side to go get the blue flowers, and then I gotta come back so I can get an Oricorio, turn it into a fire type Oricorio. Wait, do I still have teleport? Can I teleport? No, I can't. I'm not allowed to teleport yet. Okay. That's after the next gym, I think. Was I saying something and then got distracted? Probably. Everyone has their own interpretation. Yeah, you kind of like bend the rules. Yes, H2O. What is it? Mouse, I find huntsman spiders fascinating. Can you send me one? No, I cannot legally send you one. People try to smuggle animals out of Australia so often because they're like super expensive in international markets. But no, very, very, very illegal. Alright, I was after the flowers, which I have to head upwards for. Blue flowers. Blue flowers. Hello. Whee. Ah, fuck. Aww. It's so cute! Let's see, if you could time travel, what would you tell... you? Oh, I thought we were going back. We're gonna go forward. Who beat Nuzlocke? I don't know, what good can past me say anything to future me, but... How many routes are usually in a Pokemon game? Yeah, I don't know. But also, like, overworld encounters, generally you can catch as well, so that's another level of demons. Okay, so I can't get that. Come on. Zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Blue flowers! Papa! Get my bike while I'm here. Personally, Australian creatures can stay where they are. Pussy. Also, you need a Pokeradar. That was the other thing we were talking about. How to get Pokeradar. Yes, well, I don't need it, but I do want it. Gimme. Oh, a water stone. Nice. Okay. Now we go back to... Did I delete teleport? Okay, so I deleted teleport. Hang on a minute. Maybe I can teleport. Hog. Do a quick attack. Teleport? I can! Yapple! Get on the fucking jump. Much faster! Hell yeah! You old man. Now give me the Oricorio! Was that me, Mouse? I am beautiful! Yeah! Yes, it's you. Oh, it just forced itself up. Okay. It just forces itself upon you. I'll take it. I guess we won't name this one yet, simply for the fact that it needs to be fused, so you can just go into PC. Alright. Now make sure to feed Orika plenty of nectar from all the colored flowers. Okay. Hang on. Do I have to... Hang on. I need the red! The red! Red! Give red nectar! Can no collect now? Do I have to have Oricorio on me to collect the nectar? I was collecting just fine before. What happened? We have too many snakes in Florida. Just look at that one crazy Florida guy that yoinks them by the neck. Yeah, we got a fuck ton of snakes here in Australia too. Sneaky snacks. Alright, just gonna yoke Vex for a minute. You go there. Get out of the way, Crowley! I like snakes. I like snakes when they can't kill you at the moment's notice. Aha! There you go. Now you should be fire type. Yep. Alright, beautiful. Now I gotta get you attached to a fairy at some point. Anyone wanna play magical bodies and become fire fairy? Either Big Daddy or Mr. Pog would be nice, since I have so many fucking grass types. Big Daddy, you wanna become cross? I feel like that would be a good fusion. So let me just move you to the fusion fodder section. Get rid of your bay leaf. You make a grass fire type? Hang on a minute. Let's replace something. Are you... Oh, thank fuck. Okay, so fairy is just... Okay, no. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to be fire fairy and you'd end up being flying fairy. No, we're good, we're good, we're good. The fucking mushroom just floating. It looks like you're gonna fucking... you're gonna high kick the mushroom. Beautiful. We go. Oh, you got a net. Very goth of you. Oh my. Got no legs. What happened to your legs? Oh, it's a bird cage. Okay, I get it now. Got a few choices. I don't like the beak. What the fuck is the beak? That one's nice. That one. There's so many. What the fuck? Okay. All right, Big Daddy, you have choices. Lucas Deal, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Guardian. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. You want this one? Okay, that's easy. I was about to say, I can... It makes no sense since grass is weak to fire, so how would that even work? Yeah, I needed a fire fairy. Their mesmerizing dances are the result of intense practice. It's best not to interrupt their training. They've been known to stomp toes when annoyed. Copy the foe's ability, repeats another Pokemon's dance move immediately. We want Trace or Dancer? Dancer could be useful. But Trace would also be useful for, like, going up against, say, electric Pokemon that have, like, the move where they can, like, absorb water or whatever. Yebo! Have a good day! Thank you for popping by! Dink-a-dunk! Paying attention. Nice to get to meet you, Stealthy Mouse! I have heard wonderful things about you. I see you have been with Grelly Killers and Cinder! Bestest friends. I think Trace would be the better one. I feel like Trace is the best one here. I reckon. The Chanting Fox! Pick a color! Every screen I look at, you're a different fucking color! You're a green on one screen, yellow on another screen. What are you doing to me? Huge power made Azumarill great. It'll make anything great. Okay, so I think I'll keep the Trace then. I think that's the better one. Neutral, I'll keep neutral because Fine. Growl? No. Heck and no. helping? No. Be pretty low level. Air cutter. I don't have any. Alrighty, look at the floating mushroom. Alright, nickname, rename. Wait, no, I'm gonna get it. It's Big Daddy, you idiot! Big Daddy. Marie, let's change your hat. I want to put the flowers on you as well. The flowers. Flowers? Flowers? In the hair. In the hair. Yes, yes, yes. I like you. I like you. Alright, now I gotta level you up again. Alright. X back. Oh wait, I need to leave an empty spot to go pick up a fossil. What the hell you been, Lucas? Hope you've been enjoying your day. You can remember moves now, by the way? Yeah, probably. I'll go do that in a second. What am I doing in here? Candy, that's what I'm doing in here. Draining Kiss is definitely better than Disarming Voice. Don't want Double Slap. Mine? No, I don't want that. Eater Dance. Wobbly Dance confuses Pokemon around it. Tempting, tempting. I'll get rid of Disarming Voice for now. Probably forget it sooner in a minute anyway. It's nighttime. Good night. You keep changing colors to judge me. I'm judging. Pick a color. You fickle little creature. Go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. I sleep well. And I've never changed colors in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Roost, you say? Alright. Wait, I got teleport, numbnuts. Teleport, teleport. Is my... God, I have been playing with atoms and acid for research all day long. God, damn. Got all the way down to the atomic level. What you doing? What's the research? I won't tell anyone, I swear. Alright, give me the Anorith. That nickname, he is fusion fodder. My fusion fodder. What is in there? Look, we got a nice collection of fusion fodder now. Lots of water types. Lots of water types. And Vex can rejoin the group. Now I got all me fairies. Sorry, itchy. Yes, ma'am. Okie dokie. Only one that's not fancy dressed is Metal Gear Panda. Rip, buddy. Rip, bozo. I'm so sorry, Panda. It's not you. It's me. No. Just until you're more beautiful than you are now. No. Reasons. And I'm still none of them! Damn straight. That's because my fusion fodder doesn't get a name until it gets fused. Sits nameless in the box, awaiting the time. Can I just, like, I'm curious. We can go to, I can just take a look. Hang on, I want to save just in case this fucks something up. I'm just gonna save. I want to see Big Daddy in each form. Ah, you're stunning, Big Daddy. Look at you. I'll be with you in a minute, Flint. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, they're both amazing. Damn. Flint. Oh my god, I have to go get that done. Dog of mine. Alright, let's see Zappy style. What does this look like? I should really move him to the top. What the? I think they did this form a little bit dirty. I'm not gonna, why has he got a mustachio? Oh, that's cute. We got a cheerleader one, another cheerleader. They're all cheerleaders. We got a male cheerleader versus a female. Okay. I like that one. I also like that one. Alright. Last but not least is pink, whatever the pink one is. Guessing psychic? Oh! Taula! The bird beaks creep me out. I like that one. Alright, let's change back fire, because that's what I need. Let's go to the move, remember. Atom prober tomography for magnetically annealed metals. Interesting. I wish I could say I knew exactly what that meant, but I don't. Alright. Daddy? You got Moonblast in here. No fire moves at all, I see. Okay. Well, I'll take the Moonblast. Get rid of the roost. Me too! Just like, I'm making it up. It's like, oh, yippee! No. Everyone here knows what they can know. Spotlight. The user shines a spotlight on the target so that only it will be attacked. Alright, that's everything. I have to teach you some sort of fire type move. Come on. Got nothing. I don't have any fire type moves. Ah! I have a fire type Pokemon now, but no fire type moves on it. That is pain and suffrage if ever I've seen it. Bruh. What level do you learn a fire type move? Like, huh? Oops, didn't mean to go into the hotel. Teleport. Thing I had to do in another town. Oh, that's right. I had to go get that Torkoal. To the Torkoal! Worst comes to worst, I'll have to fuse you with the Torkoal and you'll be a turtle Gardevoir and it'll be great. And you'll be beautiful. Get this Torkoal. Hello. Yes. Oh, no, not giving it a name yet. Easy! Easy done. Alright, we got a Torkoal backup fire type if I need. Next mission. Oh, go. Fine. Okay. Well, hang on. How are my balls going? Might get some more, just in case, since we're going into a new zone. About to get some freshies. And more is always a good idea. Some more super potions, probably also a good idea. Sell, I got a nugget and like some revives and stuff, I think. Nugget. Corals. Sold cheaply? Rip off. Drops. Pretty certain the rare bone could be sold to collectors, so I'll keep that one. Don't want your poisonous mushroom, thank you very much. What? I didn't mean to exit. A revive to sell. Okie dokie. Save. Ah, spine crunch! Oh, that hurt. Alright, who's front and center? King Prawn, should I keep you there? Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh. Hello. Oh, Madame's not gonna pick a fight? Or is he? Nice. Free stuff. Okay. Oh my god, there's free stuff everywhere! Hell yeah! Okay, this guy's gonna be my first fight. Ooh! Nicer. Ooh, lovely breeze coming in the door. Window. Aww. I have a feeling that King Prawn is going to slowly become redundant simply because I can't evolve that fucking Togepi any further! Oleora. Killers. Iguanas. Ooh, that's not what I thought it was. You ugly. Can you hear me just spamming the enter key, trying to make her hurry up? Ratandi! Wow, I definitely don't have any of those. Oh no. Hey, we got the female version of the thing that I have. Yeah. Very win. Yeah, that didn't do very good, did it? It was worth a shot. You don't have any fucking fire moves! Ah! Whatever, I'll send you out. Good luck. No dying. Owie. Ooh, blast. Good enough, I say. RT World? Oh! Oh, an odd. Oh! Oh, hang on. No. No. Simple, please. Thank you for the lurk, Pure Husk Cat. I appreciate it. All right. Good rain. Hey. Oh. We're fine. We got this. Got him, poggers. And there goes the dog. I just realized Mr. Pog doesn't have any fairy type moves. I have to see what that dog's barking at. Be right back. It wouldn't unmute me, huh? I think something just scared him awake and so he was paranoid. He's like, oh, la, la, la. La, la, la. As you do. Alright, done and done. Oh, one left. What the fuck? I love a boogie nose. Who, Flint? He started barking and losing. Like, he has a different barks. He used his alert bark, like, someone's there! Really loud, continuous bark. But I think he was just asleep on the couch and something startled him awake, like a noise. Could have just been me moving around startled him. Special little creature he is. I've got pizza Pringles. Okay, I've never heard of pizza Pringles before. I'm not gonna lie. I'll fucking bite you. Bite my goddamn foot. I don't have a ghost type anymore to like to cheat. I don't have a ghost type to cheat with. Damn it. Berry moves. Your HP is a little bit low, so I don't want to try it with you. You don't have any fairy moves either! Vex it is. Noctrachi. We got another Jirachi and knocked out combo. Jirachi. See, I would send out Big Daddy, but he has no fire type, so it's pointless. Punch! Got him. He looks like he's seen some shit though. Alright. Yeah! Alright, we're finally in the new zone. Heal. Okay. Ah, fuck! Back fingering the buttons, man! Alright, Route 9, here we go. It's gonna be up front. Ah, fuck it, I'll just leave King Prawn up front at the moment. Who we got? Oh, finally a fire type move! Yes, please. Please! Oh, I knew it. I knew it wouldn't let me. Boss. A whale mask, you say? Level 15. Why are you so low leveled? Why do I have... Oh, rabbit is trash, but someone might like it. Why do I have just a singular boot? You can't learn what? What's the fucking point? It doesn't even have the goddamn signature move that should be like changed with the type. It doesn't even have that. What? Well, I guess I'm changing Big Daddy to be fused with the Torkoal at this rate. Alright, we got a whale mask. We don't know if we're gonna get swapped out for a fairy or not. Exclamation mark ticket to be a whale mask or whatever fairy I happen to encounter next. Revelation dance. Flare would be cool, yeah, but I have to find one. Where the fuck do we learn when do we learn revelation dance exactly? Where mask? Would H2O be interested? Are you being a piggy bitch, H2O? We have a whale mask. Level 69, I call bollocks on you, Panda. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you little cretin. Be back. Kind of a creepy whale, he's a little bit skinny. He's on a GLP-1. Alright, a little bit of Ozempic. It's good, it's good. Don't worry about it. It's better for his health that way. Draw a winter? McKeg! You're not a keg no more. You're just a little skinny guy. He's a little guy. For now. Alright, let's see if I can find a fairy. That's not a fairy. Also, King Prawn is in danger being in the front here by the looks of it. Oh, I got excited for a second there. It looks cool! It looks so fucking cool! But there's no fairy typage there. It's so sad. Look at it though, man! Yeah, wow. No, it looks so fairy. It looks so fairy, but it's not, is it? That's not a fuck. It's rock ice and then just pure psychic, isn't it? I'm so mad. I can't have that, can I? I can't have it. Hey, Sonic. How you doing? How's the pregnancy? Man, it looks so fucking fairy. God damn it. But I want it too. Another false flag. Fuck. Alright. I just keep hunting. We have a fairy! There's a fucking fairy! Okay, we got a fairy. We got a fairy. Calm down, chat. Calm down, chat! Calm down. Be calm, be calm, be calm. We got it. We got this fairy. Fucking fairy. Fucking fairy! Come on! Don't be like this. Don't be like this, Sillup. You could have fused the 9,000. No, because that's breaking the nuzlocke rules that I've set up. Yes! Alrighty. Held acquired. McKeg is now a Sillup. Synthesis? What that do again? And... oh my god. Hey! Why does that look familiar? I feel like I know that one. I like that one. That one's cute. BC? Yes. Okay, we have Fairy. We have Fairy. I'm not bald, I have a perfectly good set of hair. Yeah. I have been bald since the steroids. Thank you very much. Alright, you are fusion fodder, so go back to the fusion fodder box. Alright. Mikeg. You got choices, buddy. I feel like staying as you are would probably be the best choice. When Empoleon evolves, it turns into a water steel type, right? So you're eventually going to be a fairy steel. I recommend staying as you is. But you also have the choice of fusing with either the Yam Mask or Whale Lord here. Or any of the Pokemon I have here. Omanite, Love-Disc, Wooper, Kabuto, Bayleaf, Torkoal, I'm in desperate need of a fire type. Anorith, or this is Venipede hiding in there. So them's your choices. Fairy Steel is a great combo. Ask Tinkatung. Yeah, the last Fairy Steel I kind of killed, but in my defense, I don't have a defense. I want to be Fire Fairy. You are Fire Fairy. Wasn't he making? I was considering it if he doesn't mind turning into a turtle Gardevoir. There's the Piplup. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna release this form then. Be gone. Yeah. Sure, why not? Okie dokie. If you're sure about it, I'm gonna have to fucking level you up again. Oh. Okay. License. Oh, all those levels. Hello? There goes. Oh! Hello, madame! Mommy? I'm sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Alright, what the fuck? The face. I think I know which one we're keeping. I think we all know which one it's gonna be. Its umbrella radiates heat to keep it warm while shielding its body from volcanic ash in the air. It's known for being elusive, walking out from the smoke screen it billows and vanishing into the same clouds. Yo. Drought turns the sunlight harsh if it is in battle. Ooh. Ho, ho, ho. I feel like Drought would be the better one for this particular Pokemon, for the fire type-ish whole thing, because when sunlight's harsh, that increases fire type ability power, right? Pretty sure. Yeah? Okay. Also. Combine! Nope. Fire Spin! A fucking fire type moves, even if it's weak as piss. No smoke screen. Flame wheel. Better than fire spin. Alrighty. Fucking finally! Alright. Now, choices. I've been using your teleport, but how do you know piss is weak, Mouse? I drink it on the daily. I don't. I swear, it's just a joke. I'm struggling. Fucking choices again. Well, I mean, you asked. That's how I know it was weak. If I can consume it, it has no power. Do something. Raining kiss, you say? Once you reach 35, you should evolve. Alright, are we custom is the question. That doesn't look custom. No, it's very not custom. Rip. You're a puff, man. So sad. It's so sad. You already I just deleted bite. Fuck off with your bite. Man. Alright, I got some levels to spam. Lava Flame! I'm hydrating with matcha. That counts, JP. That counts. Cinnamon roll. I don't know. I've never been a fan of cinnamon. The flavor in general. No, I just deleted Carmine. Fuck off. Okay. And let's go to 30. No, we're not learning that either. Ah, I didn't mean to press it again. Fuck. 30. 50, you say? We got a bit of leveling to go here. Tea is very hydrating. It's good for you. Your teeth, however, not so much. Sorry, I just have green teeth. It's fine. Look at these. Fabulous. Metal claw. Yes, please, 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 please. Please, I need a Zariath replacement. So bad. I'm pretty sure you're a physical attacker, not a special attacker, but we'll take the fairy wind. Oh no, you're a special attacker, currently at least. Barber Beam! Oh. It's a cutie. Your mommy's very cute. I thought you were doing a your mom joke for a second there. I was like, damn, Big Daddy going for the throat today. And the king don't deserve that. But no, we're being wholesome. Sorry, it's just my dark side came out for a minute there. Heal swap. Let's not. 6, 27, 28. Let's not with that either. 29. That do again. 30. Let's go. 9. I think I'd rather be able to sharply raise evasiveness, to be honest. 30. Alright, now we got a group of 30s. Bunch of 30-year-olds. Now your dark side is on the outside. I really do wear my heart on my sleeve sometimes, don't I? Sorry, corny, cringe. Cringe. Alright, I'm going to quickly teleport back to here. Yeah. So that I can do move remember on the newest members of the fam. If there's anything good there. Open the keg first. Nope. And then on... Oh, I have to rename! I have to rename Big Daddy. Forgot to rename them. How many times are gonna reteach you Moonblast, old man? God fucking damn it. Alright, Moonblast. Stop forgetting Moonblast! Ugh! God damn it. Suppose I should forget Draining Kiss, but I like to be able to heal by attacking, so I'm gonna get Recycling instead. Fuck you. In my version, I don't even need the move. I think it didn't used to be a thing. I don't know if they then removed it again later on or not. I really don't. I was gonna see if you had different sprites. Nope. Why does that one look like a cat? Okay. We finally have some fucking fire type moves, praise be. Ah, and the flower still sits perfectly on your head. Oh, like Winky Dink. Oh, you haven't got a hat. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Everyone needs a hat. I feel like the glasses are gonna suit you really well. Hang on. No! They're only just a mismatch. Fuck. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, wait, wait, wait. No, no, that can work. That can work. That can work. Don't worry about it. Just ignore the beak. No, actually, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, yeah, I'm happy with that. Hit that Ash hat. Well, Pikachu. Pikachu on your bow. Pikachu ride your head. That works. Oh, that's right. I was renaming you before I got distracted. Whoopsies. My God, buddy. Alright, that works. Let's teleport back. Whoop! Oh, there we go. Alright, next section! Let's go downstairs! What's we got down here, bud? Do I want to do the encounter in the grass or in... Oh, I didn't actually... Damn it, I put the stupid hat on. God damn it! Alright. What's we got? Giratina, that's a Giratina. That's a Giratina, that's a Giratina, 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 Giratina. I'm just gonna minimize the fucking shit out of Mr. Pog real quick. Ow. Oh, I minimize as much as I can and I'm still getting hit. Amazing. False, 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 false. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Girail, please. Give me my fucking Giratina. I want my Death Centipede. It's my favorite. My fucking favorite. Don't be like this. Fuck, alright. I just choked on my saliva. I'm scared to hit it. I don't want to accidentally kill the fucking thing. I feel like anything I hit it with might just kill the dang thing. I want it. I want it! I'm just gonna get it in my fucking ball! Want love? Want love, right? I'm just too scared to hit it, chat! Yeah, I know a status move would have helped here. I don't have anyone with a status move currently. And it's so weak. Why is it only level 12 when I just defeated the level 26 gym? Oh, itchy ear. Ah! My headphones. I'm deaf. Ah! I'm deafened. Ghost Dark. What's weak against Ghost Dark? We won't even hit it. What would be weak against Ghost Dark type? So Bug and Fairy don't do much damage? Are you sure about that? Fairy is super effective against Ghost Dark. Not I want minimal damage. Hang on. I really can you tell I desperately want this Giratina? Can you tell? Poison. Damn it! Poison type moves either. That sucks ass. Okay. Contemplating choices. Hold on. This training catch special. Oh. Sorry, I'm desperate over here. I'm desperate over here. My best choice is gonna be Mikeg using Metal Claw. It's immune to Psychic. So it's immune to fight normal psychic, half damage taken from poison, and takes double damage from fairy. Throw another ball at it first. I'm scared. I'm scared! Can you like lower my attack a little bit first, little guy? Please? Please? Thank you. Do some scary face or something. Oh, don't throw rocks. Do some scary face. Ugh, whatever. Alright, here we go. It's time. Don't die. It's alive! It's fucking alive! I am throwing a whole bag of Pokeballs. I'm almost out. It's being mean, chat. Ah, so close. Oh, that throws my speed. Hey. Come on. Give me a lucky throw! A lucky throw! Lucky throw! Yeah! Just a plain Pokeball did it! Let's go! Look yeah! Alright, chat. Who wants to be my little Giratina Crocoroca thing here? Let's go! There's your lucky throw! I'm so excited. We got it, we fucking got it, Giratina! Hell yeah! I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. It is a legendary fusion. They're not meant to be easy to catch. Look, buddy. It was giving me a fucking heart attack. I like the cute one. We'll go in the cute one. Oh yeah, you can double up now, chat, by the way, because we are past the 3rd gym. You are now allowed to double up. You can, if you already have a Pokemon in circulation, acquire a second. And I just realized Menace's chat, though, is getting buried over here. Let me just fix that. There it is. Getting buried over there. Hell, fuck yeah. And once again, still don't have a mon. Why would you say that? You had plenty of opportunity. You're just a picky bitch. I offered, we caught multiple water types, and you're just like, nah. Just like, nah. Nah. Alright, closing the Giratina in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I know you didn't enter any of them! You didn't fucking enter! Mechanic number 2! Let's go! Welcome! Lies! I entered the swamp at 1. Mechanic 2 it is. Hell yeah. No, I need more balls desperately in case I encounter a fairy. To the store. I'm gonna go broke on balls. Heal. Stupid fucking hat I'm wearing. God damn it. Oops. 20! I'll buy them batches of 10 though so I can get my premier balls. Thank you very much. Alright, well, see you bye. Alright, let's see if we have any fairies on that route. Shall we? Should have entered for the melting ball like I did. Paid off in the end, yeah. Well, hello again. Oh, you don't have any fucking fairy type moves, do you? Of course. Well, get the fuck out of the way. Put me keg up. If now finished earning, gonna grab food, be right back. Enjoy your munchies. Oh, there could have been a Gengar too. Hell yeah. Good Pokemon around here. Let's go. Easy. Oh, what about nice? Off you beach. Gotta go for a bathroom break in a second. Oh. Hello, Voltorb. Fuck you, Voltorb. Oh, I can't escape. Alright, if you want to play that way, I guess. Oh, I'm water type. Right. That'd be why he wanted to fuck with me keg. Oh, Big Daddy. I would have entered the Bip Plus if I knew they were going to be Bip Plus, but they aren't. Okay. So you refused to be the Whale Lord, you mean? The other water type that you had an opportunity to be because you were being picky? That's why you missed out? Hey? Beggars can't be choosers now. And choosers can't be beggars. Fucking won't let me run, I tell ya. Please, future Pokemon. There was an Articuno here as well? Why are all the legendaries just being chilling in this one room? Bruh. They're just chilling out in this room, you know, having fun. Having a gay old time. I got Giratinas, I got Articunos, I got fucking Gengar amazing looking fusions too. They're all here! Can't run away, so you have chosen death. Exactly. To make you feel better, I also have no mon, mostly because I kept missing out because I was distracted. I suppose I should defeat the Articunos when they pop up because they should give decent EXP, right? Get it, Big Daddy. Hell yeah. Nah, never mind. So much for the decent EXP. Alright, so no fairies. What about here? Any fairies here? Spider run. The Rio Nup! Poor little guy. I don't have a mon for this run either. Rip. Chestosaurus, hello. I will. Quite a few interesting fusions around this area, not gonna lie. I wouldn't have won the whale anyway. See? See? You would have missed out regardless. I was doing a South Park. Oh, I don't watch South Park, so... I haven't watched South Park since I was a wee... So many Checksaurus. It must be the night encounter. Oh! We got him a while. Hang on. I gotta go for a quick bathroom break, alright? I'm at my limit. I tried. 3-minute ad break while I go for a bathroom break. I've hit the wall. It's gonna go turtle heading if I don't hurry. You guys enjoy the constantly repeating music or what? Where am I? Ew. Be calling this the waifu run because the only fairy she's getting is God of War. I haven't a while, thank you very much. Alright, we gotta catch this one. This is gonna be Mikeg 2.0 and we're gonna merge it with Giratina. If I can get it in a ball. In a ball. In a ball. The ball. Yes. Easy. No, wrong button. I was paying attention. Another while. Hey. No, oh, yeah, up. Okie dokie. Oops, goofball. Unfuse. Ah! I said unfuse! Normally, I'd give you a choice, but in this manner, you don't get a choice. I'm keeping Giratina. Fuck you. Giratina will be kept. I'm having fun. Boost fairy it is. Okay, because I'm like... Steel Dragon is certainly a better combo for things, but alas. Oh. Immune to Dragon, fighting in normal, quarter damage taken from Bug. Everything else is normal. Ghost and Steel does 2 times damage. Ooh. Okay. Mikeg, are you still there? You have choices! Mikeg! No. Do you want to be Big Mouth or do you want to be like Pride from Full Metal Alchemist? Which one do you want to be? Fuck it! I'm making a sprite for this. You know what happens when I start. Oh god, H2O. Don't jinx it, please. Hey, little rat. How you doing? You jiving? Big Mouth? Yes, her. Alright, Intimidate versus Pressure. Like we'll keep Intimidate. I don't really give a fuck about that one. Right, lovely. Okay, go. Oh, alright. There, and then pick you back up again. Now, Move Mr. Pog for now. Fire, ghost, water, grass, water again, dragon. Okie dokie. No teleport on me at the moment. Alright, let's get you up to snuff. You're all the way down at level 10 over there, buddy. No, we're not learning with Sweet Sand. Can we qualify this as a fusion between me and Mike? No. You can't just claim every Mawile in existence because you like Mawile. That ain't how it works, buddy. Hell no. Special attack and the attack by the looks of it. Mostly attack though. Okay. Now Don Irregardless is gonna have a cool spread. You can't take that away from me. He can't be stopped. Someone stop him! Fuck's sake. Oh, Destiny Bond. Hello there. Button pass. No, thank you. 728. Isn't this riveting, chat? Slashes the target with huge, sharp claws. Get rid of it. I ain't got no fairy moves. 30. There you go. Alright, now. It's a pity about that damage range, though. I'm Evie, but I'ma stay up. Go to bed, Big Daddy. Go to bed, Kratos. Get rid of Dragon Breath. Alright. Everyone's good to go. We got a new zone to go into. I gotta go into the cave next because we haven't caught anyone from there yet either. There's the amulet coin. Amulet, there it is. Alright, let's give this to me keg too and give me keg a shot. I wanna see what you can do. Alright, get my lantern. I suppose technically speaking I shouldn't be seeing what you can do and should instead have someone up front who won't instant kill. Right, yes. That's a plan. Hello, we got a Yankshire. Why are they so weak around here? I thought these guys were normally in the, like, the 20s. Why are they all level fucking 15? Bruh. Let's try to get a Yankshire. Yeah, I gotta do that, you pain in the ass. kind of scared to hit it. Once again, I'm scared to hit it. Don't be a pain in the ass, Yangsha. Ow! Fuck you. Maybe I'll just fucking... What was it, Metalclaw I was gonna try? Alright, he's fine. Ow! Teesh! Who now goes by V? Teesh, 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 teesh. There you are. Oh, sitting behind everyone. There you go. Swap out to a keg because she shouldn't be able to take damage from that sonic boom. Slightly terrifying looking Mikeg too, I'm not gonna lie. Hey Mouse, have you had a fairy steel type yet? Yes! I'm on my second fairy steel type. Though it's not steel type yet. It's still fairy water, but it'll turn into a steel when it evolves. I did accidentally kill one of them by not paying enough attention. Who wants to be a Yankshire or whatever fucking fairy cross that I encounter later? Anyone at all? Let me just get that giveaway going. Yankshire, reminding you can in fact double up. Into the PC. Oh, buttons didn't work. Hang on. The PC. Give a nickname to Yankshire, yes. And how you doing, Sir Balto and Jackal? How's it rolling? It was the random. Oh, it was blue. It was blue. Like I want it, well, you might miss out. Who knows? Can't help you there, buddy. Can I double up? No, Mikeg. You've already got 2. Don't get greedy now. Like, it's got one of my favorite dragon types. Well, why don't you just yoink it and give up on the whole water type thing? Plus... Well, I can't allow that for this, but like, you can still get 2 Pokemon, remember? If you get a fairy later on, you can merge with one of the water types that I have free floating. Remember. One of my fusion fodder. Alright, closing in 5, 4, 3, I got Fluffy Tooth, 2, 1. I really need to brush my teeth. Problem with matcha, makes the teeth fluffy. Hey, Jackal! Jackal, Jackal, Jackal. E-L, E-L, E-L. Alright, let's see if we have any fairies. Quick fairy hunt. It's not a fairy. Not a fairy. Oh, and Mikeg kind of needs healing. Yes. Got 2 Mikegs, it's so confusing. Ha! Damn, was gonna change my Altaria out for the Fraxia. Oh, I didn't mean to leave the building. Let me back in! Damn it, and now I'm blind. Danton. Alright, what we got? Maybe I'll have to wait until I get further in the cave, because you do get more Pokemon the deeper you go. Oh, hello. Another Fraxia cross. Damn, Fraxcario. Okay, then. Either way, I might encounter a fairy at some point as we go deeper. Another fucking dragon. Damn! Buddy, thank you for the red Those are just loads of salad, just farm, go tanks, hangry carrot. Thank you for the follow, Night Shifter. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfortable. We are fairy hunting today. Fucking there's dragons everywhere in this cave. What is going on? This dragon cave. Dragon needs nuts. Sorry, couldn't help myself. The opening was there, I had to take it. How could I not? Would I truly be a streamer if I didn't? Chat, tell me that. Got it. Alright, what is my ball situation looking like? Not the greatest, but I don't want to have to teleport back. Just farm to the fire. Thank you for the follow. Lonk a lonk. And now I'm golfed. What was you doing today? It was really fun. Fairy hunting, you say, Buster? I mean, a lot of the fairies have been bug crosses, so that could work. Alright, Jackal, you stay there. I need Mr. Pog back in circulation. I am going to eat. Sorry, Panda, but you're just a cursed object at this point. Go over there for a little while, okay? I need to teleport. I need to spend my money! Marbles! Alright, who was the reigning supreme champion of marbles? Who was it? Who did it? Hey, Godic, what are you doing? Please don't murder my fairies. Oh wait, I can see if Giratina can learn anything new. Let's waste money! Poison powder, you say? Unspore, play rough. Ooh, I like these. Fuck that crunch off. I don't remember, honestly. Such a low impact. It must have been like a sad battle. Oh no, wrong Pokemon! Damn it! Distracted! I need me cake too. There we go. Alright, what we got? Fairy Wind, pick 2, 5, 5, 5. Roll things that I've already thrown. Oh, Ancient Power, you weren't there before. Oh, sneak this on. Alright, no. Give the hydrate! I will hydrate with what's left of my matcha. Or some of what's left of it. If you win more than one course of marbles in a foolish lobby, you're already supreme champion. Yeah, the chances be really low. I feel like every time I join in a marbles match that's not a Krelly marbles match, I get murdered before we even get to the finish line. For some reason, my luck is pretty high in Krelly marbles. Thanks, and I went to the beach today. Oh, yes, beach time. How was it? Or if you need a raid and run, you just said you were tired, and I'm just like, stay here, regale me with your stories. If you need a raid and run and rest, I understand. Oh shit, Shemaya, what the fuck? Did you just stealth in here and send a message to chat and then raid? You're a filthy fucking cheat. You're filthy cheat pre-raiding. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. All right. I got this. All right. Hello, King Prawn, you cheating little whore. Glink, Cell Kittens, hello, Mitten Stock Kittens, Coldenex, Mokafi, Ace in the Matrix, Akikuru, Woods GG, Tennerless 420, I'm doing it, Nivalina, Steve Z, Vazago Tempest, CRT times 10. Go takes again, hello. Snago. Anthony Nevers. I'm the stealthy one. No, that's my namesake. You can't. Lucky BB13. I got this. The real pillow thief. And H. I've been cheated on. What the fuck? Shmaya, did you know? Did you know that they were a bunch of whores? Oops, why am I in the gym? Sorry, I'm too busy slut-shaming my own chat. I'm busy. You wouldn't understand. Totally wasn't watching. No, I've never done that either. I don't do stuff like that. I'm a loyal viewer. I'll be Hey, King Prawn, thank you for gifting the sub. Thank you. Stealthy Angel, I didn't realize we had reached Shemaya. Who was the pregnant? I don't remember being pregnant. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Does mean I have to pay child support? Hey, Lucky baby, how you been? I'm too busy slut shaming my trying to sneak in quotes there. Oh, fine. I'll copy paste. Give me that. Fine. I really gotta give the ability to VIPs. There you go. Arr, congrats. So stealthy is the rule. Jerry. Sorry, my brain. I'm very ADHD today. I was about to do something. What was it? I was gonna put Metal Gear Panda back in the circulation. And throw Mr. Pog back out. Yes, that's what I was gonna do. Oh yeah! And Shemaya, I'm trying to find us a game that would give similar vibes to fucking, Subnautica for us to play together. I haven't had much luck yet. I have a hunch on one that I'm going to... I think my partner currently has it installed on his computer, so I might yoink it off of him for a little while. Just to see. I hope Subnautica 2 does release, so I know, but also we're worried that, like, what's it called? What's the company called? I forget the name of the company that owns it now. They're going into AI stuff, so we're kind of worried that it might have AI in it. Never thought I'd be called a slut by you today, even though you introduced me to Shemaya. You done left me. Azor. Oh, what the fuck? Excuse me? Azor, I'm hurt. Ma'am! We will figure it out eventually one day. Ew, just let me know the name and we'll send you to a Steam gift. At the moment, I'm checking out. I was thinking, maybe? I don't know, though. I don't know if No Man's Sky has, like, a proper storyline. That's kind of part of the important bit. You can fuck around, but there's also a storyline. Trying to figure out that. They're lost! Story is meh. Was tacked on just to say it had a story? God fucking damn it. Oh well, I'll give it a try, see what it's like. Ask the other half what he thinks. We're learning psychic. Do I want psychic? Not really. No. Alright. The Pokemon, the fairies be looking good. Now I gotta heal killers again. God damn it. Alright, let's see if we can find some fairies in that cave. Can I trade for the Oh, please, ma'am, just a crumb. Fuck! No one does trades anymore. Oh. I can see. Fairy? No fairy. It's Fraxicario. Animo Jix! Sniffer. Sniffer popper sniffer. Oh, you've never sniffed your sniffer back? That's kind of rude, actually. Alright. Come on, fairies, please. No fairy there. No fairy, it's all a lie. Way, thank you. Oh, a revive! Oh! That's so cool. But a Glaceon Arcanine? It pains me not have it in my family. be a lot of them around here, isn't it? Just gonna rub it in. Oh, shit. Mr. Wildo looked like an adult to... My skirt! My skirt! Boom, boys! Get him! Grr! Then kiss him! Kiss him, killers! Knock him out with the keys! Growl! Ooh, that's gonna be a Groudon. 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 Da 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 da. Ah, we got a Groudon. I fucking knew it! Motherfucker! Too sad. I feel like they could have done so much more with that though. Yeah, could have definitely been a better design overall. Right, Cario? You got that. Ah, no, BK can deal with it. Oh, also stealthy would be at home since his base. Wait, what is? Ah. Oh, I missed messages. Definitely a Pokemon of all time. Yeah, that's kind of sick. If down for sort of survival craft, we're building a town, Dinkum, maybe. I've heard of Dinkum. Sounds like what? Mr. Wudo sounds like an adult toy. I mean, you're not wrong. It sounds like a shop that you could get adult toys from. A Mr. Wudo store. Or you buy your adult toys from Mr. Wudo. What are you doing? Nothing. Oh my god, the Glacionides go away! Where? Trying to find, there's a prism in here somewhere. Oh, rah, 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 rah. I know it's around here and it's miffing me. Wait, I think I know where it is. Entei, seriously? Seriously! Alright, we were in danger because fire type, but killers can whoop ass, so who cares? I think it was a survival life simulation game set on an island inspired by the rugged Australian outback. Farm, hunt, mine, fish, and forage to gather resources, expand your town, and discover what makes it special. Either solo with friends. Loading slash. Oh, no. Mr. Wooder has a deal on animal lubricants now in a 5-pack. Sure, that's a name. Go away, Glacianite, please. I think I remember where the thingy is that I'm looking for is. Oh, you sad little creature. Hey? Ah! Oh my god, I'm gonna put a repel on in a minute! Ah, there's an egg, okay. No, thank you. Egg. Okay, so all of a sudden the Geodudes have gotten re-randomized? Question mark? A Lux Carp. Right. Okay. I'm gonna just... yeah. I'll take that egg. The egg. Can I have that one? Sorry, it's yeah, I've already got the Pokemon in here, so unless we encounter a fairy to replace the first encounter? No. Oh shit, thought I hadn't fought this guy yet. Smashed Rock, found fish! Honestly, on brand for Pokemon. Wait. Don't bite! Ugh. Fuck! Please. Kill it with a Moonblast. Oh. It's dangerous. I wanna see what what the Lux Carp evolves into. I feel like it could be a really cool final form, but I ain't gonna put in the effort to find out. Alright, I'm running around in the dark here. Oh! What the fuck? Ah! What? It is so cute! Bruh. Oh, man. I wish Laponi had a fairy type to it, man. Look at it! It's so cute. That would have been mine. H2O was obsessed. Little fuzzball. What? Just a second. Alright. I must run from the fuzz. I can live another day. And there goes the dog. Oh god. Please kill us, please kill us, please kill us. Oh, thank God. Oh. Bite is terrifying in a Nuzlocke, I tell ya. Okay, what? I am using a repel. I am so done with these fucking things. Do I have any repels? Wait, I think I got a flute. Where are my flutes? Yeah. Flute, 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 flute. My flute. More likely, okay. Settle down, Flint. Use. I should go up these stairs first, see what's up here before I skedaddle on elsewhere. Oh, a ball. Hello, Frex Cario. Nice seeing you. Hey, giz giz. Nice gizzies. Alright, see you, bye. The repels. Oh, well, now I have a repel. Alright. That's a lot. Thanks, okay. I wasn't sure. I mean, I wasn't too certain if it really was a ladder. Like, it might not have been. I don't know. You can tell. You don't play the game. Freeze? No. No rocks. Ah! Damn it. Don't climb! Ah. Ew. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, okay. Yes. Oh! I'm paralyzed. Thanks. Thanks for nothing. Big Daddy. Flame wheel! Get it in! Nice. Magic cup, sunken combo. I would just leave Big Daddy out, fuck it. Ew. You poor soul! Alright, let's get killers out of that front line. Put Big Daddy up. I know that there's a prism in here somewhere. I just gotta find the damn thing. What, say my name? Yes, I was saying I'm putting you in the front line. So you better do your job. Hey, having a hunt for this fucking... Ah, where's the prism? I feel like I've already passed it. Ooh, a max revive. Alright, back. Oh, battle goddess! Hell yeah! Kill it, sadly, because there's no fairy there. Fuck yeah! Wood. Not even a fairy, but wood. This whole cave is just full of epic Pokemon. Fucking prism! Ew. Hello. Poor creature. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted the move blast. Oh well, too late now. Ah, the prism, please. Ah! I should have sucked on that one. Should have sucked on that, Lucario, get some health. Oh my god, it's the sorting hat! I don't know, is it really too puddled to be the sorting hat, I feel like. Kiss it! Hell yeah. Alright. As the goddamn prism. Where's the prism? Crowley. No! Now you'll never get into Hogwarts! Fuck your Hogwarts, man! Flame Wheel. I want to be the best Pokemon trainer, and that's where my whole life choices are gonna go. No one cares about Hogwarts no more. Allotoise. So it's gonna be a water type, whatever the hell it is. Hello. Can I give kisses? Another one, please. Thank you. I needed healing after all. Again. Ew. Instant death. Love to see it. Nicely job. Nice job, killers. Look, my team's doing pretty good, I'd say. Please. Please. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Prism. No! It's not a fucking prism! Okay. Spell tag, I guess. Hello, sir. Hey, we got a Hornage! No, I don't want to give it a name, and it's gone in the box. We have potential to have another Fairy Steel type later down the line, thanks to the Hornage. Woo! Smash roll. Becky, let me smash. Becky, let me smash. Oh, 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 I found the prism hole. I love Hogwarts, but I'm able to separate art from artiste. Yeah. Oh. Oh, no. Wigglytuff is a fairy, isn't it, chat? Yeah. Is Wigglytuff a fairy? It is, isn't it? Did we finally encounter our fairy? I think we finally encountered our fairy. Okay. Fairy it is! Get in me ball. I don't have very many balls, but I'm gonna try. We're gonna try. Pokemon looks the easy. He's missed a couple of meals, that one's for certain. Hey! Nice. Alright, we got the fairy for this area. To the PC you go. It was Jackal, wasn't it? Jackal can mix and match to make their model. Prism! Alright, we good. Fun fact, only 25% of Wigglytuffs are male. What's that one Pokemon that doesn't evolve unless it's a female? I think it's a lizard. And they have super low chance of being female. I remember hating the hell out of that when I was playing... Was it from Sun and Moon, I think? Maybe? Drove me nuts! Oh yeah, and the honeycomb bee thing as well. It's also hard to encounter in general, which is great! I don't agree with what J.K. Rowling says, but I love the Harry Potter world. Yeah. Quite often you have to separate the two. Iggly. Aw, she's trying. Damn, Big Daddy, you hit like a tank. Wiping everyone out. Boom blaze. Female evolves into a decent Pokemon. Thing is, Harry Potter is just mimicking what a lot of British magical books have done. She was not unique. Fun fact, Azurill has a 25 to 75 male to female ratio, but its evolution marrow has a 50-50 rate, so it's possible for Azurill to grow a dick upon evolving. Either that or the men just aren't. Wait, the women just aren't making it. They're just not making it through. No, they're dying. My brain just left my body. What's it doing? Alright, we gotta go through the Crelly Crucible. You don't have to be the first, just the most profitable, or the most that people notice. First one they notice! Ah! Words are hard. Kangaskhan. Is that a Kangaskhan Flygon? It's dead. Big Daddy is wiping the floor. We got dead bodies littering the halls. Bantress. I don't know what that is. Ah, okay. Flame wheel. Crelsible, we must fight. Still love it. Sorry, not sorry. I never read the books for Harry Potter, to be honest. And it's probably because I was too young to really be into the books. I believe it was just first gen, but male Pokemon had it coded in to have higher attack than female Pokemon. Had more defense? Okay. A bit of a weird choice, but... Get him, Daddy! Oops, I wasn't paying attention again. Give him a kiss, you need some healing. And a little bit of another kiss. Nice. Ew, what the fuck is that? Kill it with fire! Jesus Christ! I don't like that. That is a termite. That's a funny looking termite I've ever seen. Hey. Right. Video. Disturbed, we'll admit. Male having higher attack thing was just a side effect of gender and stats being calculated the same way. And also why shiny Pokemon were objectively weaker in Gen 2. Shinies were weaker? What the fuck? Alright. Almost out. Almost there. Now get the hell out of here. Free stuff. The magical school idea wasn't appealing to me. It was more a sci-fi kid. I think I was into more supernatural when I was a kid and horror. I really liked horror. Horror and the supernatural were my things. I wasn't a huge fan of like just plain magic and fantasy and sci-fi and that. I was just horror needs to be scary. I need to be scared. Needs to be gritty and scary. You know? That's a water type. I'm in danger. Let's swap out for... What a poison. Let's want to send out a keg. Killer's just paralyzed at the minute. Let's go with the keg. The other thing used to calculate stars, also to determine shiny and shiny Pokemon, couldn't have max possible stats. Shiny rate in Gen 2 based off of oh, okay. Not pro. Yeah, I'll swap out. Not safe. It's not safe, my little friend. Let's send Bex in. Oh, come on with the bloody echo voice. There it is. Witch McKeg, right? There's too many of them. They're multiplying. Oh, hello. He's a wanderer. His fly is undone. What the fuck? Down here. Oh, that's the exit. Okay, hang on. I damn well see. Okay. Dark type Pokemon. Yeah, no. Ah. Hydrate, yes, sir. I think I still have a little bit Mancha left. Yeah. Ew, Stardust. Stupid hat on my head.
I think I might just put a knife in. I think that's a really good idea.
Hey, wait, no, wait. Oh, fuck, Jesus! That's a titty that's attached. What the fuck? You psychopathic bitch, Cinder! What was Straight tried to murder me. What is its tail? But how the hell does that work? Oh, he's trying to sell an egg for $5 grand. I'm willing to bet it's a why not. I don't want your fucking why not. Keep it. All right. I don't remember what comes out of this egg. Anyone remember what comes out of this egg? Because I sure don't. Like whatever it is, it's psychic type? Are you sure it'll be a why not? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I remember spending $5 grand to purchase it previously and being livid when it was a fucking why not. Wow. Oh, right, Noibat. You're right. It's a Noibat. Okay. Jackal! Unlucky Jackal, are you still here? Willing to bet I know what you're going to want your fusion to be, but I should ask first. So I need more fusion sticks. Water. Some water. Let me in the shop! Need some snacks. Getting between me and my fucking snacks. Do I have any DNA reverses? No, I don't. Let's get 5 of them, because why not? Also, I need more balls again. I'm broke, man. Ah! Okay. Why not spend 5? Because I need to spend my money on balls, okay? More important to me is balls. I am! Alright, Jekyll. I'm going to assume, because we caught a fairy, so that means that you have to have the fairy, which is, the wiggly tough, whatever the fuck it is. Let me just unfuse it. Appliances. I'm going to assume that you want to fuse it with the fraction? Whatever the hell it's called. Yes? Or would you prefer the yan... thing? Bug, whatever it's called. Rexia! Or Young Mega. When you want me to attach your fairy type to. Hey Kurt, how you doing? And how you doing, Reinhardt? Tinder is killing off the competition. No! Are we sure it'll still? Yeah, my randomizer's borked. Any overworld encounters have pretty much been stuck as overworld encounters, eggs inclusive. Border. Lecture, please, yes, sir. Oops. Dragon Fairy. Nope. Oh, there it goes. He thick, boy. He thick. Oh, excuse me. Damn it, it had to be rivalry was your ability. God damn it. I feel like... but Pokemon Infinite Fusion doesn't even have gender half the time, so both of these are shit. Whatever, we'll keep Cute Charm, I think. Man! The blades look like Nick Thornberry. Smashing. 69. Nice. You tried to fucking kill me, you bitch! Can't wait for the butter jet. Let's go. Dragon Rage. Where were you sooner when you would have been actually fucking useful, ya flurry? At least you might be useful for catching Pokemon, because I guarantee 40 HP damage, I guess. Man! Good game. Jackal. You are now a woman, Jackal. You're welcome. Please. Yes. Release. Yes. Alright, I'm back. Don't tell me to pay attention. You pay attention, mod. Alright. We have another Dragon Fairy. Vex has competition. Wow, wow. Poor Metal Gear Panda, dude. Never on the mod strike. We've made a union. Since when? I don't allow unionization. I'll have to fire you all and hire someone else, I guess. You're all fucking hired. Man, Mickey got so lucky with their draws, bro. Bruh. Suppose I should see if there's another form for this. Don't think there is, but I'll check. Alright, we got another encounter. I did get myself some balls, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. What job? Love Amazon. You're all fired. Hello, Stealthy. This is the Twitch government. I heard you were union busting. We're all on the same page here. We understand. Fucking old man! You don't get a retirement fund either. And again. I've started playing V-Rising with my partner. No, it's illegal. Oh, Dave. Likely looking. Yes. V rising. The V will soon be gone. Wait, who's squeaking? Can you put me next to the V for V? Oh, Nick. Right. If I find you, I'll find you. I know you're around here somewhere. The lobster twink. There you are. Meow. No, Flint. Legit just pulling Rockstar Games with the firing everyone who tries to start a union. Should be illegal, but you know, American. Alright. Next capture. What's we gonna get? What are we gonna get? I probably shouldn't have Big Daddy up front because he's gonna just fucking murder them. He's just outside bitching and moaning. He's been doing it all stream. He's driving me nuts. I'm not even gonna catch that as my first. I ain't give a fuck. Hell no! No. It doesn't exist. There's no fairy there. He's so cute! No! I hate Whooper! Again, no fairy. Big Daddy, you need to get your head out of the gutter! But whoa! I don't want your fucking whoa! Even the game studio that create games about outlaws and criminals would perform illegal union busting? Get that freaking log frog away from mine! Don't be shy now. Let him. You guys are just as fluffy as each other, you fluffers. They're fluffy little fluffers. Come on, give me a fairy, please. I don't think I'm gonna get a fairy in here. Just sneeze in my nostril. Way worse. I do in the car. Ah! Brew it. Look like he's done with it. The whole, just everything. He's done. They legit are getting sued because they fired like 25 people for trying to create a union, which is illegal in the UK. Yeah, you can't do that in the UK. Just like you can't do that here in Australia. You can't just prevent unions. That's not how it works. A union is a worker's right. Ah, fuck's sake! And America is just entirely too capitalistic of a society, unfortunately. They're too ingrained in your laws. Aw, Nilagrian. Little guy. Yeah, little guy. I need... Daddy. Just a second. Yapping. Sorry, we got a rice cooker that's like really temperamental. Sometimes it cooks, sometimes it don't, and it's just a hormonal little pain in the ass. Ouch, you got this, Big Daddy. Well, oh, I got it, wow. Electric type. I haven't got my rock type on me. Let's go for it. How's the run going? Pretty solid, actually. I haven't had 5 deaths. Oh, hello. Kind of cool looking, not gonna lie. Oh, instant Jesus Christ. I got no defense. Or is this electric? Yeah, but I think you take damage from fairy. That's why I didn't send you out. Why am I getting post-stream? Did I disconnect at some point, chat? I'm getting post-stream notifications. What the fuck? I just got a notification from Tangier. No. Give up on prison. Ivy Swine. Can't send out Big Daddy right now. He's not doing okay. Send me Keg 2 out, just have a play. Catherine, you're heading to sleep. Good night. It's bedtime. Have a great one. Good night, Catherine. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. That's amazing, huh? We're in this together. We're all in this together. I really hate High School Musical. It's actually kind of shit. It's stuck in my head. Oh, by the way, pillars, you know how I was like getting you to install a plugin, stuff like that. I may or may not have revealed to Zariah why for the plugin and everything. So he may or may not be, teasing you about that later. Not my fault. I just, had to do it. And there's no way in 9 hells you're gonna guess what the fuck I'm doing either. Ain't no goddamn way, buddy. Alright, fuck, fine, I'll buy the stupid egg. Alright, curiosity's gonna kill this mouse. Oh, it's gonna be a wine-on egg. I know what it is. Or wobble, whatever. Same difference. Ah! I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I can go get myself a Togepi, alright? Maybe I should just go get that stupid Togepi egg that I know is at the nursery. They've got a Togepi egg over there waiting for me. I got another fairy on in the queue. Huh? What about that? Why don't I go do that, huh? We can have a Togepi Hornedge Pokemon. Have I fought you yet, madame? No, I haven't. If I plug in, you fall! Oh yeah, let me send it to you. You full of shit, you wouldn't do that. You want to be able to rub it in as long as possible, I know you. You would never! How you doing, housekeeper? Right, gonna kill the twins. Murder the twins! Where are your parents? Why do they have a Lopunny and a Licky? Oh god. What? Your parents are giving you like... I'd be suing my parents if I were you. God, no. I'm okay. I'm glad you're okay, House Cat. Zanny. Yeah, let's not do that twin power thing again, eh? I don't know about that. We're not asking questions here. Nope. Nope. No. Well, shot. Kisses! More kisses! My teeth are really fluffy and I don't like it. The parents need to have a little chat with them. The parents should have reconsidered what type of Pokemon they gave their twins! Bruh! I am so blaming the parents for that one. Oh, I'm kind of scared. Okay, Flame Wheel, kill it, instant. Yeah. Ow. Bastard. Damn it, Crowley. Frostburn, poison. Alright, McKenk's kind of useless right now, so I'm just going to like... Well, he's not entirely useless, but he's not as good as I want him to be. So, I'm going to... I can't! Level 35 is the level cap! Bugger. You don't evolve until level 36, do you? Got it. Think of the hydrate! I'll hydrate with the matcha, which is what is causing my fluffy teeth in the first place. Burp stuck. Not floppy, fluffy! Fluffy! Just as bad, if not worse. Alright, no matcha left. Tickle water now. Rude! I just say it like it is, man. I'm just like really honest. Like, I'm a really honest person. And if you have a problem with that, I think that's a you issue, and you probably should see a psychologist or a psychiatrist about that. What if teeth were floppy and suffering got rid of them? Can you imagine how badly people would live? Oh, one of these fusions! Don't worry about it. You did not see the twins earlier, Jesus Christ. Be glad you didn't see them. I just got lots of waifus because I'm doing a fairy run, and that just means a fuck ton of Gardevoirs. Whee! Kiss it. What are you doing, and meowie? Oh, wrong button. My collection's not bad. I got some pretty we don't talk about that one. Look, Giratina! Soprano Giratina! Yeah. My babe. Fuck! Ah! Why do they always do that? The second I press to step forward, they turn! Ah! This is bullshit! Get bubble beamed. Great. That's gonna be a Rotom, so I need to swap. Print pluck Rotom. Alright, maybe killers. They are programmed to do so! Speedrunners use menu glitch to avoid them? God, you goddamn menu glitch. Heya, hiya! Hey-ho! Oh, we gotta cure him, Gardevoir. Hello, hang on! Bruh. Wood. And let her step on me. Hey, blast! Now kiss me. Can I have you cure him? No, I don't want a rematch. I want your fucking Pokemon. I wish they still did trades in this damn game. All right, last time I squared up with the old man by accident, he killed me. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Oh, wait. Why am I going to this city already? Oh, God. All right, never mind. I haven't done the Lavender Town stuff yet. Whoopsies, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking of next encounter spot. I just got a little bit excited. We just go heal first. All I can think is encounter, encounter, encounter. How's it not enough for you? I always need more. More! Sybil, what are you doing? I've got so Pokemon brained, I just went to call my cat Sylveon. Whatever. Okay. Ooh, will it survive a draining kiss? Surely it'll survive. It'll definitely take a swim. Fuck. Fairy times! What the fuck? Necrodisc! What? Oh, the temptation to override the rule for a Necrozma. It is strong. No, I'd be good. I'd be good. It's the Necrozma love disc, man. Override the rules! Is Lobster still in chat? Or Calamus is too high to do anything? Calamus is fucking off his rocket. Lorb, are you still there? Loophole. Oh? Situation has changed! Chat's getting desperate! Maybe I'll poll it. Alright. New poll! Break rules for the cross? Huh? Question mark? Yeah. Nah. You got 1 minute! Excuse you, Calamus. I know that's you. Oh god, that's right. He set it up so it farts every time I make a poll. This dickhead. I forgot about that. You confuse Necrozma with a fairy? Exactly. I fucking did to me too. You made the mistake of allowing him into your Tangia. This is why you need to implement the "or if I really want it" clause. I've done that a couple of times before, let's be honest. Overlord Soyuk! Hello. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Baby Necrozma. Wow, breaking the rules. Flex, shut up. Act like you're an innocent little angel. Besides, 8 people in chat said I can, so meh. They said I could do it. I should. Maybe I can bubble beam this thing without killing it. Maybe. Ah, wrong Pokemon. Go back. No, go. Now I gotta catch it. Yeah, see, that's the hard bit. I bubble beam it. It shouldn't die. Let's get down to 20 balls before I bubble beam. If I can't. No, I did not. I missed it. Oh, the bait and switch on chat and only keep the love discs. I was actually just wanted 2 love discs. No, my favorite Pokemon. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to bubble beam it. Ow! All right. We good. Ow! My keg is dying! Killers. Help. Alright. Here we go. This is the one time I allow a rule break because of how cool of fusions I can make with this. come on, don't be like this. Now I'm confused. Locking in, chat. We're fucking locking in. Sorry. Contemplating choices. Alright, I'm gonna heal killers. And just keep going. I'm in danger! Throw the ball where you want! Oh, I did it, but I also did. That's why I stocked up on super potions. I hate this dude's fucking rock blast. It's so annoying! Alright, I got lucky with a Pokeball last time, so let me just... I caught Giratina in a Pokeball, okay? Let me cope. The pity system stronger with a Pokeball, or what? Wait, man. There's even a thing going since bot said nothing. Chat's just desperate. In a minute, I'm gonna have to risk a bubble beam. If I get down to 10 balls, I'm gonna risk another bubble beam. Ah! Let's go! Exclamation mark ticket for Necrozma! It's fucking go! Killer's tanking the whole thing, just sitting there like, yep, I'll take your hits, bitch. Fucking try me. Remembering we are allowing double ticket, double up. So if you already have one Pokemon, you can get another. The only one who cannot is Mikeg, because you already have two, you greedy little fuck. You already have two of them. No more for you, Mikeg. You already have two cool Pokemon. Useful Pokemon. Ow. Look at it! We're gonna fuse it with a fairy! Ah, whatever fairy we manage to catch next. Motherfucker. I can't have one! Yes, you can, Killers. You've only got one. You can have two. You can have another body. You're allowed to have. Yes, Mikeg is the only one who can't have a second. A third, I mean, because that'll be their third. Ow. I'm in her anyway! Fuck you too, buddy! Ooh. Let her have one now. You're allowed to enter. I think literally everyone can enter except for Mikeg. Mikeg's the only one that's already doubled. I'll be greedy. Bad. Bad, Mikeg. Watch Mikeg win. I want Mikeg to win for the loss. If I have to redraw it because Mikeg wins, I'm gonna like ban Mikeg from all draws because I feel like they always get lucky with this shit. Alright, I'm gonna close it up. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, are you shitting? What? Ain't no goddamn way McKeg wins that! What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright. The only possibility is that McKeg is literally in with whoever the fuck runs Stream Elements. What did you do? Whose big toe did you have to suck to get so much preferential treatment in the polls? But the Bahamas come down. Who do you work for? Which big toe was it? Point me in the direction. Anyway, fuck McKeg. Who else is getting it? Drive! Another person always seems to be fucking lucky around here. King Brian, thank you for gifting the sub to McKeg. Ariath has re-entered the jet. Going to the PC though, because I need to get a fairy to attach to you. Ariath, let's go. He just died. Well, he's reincarnating, all right? Got a problem with that? Take it up with McKeg, apparently. All right, you're in. Now, I gotta go heal, and then we're gonna go see if we can find a fairy. Fairy, not a fur. Fuck, I hate my accent sometimes. Fairy sounds like furry, and... Alright, off to find a fairy. It returns from death. Okay. I do not mind the T... I've never been able to get that bloody T-Rex Pokemon. Ever. Andy Gus? What the fuck is the other part? Grimer? It has to be Grimer. That was a fairy? No, it wasn't. That wasn't a fairy? Was it? I think it was a fairy. Magma? You reckon Magma? No, it was poison type. You're not a fairy either, are you? Razorite's not fairy, is it? It's grass poison. Mouse, I am insanely drunk, so this is good night. Good night, Carta. Poison grass. Fuck. Please tell me we can get a fairy in here, please. We got so lucky with the fairies early on. Ice Ghost, Round Dragon. Got me excited for a second there with those colors. I might have to go over to the other patch of grass, I think. It looks like it could be a fairy, but it's not. Why are there so many clams around here? Keep your fucking clam. No one wants your clam. Yes, sir. You're normal. Oh, my Ginch. Okay. Only if you had fairly good parents. But shit. Who got the Necrozma? That was Riot got the Necrozma. You're just trying to find a fairy to attach to. fairy, is it? Yep. Doesn't turn into a fairy, does it? That's it. Alright, I need someone skip limbo fairy? Question mark, yeah, nah. Brass flying. Okay. Very limited fairies, which makes it very frustrating. Alright, we'll go to the next you. This old lady is dangerous. That was the last. These two people are dangerous. They always catch me unprepared. Ow. You burned me, you bastard. Alright, let's put Big Daddy up front. Go fuck with the little lass. Billy, have you heard of the children's book series named I fucking loved the Goosebumps stories where you could like pick your own adventure as you went through. You had to make choices at the bottom of each page to try and like win, you know? I loved those as a kid. Have I heard of Goosebumps? I was a fanatic. I borrowed all the Goosebumps that the school library had, which wasn't very many, but you know. Alright, I'm gonna go heal, and then we're gonna go to this patch of grass. Alright, healing first, healing first. We're gonna take priorities, okay? We're not rushing this shit. No one died. Don't worry, Azurite. No one's dead. No one's dead. We have a Necrozma added to the team. Hopefully, soon. Should I find a fairy? Gillis hasn't ever heard of it? Really? Sheltered creature you are. Oh, I've got your neck. Come on. I don't think we're gonna find a fairy here, chat. Any fairies here? Whoop! Didn't mean to go down there. Have I heard of Goosebump? I was born in it! Molded by it! I fucking loved anything scary as a child. You have no idea, I was obsessed. Bonsley is a fairy, isn't it? Isn't baby Bonsley a fairy? I thought baby Bonsley is a fairy. Is it not? Am I wrong? Or wrong? Go back if you say so. Oh, I don't think there is one in here. Means Wraith might have to fandangle with someone else to get a fairy. Why does he look like he's crying? Old Goosebumps was better, and they had ruined it with changing everything with a new TV show series. Polybat. No fairy there. I never saw any series or anything. Love the Necro disc isn't actually too common. Stuffle got me then. You're a normal, aren't you? Stuffle is just normal. There's no fairy typage in Stuffle's lineage. Is there? Well, what are you doing? Oh, you're trying to get the sun spot. You're pretty giddy. I will drink. Fighting. Well, I mean, running across that Pokemon at least means that there's potentially more encounters, but I might have to go over to another patch of grass. Alright, we might have to go to a different patch of grass. Alright, I'm out. We are going to go left.
To the left,
Stuck on the thing, stuck on the thing. Hey, how is my ball situation going, actually? You're right. Ah, I'm stuck! Ball. Right, we got 2 patches here. We got this patch of grass, and then we have... Super secret forest! Yes! Nugget. Alright, fresh encounter area. Get those. And we have a fairy! Wait, is Happy New Year? Oh, yeah. Or is it just normal type? What's the typage, man? You're normal? Does it evolve to be? Oh my god, it looks like the most fairy type fairy you've ever fucking seen in your life, and it's all normal. Either way, it's the first encounter here, so I still should catch. Try to catch. Houndor may come in here. Get in the ball! It evolves into a fairy, does it? Are we sure? Because I just looked up the Balissi and it says normal, at least on this Pokemon Dex thing. I'm confused. Hang on. Nice. No, it's just normal. Got it. Alright, well, we got a happy door. Exclamation mark ticket for happy door. Should you want? So we're still hunting for fairies, though. Myself dizzy doing that. 2 fairies. Fairy for Happy Door, and I need fairy for Zraya. Yes. I'm so desperate to have that fucking Necrozma, dude. But it has to be fused with a fairy. It must. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm back. I swear I'm back. Did I take my fucking ADHD meds today? Yes, I did. Alright, I'm just on crack. It's fine. It's fine. Big Daddy! You're getting some luck on this, buddy. Okay, another. Oh. Alright. What else we got up in here, eh? Mate, I need to get to that. Oh! Up. No fairy. Fairy-Locke has died, Jet. It's fucking dead. I was getting so many fairies to begin with, and now it's just like, nah. Nope. Oh, I can't run? Fuck you, buddy! Thank you. Because it's because he was level 31. Oh, fletchling, that's what it is. Here, fairy, 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 fairy. Oh, fairy, do the fairy dance. The fairy dance. Please! Where are my fairies gone? Bring them back to me! Oh, Jesus! I can't help. Right, this area is dangerous. Duly noted. Bubble beam. I can kill it. Probably shouldn't be around here, no matter how desperate I am for fairy. That was scary. Fairies are playing hide and seek very well. I know you say fairy, but I keep hearing it as furry. And I just make... I know it sounds like furry. I know. I can run from this one, right? You'll let me run away. Yeah. I think I've encountered all that I can encounter in here again. I haven't done the encounter outside yet, though, so... I keep getting hopeful, and then I realize no. Every time I see a new Pokemon, I'm like, fairy? No, it's not. It's all a lie. Bring me fairies, please. All right. One more encounter in here, and then we're skedaddling to outside. All right. Thanks for the fly. And the berry. And the bite is cursed, but I kind of like it. Kind of jive with it. I get that. I understand what you are saying besides the absent witch. Yeah, it sounds like fairy, but it's not. I can hear fairy more often than that. Tree chick. We got a Trico Torchic. I am allowed to just catch because I can. Gotta just kiss it, right? Okay. Give it another kiss. Alright, cool. Hey. This is another new section. Anyone want to be a tree chick? Should I get it in this stupid bowl? There we go. Ball! It's been pulled! Ball. Alright. Anyone want to be a tree chick? Just a wee little baby. Look at the little guy. The little guy. Into the PC. He's just a little guy, man. My Fairy-Locke is so bad right now. I'm upsetting spaghetti. Wait, I just remembered it. I can re-random. I can reshuffle. Wait, I've encountered a single fairy on all 4 of the most recent routes. I can reshuffle for fairies. Big brain, chat. I just pulled a fucking big brain move. Big brain move. All right, who's gonna be tree chick? Hey, Sonic! Sonic, go. Get in there. See if we can find a fairy here first. Cursor on the screen. I hate that. I hate watching like a streamer and they got their little cursor just sitting there. And Eevee counts. And Eevee counts. Eevee counts. Eevee counts. Eevee counts. So I just gotta evolve it into a silver. It counts. 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 Give it a kiss. I'm kind of scared to kiss it again because that HP is awfully close to halfway. I'll throw a ball at it first. Hang on. So this will be Sonic gets to be this. Oh, why am I in the revives? What the fuck? Hey! So this is Sonic. Oh. What the fuck? Do you want to be cute? Kind of melting or giant eyes, Sonic? Please be cute. Please choose the cute. Just this one. Come on. This one. Gonna be the cute one, right? But wait! Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Be the cute one. Okay. It's supposed to fuse with Fairy. Eevee is a fairy, so the Eevee will evolve immediately into Sylveon, and then it's a Sylveon with whatever the fuck he can choose between his different things. The sprite doesn't matter. I know, but like... Okay. Give a nickname to Slugby. Yes. Okay, let's see if we can find another fairy here. Is gonna be crossed with a Rolch. Apparently, we're gonna have another goth waifu in the collection. If I can catch this fucking thing. I'm kind of scared to kiss this one. Oh fuck, give it a kiss. Oh, okay. Let me just try that again. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. We still have to get the fairy for Necrozma, so. Oh look, it's back again. Hello. It wants it. What was that? Did I just get a subscription notification? What was that? My chat disconnected? Oh, a raid! Demon Hellcat, thank you for the raid! The raid message or anything went off, that was weird. Alright, let's see if we can just get it in a ball. Yeah, I didn't think that'd work. It teleported! What the fuck? Oh, there it goes. Oh god, how laggy am I? Is that me lagging? The fuck? Why? I'm trying to reload. Oh god. Oh, I completely disconnected from my own chat. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, that's interesting. I just completely disconnected from my own chat. I got like 10 messages at one time then. No, I got... Jesus Christ, I missed like 20 messages. What the fuck was that? Got the mansion, the raid! They have the new AI assistant in the mansion. Also calls me daddy. What? Alright, eat a kiss. For fuck's sake! Why is it so glass cannon-y? Come on! Another one! This fucker. He's got. I just realized it's blepping. It's doing a blep. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bro, I'ma have a meltdown. Guys, I'm scared what happened. I completely disconnected from my own chat and it all came through at once. That was really, really weird. Alright, finally! Oh, fucking hell. I get the blip. Alright, alright. Okay, guys. We can finally... Alright. I will explain. Hopefully chat will stay connected this time, so I don't have to repeat myself 30 times and wait for things to reconnect. So... Sonic. That's Big Daddy. Gotta move as well, Big Daddy. Go over here. How the fuck do I make this into a Sylveon? Does anyone know? Do I just level it up with a fairy type move? Sonic is going to have the choice of either being a Sylveon cross with Slugma or a Sylveon cross with either Torchic or Trico. Those are your choices. You can move your fusions around, Sonic, if you so desire. Max Friendship while knowing a fairy move. They don't have friendship mechanic in this game, though. So what would you rather be, Sonic? Like my balls. Shut up. Get out. And then Riot is going to be... So just fuck with Zariath while we wait for Sonic to decide. You want to be a Trico Sylveon? We're gonna have another grass fairy? Fuck! Big grass fairy types. Alright. Unfuse. Alright. Fuse. Oh, we're gonna be waifu material. Let's go. Okay, fairy. I like Skeptile? Okay. Ooh, he's so gothic. Neck rots. The neck, it rots. What the fuck is that? Alright, we're gonna say goth mode. Let's do that. Trace reduces damage from super... Oh, we're gonna keep Prism Armor. Fuck that. Nah, Prism Armor it is. Hot damn. Shiny Stone? What? I'm gonna cheat in some fucking Shiny Stones. Screw this shit, man. The deadliest rolls in history! Combine. Oh, Metal Claw. Not Slash. Stored power. The user attacks with stored power. The more the user's stats are raised. Nope. Alright. You gotta go free. Release. Yes. My spare love disc gotta go free. Release. Wait, give me that heart scale first. I don't. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Alright, you are Zariah. Alrighty! What did I press? I pressed the wrong button. Okay, now. Unfuse. You definitely want to be the Evolution cross with Trico? Yes, okay. I'm gonna run out of goddamn sticks and money! You people are sending me broke! Why is the Eevee so dark there? What the fuck? I mean, it's kind of a Rassless question, but still. It's a valid question. Sippy in a moment. Oh, my tummy do hungry noises. Now. 'Cause I don't know. 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 ' you want to be grass fairy or what's Skeptile's second ability?
I'm all out of money!
I got no money! Or whatever the fuck the second one is. Which way around you want to go? This one looks cuter though. Just saying. I'm just saying. Spend more money on us! I've spent so much money on you people! We're still on the fairy type run. We're still on it. There's just some weird fandangling we gotta do to make it work. Sonic! Do you want to have a fox body or do you want to have Trico body? No, Flint. Left one, you want to be foxy. Oh my god. It looks like Snake Baby! No! Please tell me you guys know what I'm referring to when I say Snake Baby. Oh god. Okay. You have no idea. You guys don't know the deep web of Snake Baby. Oh my god, I don't even know if I can find that video. It was so old. I was like little when I found it. Unfettered internet access. Do things. So I need to keep baby doll eyes. Quick attack. Oh, what? I just forgot Flint. Enough! Mega Drain, that's better. Parcel? No petting dog, he's naughty. Bad dog. Please, yes. Hey! It's me. Oh, I need to rename you. Name. MLP. Pet the kitty. See, Sybil's being good. He's all curled up in a ball on the desk next to me. Bro. Hey. So. Oh my fucking god. Ah, I'll be right back. Myself some dark jockey, alright? I need it in order to cope. Okay. Good, good, good. I'm throwing on my trophy. I hate you so much, Sonic. You're so ugly, man. What happened? Blah. The dog will go back to him. The dog is talking. He can talk to them. Whoa. Big Daddy needs a fairy. I'm thinking I might reshuffle because we got 2 routes where we couldn't get a single fairy on. If I reshuffle, should be able to pick up Fairy. Fairy! What? Sonic ate some weed! Yeah, I can tell. He's kind of gone into fucking, liver failure too. He's got a little bit of jaundice going on. I think if I reshuffle, Fairy's out there, hopefully. Alright. Any furry fairy? I mean, there's furry fairies aplenty. Like, come on now. Furry fairy, furry fairy, furry fairy, furry fairy, furry fairy, furry fairy. They're all furry fairies. Ah! Alright. Oh, wild. Fairy dragons? I have 2 dragon fairies. No fairy dragons, though. Alright. Another fairy dragon. Where'd I go? Oh yeah, dragon fairy. And another dragon fairy. So epic, Zariah. What the fuck? I do love this mechanic. No needing to restart run. Red! Just reshuffle. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just listening because I can hear a weird noise. It's just drinking some water. Oh wait, I have no balls. Voila! My balls! La 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 la. I have to go to the special spot, don't I? Oh no, I don't. I'm so poor. And I'm so fucking poor. What'd you people do to me? No balls? You're just jealous that I don't have to scratch them because they're not there anymore. Alright, back into the big scary place where everything wants to fucking kill me. What H2O? Alright, Killer's up front because Killer's is the goat. Scared. I'm fucking scared. I'm so scared. Need to find Big Daddy's fairy. See, that sounds even worse if I'm saying Big Daddy's furry. Munchlump. No, no fairy there. Now, what? What? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Alright, it's 1:58 a.m. for me. I'm heading to bed. No! Unless you're about to catch something new. I'm not going to any new... I'm not about... I mean, maybe in the next half hour, but... I gotta go to the sewers. Stop, Wolfman! I gotta go to the sewers soon, which is like a new area, new encounters. Holy on. Alright, I'm still having a very bad luck with this fucking fairy thing. Look at last message. You're just gonna have to copy paste. Mouse, I wish to sleep, but if I sleep, you might kill the run before I get a bun. Oh, that's oh. Okay, right. Let me just swap to someone who won't instantly die because of the steel type. I don't have anyone like that, fuck! Well, hang in there, killers. Don't you fucking die. I will be very angry. Fine. He's stupid. Alright, cool. We can tank it. There's steel type, but it's a Reggie, sir. Good luck catching it. But the fairy is right there. If I kiss it, it'll die. Ah. Okay, Meathead Bubble Beam. Big keg bubble bean. Big keg bubble bean. We got this. Ow. Bubble bean, bubble bean, bubble bean. Oh, see? What did I say? Come on. Fuck. That was looking good, man. It was looking good. What happened? Come on. Alright, we're fine. I did worry for a second there. Alright, my team needs reshuffling, but not right this second, because I gotta go into Grass Gym, and Grass Gym took me out previously, and I ain't fucking with that. Ah, come on! Is Charge Beam getting stronger? I think it is. He's upping his stats as he goes. You bastard. It's not fair. I might, I'm really prone to killing runs and mons. Yeah, every time you go off to do something, go to sleep or whatever the fuck, the run dies. Or someone dies. Oh, for fuck's sake, Reggie! Ow. What stat does he keep lowering? I keep not reading the stat that he's lowering. If he's lowering my attack, that might be nice. Speed. Fuck's sake. Ow! Fuck. Come on, please. Oh, all I had to do was ask nicely. All I had to do was say please. Who would have guessed it? My mum was right. All right, so that is Big Daddy. Oh. Oh. You want big ball mouth or very skinny hand mouth? What do you want? You want a ball hand? Ball? The ball and hand are the choices. Big ball and a ball. Yes. Yes. Big Daddy. Who? Question mark? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here before I end up dead! Meow. Okay, now you have choices, good sir. You are technically a— oh, fuck, I don't want to go in there. Technically a legendary right now, just FYI. Or what do they call them? Mystics? Something like that. Mythics. Do you want to— where's the rest of you? Where's the rest of you? Oh, there you are. Alright, these are the options you gotta play with. You got the Happiny, the Houndour, the Reggie, Steel. Gotta be fused with Mawile. What do you want? He looks like that person asked for one bite of your food, yeah, and then they just like shove as much as they physically can inside their mouth. Like, damn, dude. Might be very dark, but I could also be a Reggie. I'll do the Houndour. You can't be a Reggie and be the Houndour, though. What do you mean? have to be fairy type, which is attached to the Mawile. So if you become Mawile Houndor, the Reggie Steel and the Happiny get released. Mawile Houndor, so you don't want to be... Alright, fine. I see how it is. Don't be a Reggie then. I have the sticks? God, I hope so. Ooh, I got just enough. Oh no, I don't. Hang on. I need to go buy some sticks. Hang on. I'm stickless. I'm fucking stickless, mate. I fucking... No legendary. It's alright, I got a Necrozma. Bite me. I got a big old teddy goth waifu. I mean, I gotta raise the goth. Not a lolicon. Gotta raise my goth waifu to be a goth waifu, you know? No sticks? No stick. No stick, no ball, no nothing. Also, I need more ball, speaking of ball. More ball. My money is disappearing, Cat. It's all disappearing! All the money I spent for you people! No one appreciates it. Soon I shall be goth waifu once again. Legend has it. Yes. Aye! We goth waifus together? Yes. Yes. Fuse. You're gonna be Dark Fairy. What the fuck? Auto gen sprite? Oh, he's so cute. He like bark. He go bark. Go bark, bark. Ooh, get that one. Glad to see your health has gotten to the point where you can manage them. Streaming for 7 hours. I keep streaming 8 hours at a time every time I stream lately. ADHD. And because I'm streaming only once a week, I like to try to get as much out of it, as much time with you guys as possible. Know what I want to do. Oh, excuse me. God damn. Sorry you had to hear that. Race the timer. No. That's not Tilch. Can I have my fucking hair back? It keeps pinching it every time I'm gothified. I swear to God. Buddy boy, I will put your balls in a vice grip and twist. Don't try me. Big Daddy in a second. No. Sorry. Sorry. Them stem rules. Alright, I got a mighty fine collection here. Sorry. Sorry, I'll control myself. Sorry, Metal Gear Panda, but you're getting yoded. What am I kidding? Of course I'm putting Zariah in. Act like I'd do anything different. Morning, Mila. How you doing? Happiny is not fairy type, no. Surprisingly. I thought it would have been, but nope. All normal, all through the entire evolutionary chain. All normal. Why is the Raticate just running around? Whatever, bro. Wait, if I go down... If I go down there before shit goes to hell in a handbasket, can I, like... Can I get, like... Aw. Fuck it. I thought I got excited. I thought I could get away with it. But alas, I could not. Alright. Back to... Oh, guys, we have an encounter, by the way. I gotta see if we have any fairies available. I'm fucking retarded. Hang on a minute. Wait, huh? I'm so confused. It's all back to front. Why is it like that? I don't like that. Anyway, we gotta get the fairy on this route because I couldn't get a fairy last time, old man. Ah! God damn it. I keep just... Oh, I should have healed before I came out here. Oh my! Bite me, I'll bite you back, motherfucker. I keep missing messages in chat. Nah! Did you heal? No, I didn't. It really only has regular defenses going for it, and the proceed to kills Wrath. Doing good. I found a new game I really like, and I got D&D today. Ooh, buddy! Out to have fun! Let me just candy the shit out of Zariath real quick before I move any further. Oh, candy, candy! Magical leaf, you say? We're gonna teleport. I should have used the teleport. I forgot you had that. Oh, wow. Heal pulse, no thank you. Rock blast? No. 20. Evolve! Come, my pretty! It looks like an Oreo. It looks like he's got a little Oreo biscuits. Mmm, Bickies. Keep the creepier one. I don't know. Ominous T-pose. Alright, come on. Ice slash. Dark, I would say. You are a very special attacker. Very, very special attacker. Mind, no thank you, because I'll never use the fucking thing. 30. Waifu time. You got the claw! The claw! Hell yeah! Teaching me draining kiss, damn straight. Oh, oh, oh! What the fuck? Ah, okay, there's heaps of good choices. Hang on, okay, black danglies. Oh, I suppose I should call this T-pose. You want T-pose? You want seductive leg? Do you want the claw? Do you want zappy zappies? Do you want double claw? Holy shit, double claw? Or do you want battle princess? Battle princess. Double claw. Zappy. Single claw. Seductive. And I forgot what a T-pose. T-pose for dominance. Thinking seductive, arm thing, it does stand out quite a bit. I like these two the most myself. I'll be honest, these two are my favorites. We're going with seductive though. She's also got them lashes going. Let's go. I like that it looks like a, what's it called? Stained glass underneath. Now to not kill you. I've never killed anyone. Alright, let's go heal before I do anything else. Yeah, the stained glass bit is what sold you on it too? Yeah! Let's go! Thank God, well, yeah, we got a few seductresses at this point. I'm looking like a Gooner team at this point. I got a Gooner team happening. Except for a couple of them, but we don't talk about those ones. Hell yeah, I got my battle queens ready to go. Alright, next fairy. I gotta get a fairy from here. Find a fairy. Wait, how are my balls going? I haven't touched him in a while. 25, we're fine. Alright, here we go. Cool! I like it, but I can't have it. Hang on, let's change who's up front as well. This is right to have a play. Seeing as the Pokemon in here aren't as high a level as him. Oh, wait, I can have that! Oh! What? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't put the furry up front. I have a feeling it probably thought I was a Pokemon fucker and it just kind of went, nah, thanks. It just went, nah. but please, fairy. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to bed. The first encounter was the Espeon cross, alright? Bite me. No. Fuck you, fucking Maggie mime. Burn in hell. Give me back my suicidal Espeon. Please. I'm gonna look at your team. Shut up, okay? It's not my fault. You guys pick your skins. Have you pet? Oh, shop it. Okay. Oh, come on. I haven't seen one since. What happened? She up and killed everything in the area. Bruh, this is not... Maybe she was a night cycle Pokemon? I'm gonna pray that she was a night cycle. Please come back. Please come back. Please, Queen. Queen, please. Queen. 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 Please. Please, Queen. Ingler. Oh, Solosis. Right. Kingdra, not Kingler. Kingdra. That was kind of cool, actually. I just realized the head was floating in the little bowl. Hey, he's actually kind of cool looking. He's fairy, though. Where's it gone? What happened to it? Come back! Bring it back! Has to be a night thing. Alright, I'll come back in the evening. I'm gonna go fuck around over here first. We'll come back to that once it's dark time, you know, bro, in there. Thank you. Yeah, I have a feeling, I'm sorry, Zarath, but you're not allowed to be in the front end with any Pokemon that is capable of committing suicide or running away. Because I will lose that, but Hey, Mousy, I need to sleep now. I'm getting dizzy. Please don't kiss the rise. I have ideas. Oh. No promises. You know I can't promise anything. Oh, what? Oh, the keystone, right. Understandable. City. Right. Hello, ma'am. Shadow-san, I'm sorry, you've been replaced by some juicy-ass Pokemon. Oh, it's a fairy. Oh, wait. Just, I got spawned, bro. Oh, gee, bitch. Doesn't matter though. You're gonna die either way. The desperate re-heal. Pony Muku. Ooh, some fire, water. I don't have any electric types. I need to set Mikeg 2 out at some point because he's got the amulet coin. Oh, what the fuck? He's got the amulet coin on him. He's a little fire billow thingy. Ooh, oh, I forgot about that ability. Fuck me. It's fucking me. Cornicus? Oh. Give me these. Ow, rocks. I know I said I was gonna send out Mikeg 2, but now I'm scared. Alright, let's go fuck with the old man. I still love how she just leaves. She's like, whatever. You go save the old man, I'm gonna go do other shit. Yeah, yeah, sure. Right, buddy. Yeah. Pussy! Alright, I need to go heal. How many Mikegs? Buh. Good night, mate. I'm staying up just to watch you beat them, and you almost kill your Pokemon. It's alright. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. It's still daytime. The in-game evening soon. So much lag. Dad Pod Gamer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get your comfort on. I'm scared, I'm running. Alright, we're in the evening, alright? We should get our encounter back. Also, you need to switch out. Oh! Let's put Mikeg up, I think. Come on, please! Bring her back! No, not yo! Pain in my ass. Don't you hurt your... Thank you. Pushing your luck, buddy. Come on. mighty disturbing, I will admit. See you, bye. Oh god, the Woogiers are gonna stalk me around. I know it. They're just gonna keep spawning in. I can feel it. No! Not the Woogiers, please! Come on. I'm desperate here. Fucking Reggie Ice Kabu Top J's. I have only encountered it once. How rare was that fucking encounter? Was it a one of a kind and then it just committed suicide? Really? Out of Metronome too. Of all the things that Metronome would bring up, it was a fucking suicide move. Please, go away, Woogia. I'm breaking. I'm breaking. I'm actually gonna break. Oh, fuck. That was a... Okay. Well, whatever. The fucking trap-inch head on the top. Hold on. Please, I beg. I know it's real. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. Fuck off, Woogia. And I can technically get the fucking shutting, but still. Please! Please, 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 please. Woogies and Shuddicks as far as the eye can see. And the Mecha Trapinch. Trapinch has acquired armor. Aw, you're a little cutie. Fuck off. Fairies respawn. My eyes are getting dry from staring so desperately at this screen and fear and sadness. Please, 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 please. 3 more tries. And then I give up and go for fucking Shuddick. Fuck? I get legendaries, but fine. 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 I'll try to catch the Shuttick. Fine. Because the Togetic fairy. Okay. I'm very confused whatever the fuck I have free bowling in my boxes. Who wants to be a Togetic? Anyone at all? Wait. Yeah, a Shuckle. Okay, I got confused. For a minute, I was thinking Shuckle? No. Ah, it's a Shuckle Togetic. And you can take the Togetic and attach it to whatever the fuck I have free balling in the Fusion Fodder box. Already have 2. Damn straight. No more for you. Back. Smack yo. Whoop your ass. Azerite! Welcome on in. Yes. Azerite. If I then encounter the fucking Espeon fusion as I leave, I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown. Ooh, you're lucky. Too slow. Sorry. Alright, Azerite, you have choices. Your choices are... Let me grab you. Alright, so, regardless, you have to be a Togetic. Ow, I just pulled my finger at a weird angle. But, you can fuse with a Wynot, Oricorio, that is a Noivern, or a Noibat, whatever, a Honedge, Anorith, Omanite, Luvdisc, Venipede, Wooper, Kabuto, or Bayleaf. Or you can stay as you are. There's your choices. That is clearly the 3D model where they've just pixel sprited it. It's kind of weird. The Reggie can't go into fusion fodder because it was not captured as an already split Pokemon is why. Because all these guys were captured split. So these were all not captured. They're overwhelmed encounters. So I was given an Omanite. I was given a Luvdisc. Eggs that have hatched. Fossils that have been made. I got given the Honedge. That's why. Steel Fairy. So we're going to go with the Honedge. Blue Blade. Okay. Confuse. Yes. You're not gonna be Steel Fairy, by the way. You're gonna be Fairy Ghost, by looks of it. Yeah, you'll be Fairy Ghost. Are you okay with that? Fairy Ghost sounds cool too. Okay. Togedge offers itself to be held by kind-hearted trainers who it fills with joy. However, the sword is disheartened by being used to draw blood. Oh, about that. Ooh, Serene Grace or No Guard? Uh-oh. Shores attacks by or against the Pokemon land or boost the likelihood of added effects. They both seem pretty good. You want Serene Grace? Alright. No, we're not learning Growl. No, we're not learning Charm. I'll let you have Metronome. Alright, finally. Ah, okay. Keg is going to be useless here at the moment, but I kind of want to keep him on for now. Ho-hum! Require shiny stones for these fuckers. I got 1, 2 Togetics to evolve with a shiny stone. I've got an Eevee to evolve with a shiny stone. And now that I think about it, there's another Eevee that I can acquire. my final form with Handle, please? I think it's just a Firestone for you, isn't it? Do I even have a hang on a minute. I don't know if I have a Firestone. I'm just gonna leave it there for now. I do not have a Firestone at this moment. Fucking old boot, begone! Don't forget to heal, yes sir! I heal. Alright. Alright, someone has to tell me when, or how, or whatever Houndour evolves. Oh god. Okay. Ah, you fucking old coot! You didn't give a shit about me earlier! Okay, that's slightly terrifying. I don't like that one a little bit. Daddy, help! That was scary. Routes. Oh god, this is gonna be... Not a Groudon fucking Ralts! The gambling addict, drunk, homeless old man has a Groudon Ralts, which is gonna turn into a Groudon Curlier, which is gonna turn into a Groudon fucking Gardevoir. My Kuma brain is not coping. I give it a kiss because I'm sad. Or I will swap out and not fuck with that. Hey, I can do that too. You can do that. You can do that. Okay, help. Fuck your lava plume. But I didn't mean to use Metal Claw, but sure. Aquilipa. Drug. We're also partly grass type. Play rock. I should have done that first, but whatever. Fuck you, Stan. Fuck you. I'm gonna hit save and I'm gonna see if I can bribe him into giving me his waifu. Huh? Gambling? Blackjack. I'll hand you cards. The total of your cards has to be as close as possible to 21. Go over 21, I win. How many cards? Total of your cards is closer to 21 than the total of my, mine's. You win how many cards? Oh, okay, so it's whoever gets there first. Oh. He gave me a rare candy for $2,000! What the fuck? Ripped off. I was hoping he would be like, alright, cool, I'll give you one of my Pokemon. I'm desperate here! Sorry, I need healing. I'm just gonna like backtrack real quick. Scammed. Absolutely fucking scammed. Well, you're eating your foot, you damn weirdo. Let me cost 4,900 to purchase it. Sell, I will probably only get $1,000 knowing this goddamn this game. Hang on. Oh, okay. Game was hitching. I was gonna do a thing. Nope, that's not what I was gonna do. I just thought of something. Oh, hello, sir! Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hang on. Come on. Fight me! Get Eevee! That's right, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go pick up the Eevee. Beam! Also, I'm gonna talk to this old man and get the Gambas. Oh, hello. Kiss. Nice try, though. Alright, one for armor or skull fossil, guys? Armor, skull. I don't actually remember what these Pokemon are attached to. Oh wait, it's Craniados versus the thing with the looks like it's got a shield for a head. Oh. Yeah, Skull is Ramparados, and the other one I don't know how to say it. I don't remember what it's called. You wanna remember? Anyone at all? Not Kabutops, no. It's not Kabutops. Alright, since no one seems to really care, I'm just gonna like... Amaryllis. Bastiodon, that's right. Smell yummy cooking is making my tummy grumble so bad. You, sir! Thank you for the coin case. Here we go. Forgot Bastiodon exists. I always ended up having the game that had the Craniados, so I never got to get the Bastiodon, I think? Or was it the other way around? I don't remember. Fuck, these coins aren't cheap. Alright, I gambled real quick. I need money just for a thing, chat. Just for a thing. I don't worry too much about it, chat. It's just for a thing. Fuck you. I'm a huge nerd, so I know most of the Pokemon by heart. Sorry, I used to know that most of them, and then over time, it's just like, I don't care anymore. I gave up at about... I think it was... What was the one after Black and White? I didn't care enough to remember them all at that point. Whatever. You take me back to Pokemon Stadium? Is it the same music as for Pokemon Stadium then? I love the music. I just remember I used to obsessively gamble as a kid. Because you gotta do is get the timing right. It's not like, what the fuck? Lag. It's not like real gambling where you just pull a fucking lever. I don't know how people do that for hours on end. That's boring as shit. Yeah. Oh my god. Reflexes. Stealthy, what you doing? Ah! Ah! So close. No one asked you, Flint. No one asked you, Flint. Alright! Enough. You're not even barking at anything. Don't have. Yeah, he's just tapping the button. Like, brr. I know there's a small yap outside. Leave it alone. Oh my god, I've made a grand total of 22 coins. Amazing. I asked Flint, well, I fucking didn't, mate. Oh, come on! Man, just give me the goods. They fuck up the first one, it's like, I don't care anymore. Alright. Alright, it's gonna be tricky. It's red! Fuck! My brother and I used to play it all the time when I was just a little guy. Mostly the mini games, but I love those. I didn't get to play Pokemon Stadium. What device was Pokemon Stadium on? Fuck. Ah. Wish I could just buy my way through, but I'm piss poor, man. Prices of things next door. Nintendo 64. Ah, see, that'd be way. Nope, not you. I'm not getting that one. The randomizer is broken, so I can, like, I know what I'm purchasing, technically speaking. Oh, I gotta change my outfit, hang on. Otherwise they won't let me. Alright, fuck it, we'll made it. Oh. And the hat. And the hat. Let's Pikachu on my hat. Good stuff. There. Eggs on the front line. Let's put the other McKeg on the front line. Double the McKegs! Wow! No, I don't want to wear that stupid TV head. Yeah, I never played it, so I want to play fucking Pokemon, what's it called? Gal Darkness? Something? I want to play it so bad. I want Black Lugia. I will one day play it. Watch me. I remember being desperate for it as a kid, but we didn't have the right device for it. Oh, fucking the Eevee! God damn it. I'll get the Eevee afterwards. I'll get it afterwards, I forgot. La 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 la. Oh, I can come back for you. Okay, never mind. No! Ugh. And this building. I think. You forgot. Look, I got the mind of a sieve. You wouldn't understand. Alright, let's go get this. Oh, like, don't you dare touch that! And then they just give it to me afterwards, so it's like, yeah, sure. I liked it better when I could make it exhausted just by walking out here. So sad that I can't do that now. I used to play Ocarina of Time on my Nintendo 64, and that was pretty much it. I loved that game. Oh. Another set of games that I've never really played.
Zelda.
loot. Alright, you happy now? No. Wrong building. Over here. Up. Okay. Alright. What you got? No accidental purchases today. A rat ran, a Venicarp. Oh, that's cool. Umzian. Can't have any of them, but... Sorry, bro. No, PP Max for you. No. Fine. Are you done, Evie? Okay, cool. Wait, doesn't it tell you if they're tired? Starting to look a bit tired, but are you ready to head back? Find out, I guess. Why is it always daylight up here? Like, how tall is this damn building? Thank you for the Eevee. Oh, wait. It got reshuffled! It's a Turgalax! I mean, it's still a fairy, but it got reshuffled! No! Shut up! No. No! 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 Don't fucking argue with me. Exclamation mark, take it to be Turgalax! Possible. So wait, does that mean if I go okay, now I gotta try it. Now I need to know. If I try to go purchase a Pokemon from the gambling place, is it randomized? I need to know. I need to know. I need to find out. I must know. By the way, if you get the Togalax, you can play musical Pokemon with the fusion, my fusion photo box, if you so desire. Don't have to be a Togepi Snorlax, Munchlax? The double Togepi! Oh. The baby. What, are you in there? Dragon League Omega! PC with you. Don't have a teleport on me, so I do have to run all the way down the stairs. I hate that. Ow. If you're heading down, I feel like once you run to the first set of stairs, it should offer you to drop to the bottom floor. Ellie over here is, I know, I got a hell of a Togepi collection going on right now. Look, Togepi. Fuck. Alright. Omega. Do you want to stay as you are? Would you like to be merged Togetic merged with a Noibat? Or a Corio, a Wynaut, a Shuckle, a Bayleaf, Kabuto, Wooper, Venipede, Luvdisc, Omanite, Anorith. I was starting to think I couldn't win. Occasionally, luck would go your way. Or you can wait until I go purchase a Pokemon to see what happens. I might go run over there and check that out first. How cheap is the cheapest Mon anyway? No, oh fuck, never mind. How many balls do I have on me? 22 balls on me. How broke am I? Alright, that's it. Nope, I'm gonna do it. I can't be bothered playing the gamba. I'm gonna just go broke instead. Right. So why are you yipping? Alright, Abra. A cough. What the fuck is a cough? Oh! Coughing a meows. Okay. And I can also go on the PC. So... where'd the coffers go? Oh, there you are. Those are also your choices. The coffers! No balls! I have 22 balls, mind you. Otherwise, Noibet? Okie dokie. That means I have to hatch the fucking thing. See what I'm gonna do. I will come back to that because I want to go down underground first before I go egg hatching. You know, bro? There we go. Fuck. I hate that it looks like I could walk through there, but I can't. It's so annoying. Wow, overcompensating with the balls. You're just jealous that I have more than you. Reach straight. Oh, whoa! That's some lag. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, I think I need to restart the game. Alright, at least I know I can get fairies down here, right? Right, yeah, right! Shut up, Flint! Fucking hell, dude! Carnivore is kind of cool, right? She's really fucking annoying, though. There we go. And she's down. Every step! We battle with King Prawn. That's a interesting collection. Slightly disturbing. Hey. Flint! Stop it! They're only orphaned because the other half is cooking in the other room. At least children aren't like this, right, chat? Kids wouldn't complain like this, would they? Nah, they would sit quietly for 8 hours, not make a noise, right, chat? Again, she's beautiful. Look at her stunning form. I want. Hold on to that dream. I will. Alright, so Mikeg is not a good frontliner right now. You aren't either. Let's see who would be a good frontliner right now. You guys are really gonna be helpful with taking that goddamn Horrivore out quickly. Vex got a steel type move at least. Vex has crunch. Put Water Mikeg up front. What happens? lag, 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 laggy, lag, 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 lag. I want to complain about how many run you've killed. No bitching. Only I'm allowed to bitch. The stealthy mouse bitchin' stream, not the Azurite cat bitchin' stream. Lag, lag, lag. Ooh, I like that design. Fuck Batman, no one cares. No. Oh, okay, fine. I guess I won't draining kiss them. Jesus. It's not a nuzlocke, it's a lag lock. Come lag with me. Glenn, shut it. Enough. Stop. Oh, okay, we're walking again. Actually, on a swing, don't worry about it. Oh my god, it's Krelly! Just as toxic as you'd expect. Ooh, that's electric type. Mm. Can I still bubble beam you though? Because the... Yes, I can! Ow! Not really doing a whole lot of nothing there, is it? Suppose it's because my keg doesn't have steel type. It's brine, you say? Ooh! Exactly the same as bubble beam. The target's HP is down to about half. This attack will hit with double. Yeah, but if I'm about half HP, chances are I'm not gonna keep fucking using it. Ugh, whatever. No. Now that you mention it, normal poison type is just a regular toxic person. See? Hey, Glitch, how you doing? Cookies for all. Thank you for the cookie. Alright, up we go. Yep. Oh, yep, yeah, okay. It's weird that stepping through the water causes all that lag, but nothing else does. Flint, enough! Naughty! Let me pull out my big girl voice. Ah. Is the water? Yeah, it's literally just the water that's causing the lag. See? It's just, I think it's just loading in the animation over time eventually causes lag issues for reasons unknown. The gamer's greatest weakness, water. No, please, not the bath. Not today. Why do you keep attacking the Pokemon I'm going to attack? What's that about? Flint! A gag order on that dog. Do-do-do-do-do. Aww, Gyarados. Go with him. I just noticed Noblet don't change to level until level 48 and is weak as fuck until then. Yep. How are you? I am okay. I'm slightly infuriated with my fucking dog. Otherwise, I'm alright. Stop attacking the Pokemon I want to attack! Dude! Ow! Fuck! Okay, can we run instead? Jesus. Take a lurk! There's so many Pokemon in here. The hell? The God of War disappeared. What happened? Oh god, was that double -4 times weakness inflict? Yeah. We got an Eevee Lugia. Right, okay. Right, yes. Okay. If you say so. Also, Mikeg is in danger because electric type. Let's get the fuck out of there. Lugia probably has water typage hidden in there somewhere, knowing Lugia. Let's just throw killers out. Ow. Hey, Moonblast. Dead and dead. Alright, can't go that way. Oh, that's right. I think this is worth it, but I'll go do it anyway. Black sludge. Right. Onwards to the lag fest. No, thank you. Lag. Land. Plant? Absol. Oh, how I miss you, baby. Plant. Enough. He is having a proverbial meltdown. Food cannot handle. What's down here? Nothing. I changed to the Venipede though. I do like dragon type. Venipede's not dragon type. Is it? No. Venipede's poison, isn't it? Poison bug. Right, back to the lag fest. Like Sludge is good on poison type. Basically alternative heal over time, yeah. So if we had a Venipede, I do like Venipede. Venipede's cool looking. King lag, dude, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay. Where's God of War go? Where's my queen gone? Kinda sad. Is the time of day? Is she only a nighttime thing? Oh, I mean, so oh, because you were going Noibat originally, yeah. But you won't get that till later. Not the Suez. Not them. Round the Team Rocket members. Don't let them leave. Right. No. What? Enough. Enough. Naughty. Alright. Licking my Udi? Dude! Got my Udi laying, sitting on the bed, and he's laying on top of it. He just started blaming it. He's like, snack. Lobster is probably asleep by now, waiting for you to reach him. He's like, please, I just want to bear witness to me murdering you. Okay. First? Oh, that's a Celebi. What the fuck? Oh, and it's grass steel type. Oh, I'm in danger here. okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Swap the fuck out. First chance I get. I'm thinking. Big Daddy is probably my best choice. I have to focus on getting rid of Clinkby first. Wait, Lava Plume hits 2 at once, right? Lorb? Lorb, are you there, Lorb? Gone. I destroyed him. Huh? Hello? Yeah, I'm about to do a Lorb encounter soonish. I just gotta go up this way first. I go this way. Ew, wait, it's my old design. Is your twink is design? You know? A twinkening. Oh, hiccup up, my bad. Flint, do not. I don't wanna see. Look, man, it's before you were a goddamn robot, alright? No robots here. Fuck. What? Simple big toe bean stretch. A poly run. I don't know, bubble beam it. I love he's in a little suit. He's just a little guy. Oh, and I'm asleep. Okay. Killers! Help! Slapping the money down. I demand the remake. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit more than 50 bucks this time around. God damn. Send in Licky Gross. Tongue. Better Gross, which will be a Big Daddy thing. Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? I'm killing it, chat. I'm killing it. Don't worry. It'll be dead soon. And with fire. There is never a reason to shout me out, Lord. Except there is Snore Queen. Snorlax. I would say Vespa Queen, but I don't. Nido Queen. Be Nido Queen, wouldn't it? I feel like it'd be Nido Queen. What? Oh, but my cake is out of... Oh. She had big snack. she snacked. Real good snacking. Hear me out. Ayo. Okay, killers can handle this one then. Okay. That one. Okay. A freestyle. I like freestyle. Found him! No, he's doing a good job. He's doing a very good job doing that. I need to heal myself now, I forgot. I got so reliant on King Prawn healing me, I forgot I gotta heal myself now. Give me King Prawn back. I have an awakening. Don't think I do. Ooh. Poisons. Rise, my child. Do I have in front? McKeg. Can you tell I've been kind of scared to use the Riot? Can you fucking tell? Can you? H2O will yell at me. He'll yell at me, chat, and I'm scared. I don't want to be yelled at. Look, a full heal, it costs you a Pokemon! Nothing doing nothing over here. So I have a question. Yes. Oh, right. Of course you have fucking water absorb. I missed! Get your shit together! Oh, you can't take that. Fuck. Alright, we're putting killers up. I hope you don't die from whatever he throws at you. Please don't die. 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 Please don't. Okay, we're good. It helps to kill us is also fast. Now me only now remembering you needed a ref from me? Yeah, bandit. Got a breeze as if the dog ran past me, but there's no dog in my room. Oh, there he is. Hello. You run in and then run straight back out again. Damn weirdo. Flint, lay down. Lay down. Being annoying. Alright, and I will drink you. I drink too. I drink. Hey, Glendon, how have you been? What happened to that Vaporeon? How do I apply to be one of your amazing mods? I haven't opened mod submissions in yonkers. I don't even know what I did with the... I didn't even know what I did with the form that I made. Flint, come here. Lay down. Stay. Trying your luck, buddy. You're a naughty dog. Okay. Yeah, you old toad. A max revive! Wow, I wish I could use that. I'll get to it eventually. One day, I do need that. I do need that, you know, for a thing. I remember my mod application. I was brought on for diversity. Yeah, you're the diversity hire. You didn't even know at the time that you were a diversity hire, but you was. Oh, you was. All right, Lord. Fight me. Already killed poor King Prawn over there. Giovanni! Oh, hello there. Keg is kind of in danger because he's weak to Fairy. So, I'm gonna put Big Daddy up. Lay down. Ouch. Alright. That is big. Got burned. Max potion won't save you. Oh, you pussy! You cheating little bitch! Who can play at that game? You got this, Vex. Thank you, motherfucker. Oh, flame body? Okay. Doesn't matter. Oh, I did. I've been short. Thanks for asking. Hope you've been doing better. I've been doing all right. Lots of napping, but otherwise all right. Oh, flamethrower. Who's getting this? You are. Five. Draining Kiss has a healing effect. I remember, I think you're a special attacker, so I suppose getting rid of Flame Wheel is a good idea. Focus Sharp. Yeah, okay, I was right. Perfect! Suck my dick. A Wiggly Tails. Oh, it's a little Wiggly Tails! Why does it look like you're doing a Fairy-Locke as well? Why do you have so many fairy types? What is going on? You thought I'd wait for it to cool down. He's stimming. Rippers. Yeah, you got a cool selection of Pokemon, but fuck you. It's Brian. Lobster is gonna sweep. Nope. I'm gonna sweep him right into the trash. Bitch. Doesn't even matter if he gets me down to half health, because that helps. Oh, wait, you disabled okay, whatever. Ow. Oh my goddamn, I like fairies. You got your fairy collection. Well, I got a better fairy collection. Mate. Gotta go. Yeah, you better run. Coward. Yeah. Go back to the gym. Let's go. Right, that's that thing. No, I don't want to put it on. This. And then I will, get into uniform. Let's go. Wrong way. What, you thought you had a chance? You fucked. Sorry, I'm gonna take a couple of mouthfuls of this food. It should have cooled down enough to at least stick it in me gob. Isn't cool. Can you do ghost types next run, Mouse? If that happens, I suppose so, because like fairies are fucking dead. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some food in me. Inner time. From a side profile, he kind of looked like a Sonic OC because of how big and sharp his hair is. I mean, he did have the fluffy hair. Lie down. Lie down. Bloody anxiety dog. Oops, wrong one. That one. Nice going, bro. Alright, I'm here to make some money. Alright, gotta get 3 level 20s. For the gaggle. Look at it. Go heal first, and then I'll come back. I know that there's a fairy available downstairs, so technically I can just ignore everything else except for the fairy, which is around somewhere. God knows where, but she's around there. I know she is. I saw her. Balls have I got? 20 fusion balls? We are good to go. Ba, 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 ba. All right, wish me luck. Okay. Erica? I'm already fit. Why does it matter what Erica sees? Whatever. Back into my main uniform. My cap's still on. They never suspect a thing. Why have these guys left? I defeated you all. Game glitched, hello? Maybe I should come back to this area after, maybe next time, because look at the lag, dude. The lag will end me. Ah! Aha! There you are, my queen. Also, I shouldn't have my keg here. Danger! Maybe this Mickey. A little weaker. Alright, bubble beam should be fine. Oh, okay. Did that pretty hard. Oh, hey! Nice and easy! Let's fucking go! Who wants to be au revoir? Exclamation mark ticket to be au revoir. Now this team is just gonna be full of God of what? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Full of wives, you mean? Ow. Oh, hang on, we got choices! What the fuck happened to her? Is that a reference to what I think it's a reference to? I forget what it's called. That series? Oh, it's a Deltarune reference. Okay, never mind. Murderbots, that was it. Murder drones, whatever the fuck it's called. That one's just sci-fi, I think. That one makes me think it's murder drones. Alright, close. What do you want? You wanna be that, or that? You wanna be pierced but glowing, having a drink, money, having a drink but with the face. What do we want? What do we want? These are my favorites, but you know, technically it's your choice. I'm just putting my 50 cents worth in, you know? Fierce with that floating, alrighty. It is now called turnip. Good stuff. Oops, I accidentally put you in the fusion fodder thing. Sorry about that. Let's get the fuck out of here with the lag. Alright. It's all water. It's not even just sewage water. It's all water. Alright. I go back to bed. Good night. I'm off to catch some level 20s. Wait, oh no, my level cap hasn't gone up yet. Damn it! I was like, oh, my level cap's up, but it's not. It's not. I'm still stuck, I think. Give it a quick try. Let's find out. Am I still level capped? Yes or no? Yes, I am still level capped. Ooh, it's literally lags. Anywhere that causes a little animation is what's lagging. Oh. What's the... Hello, Needle P. I need a P, man! Forgive kiss. Alright, cool, that works. I give you another kiss. And then I give you one more kiss. Yes, perfect. Then I throw a rocket ball at you. God damn it. To be honest, it's 1 PM for me, but I barely slept. What am I? Why? Wait, what? You stayed up all night? I need her be. Maka! Good thing stream just... Ah, fuck, I knew that was gonna happen. I don't have a steel type, so... Put Big Daddy up. I'm gonna run out of balls. For fuck's sake, Maria! Everyone's gonna get poisoned, but... Come on! Ah! Come on! Just go in the ball! You're in the red! I'm gonna run out of balls! Ah! This is bullshit! I just woke up solid day! What happened? I was here 5 AM to say hi, slept 4 hours, woke up, got breakfast with fam, now I am here. Oh, welcome back. Ah! This is stupid! Bruh. What the fuck? The final ball. Fuck off. Oh, lag. Okay, hang on. Luckily, no one can die from poisoning, right? God damn! No wonder Team Rocket have crappy Pokemon. Dude can't even afford to get a Great Ball or an Ultra Ball and paint it black instead. Like, fuck me. God damn. Dude, give me some better balls. Gosh. Shut up. Oh, I'm in the wrong outfit. My bad. My bad. Yeah, let us fight. Look, it's not about me missing a hit. This is about the fucking shitty Pokeballs. Oops, I didn't mean to read that. My bad. What balls? Fine, but I'll have to duck. No, it ducks my payout! What? I'm better off catching weak Pokemon. Okay, that's it. Fuck these guys. I am gonna go catch weak Pokemon and just level them up to level 20. I ain't doing this. I ain't getting the paid doc. I need that money for gambling purposes. All right, let's go. Ooh, okay, lag. I'm going this way. Team Rocket and MLM. Ah, this it is. God damn. Get out of my way. Did heal, right? Yes, I did. Okay. I feel like you're gonna be a pain in the ass to catch, so no. Oh. I feel like you're also gonna be a pain in the ass to catch. No. They only get shitty Pokemon. I give a fuck. Dock my pay, bitches. I'll give you a fucking million Zubats. Bite me. Ooh, soft sand. Oh, I'm blind. Huh? Okay. Question is, can I think I'm gonna kill it. God, okay. Give it a kiss! Will it survive? Oh, it's alive! Alright, cool. Where to fucking God? Ah! Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you! You are getting the nickname R1. Whoop, R1. Walk me, dog. Poor creature. You will be hard to catch because of what you are. I'm not doing that. Not worth it if I can't get it down to dark red, or a little bit closer to the dark red. I ain't doing these. I ain't talking about. I need that money. I'm a broke bitch. Not you again. Fine, I'll give it a quick try. No. Hello again. What if I hit you with ominous wing? Oh, dumbass. Of course it doesn't. Oh, I like that better. Come on. I'm gonna feed you to the rocket. Come on! Okay. Still a large Pokemon guy, but I can't help but appreciate the heck out of these fusion designs. Right! They did such a good job with them. Alright, get Dragon Clawed. Oh, you died. Sorry. You don't get to be a part of Team Rocket. Come on! Will you survive the litmus test? Let's find out. Nah, you shit. Why are there suddenly only 2 Pokemon options around here? There used to be like 4 or 5 of them. Go away. There you are. Huh. Why all of a sudden you guys can't take a hit? What happened? Please take the hit. Will you take the hit? No. Okay, this is interesting. Thank you for the raid! Hello, Camp Raiders! Mouse, 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 mice, mice. We are the mice. Thank you for the follow, Clondy. 1 to 2. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Hello, is Insayan and Clondy. How was stream? What were you guys up to? Poppy playtime on chapter 4. Oh damn! How many Poppy playtimes did they end up making? Hello, fellow mouse! Hi! It is great to see you, fellow mouse. All I ever see are rats. No mice, only rats. Such few of us around. Only the big fat fuckers here. Only the big chunky rats. I'm sorry. Is insane. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. These sluglaxes won't take a hit. I gotta trade my front Pokemon out. I'm trying to do Team Rocket jobs and it's not happening. Where's Zariath? What have you got? Oh no, what have you got, Zariath? What moves? Raining Keys, Psychic Confusion. Alright, we'll try. There are 4, but they're going to be a 5th chapter soon? Dang. I didn't finish up playing any of the Poppy playtimes. I don't tend to play the horror games or scary games myself. They're not scary. I just end up sad. Just sad. What? How'd your playthrough go? Oh, if I hit you again, you're gonna end up dead, aren't you? If I kiss you. Fuck. Damn it, Zariath! Sucking the life out of people. Executile is pointless. I'm not going to purchase any more rocket balls because I'm not going to take another pay cut. I'm not doing it. Had a little fun. We were able to finish it tonight. Hey, congratulations. Also, if you need to raid and run to take care of yourself, don't feel pressure to stick around. Please, damn it! Please feel free to stretch and have a rest and step away. I just got smacked by my dog. Do you have to, Flint? Don't you need level 20? Yeah, but I can just level him up to level 20. I feel like you're gonna be hard to catch, but I'll give it a try. Land at home. Yeah, I've only got 4 balls though. Please! Fuck you, Joltaventa! The temptation to just go to the starter town and catch the weakest Pokemon available, I tell ya. I'm telling you, it's strong in me. Wait a minute. Hang on, I can cheat. Hang on, I can cheat. I just realized something. I didn't release a Pokemon I was supposed to release. There's that Pokemon you killed looks like me. Bad her. When's the last time you brushed your hair, Flex? I must ask. Let's go. I don't know, kiss it. Everyone likes to get a kiss from Zariah. Nice. Oh, chomp! Ew, hello. You don't get a kiss, you got 3 heads. That's kinda weird. I'm bored! Well, you know, use your imagination a little bit. Ow. You're snubbing. Okay, so why did you take my hair to match? For what purpose? Cinder! Fired. Oh wait, no, they have to be in a rocket ball, that's right! Ah, fuck. I hate my life right now. That's it. That's it. I'm livid. Flippin' livid. Flint, go lay down. Lay down. I'm allowed to talk to the light box. Stop trying to police me, dude. Alright, we're gonna move turnip. I don't care if you're stressed. You're only stressed because you don't like me talking to the light box, and I'm allowed to talk to the light box. Picky little buff. Let's. Ow. Oh, the slug legs. We just. Is that what he looks like when he gets angry? He's like super red. Wait. No. Alright, we're going all the way back to the hometown section. I'm fucking done with this shit. Give me a starter Pokemon. Lag. Starter? That's probably gonna be too hard to catch because it's fucking evil. What in the nine hells? Come on, bud. Give me the goods. Like. Can you tell how worried I am about using this last ball that I have? I got 2 left. I'm too broke to be wasting money, man. It is because of you guys that I am broke with all your goddamn. Oh, can I fuse with this one? I'm gonna get you there. Fight me. Skillery looses. Oh, lagger. Back over here again. I'm going home, I'm going home. Tell the world I'm going home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of losing money. Alright, we'll try a level 2 of hopefully the rose edge. Thank you. Crocochew. Alright, I'm willing to try. I'm willing to try on the Crocochew. Please. Fuck! You get to die. Being annoying. That's gonna make me feel better about myself by catching a new encounter Pokemon. How about that? How about that, chat? Why don't we do that? We're gonna go do that. Let's go to the ghost stuff. And go like that. I need to feel better about myself. Self-esteem is in the floor. Right. Go do that. Get your ear hole. Do I have anyone here that has like status effect moves? Anyone at all? Ow. Got grass whistle on Woofia, but I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. I don't care. I'm just gonna keep with the team that I have right now. Up we go. Tally ho. We will not take the slander you have in there, Boof. What did I do? Everything. Ah. Oops, I have to wear the. I actually wear stupid goddamn goggles. Happy now. Yeah. Nah. I wonder if I should do the gym first so I can lift this, item have you got on you? So I can lift this level cap is what I was trying to say before I got sidetracked. Team Rocket Curse strikes again! Rocket can't catch! Pikachu fusions! God damn it, I should have thought about that. Not that with the Pikachu was catchable. Oh, hello. Oh, it looks like I do need to raise my level cap. What the fuck? We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. I gotta get the hell out of here, though. It is not safe. We're leaving. We're fucking leaving. I'm out. Hell no. I need to raise my level cap. Hell no! I need to get rid of this level cap. Oh my god, I've almost been streaming for 9 hours. Okay, about the level cap, I think what I'm gonna do is end stream here. I will probably explain why I'm so fucking hungry and why my legs are a little bit sore from sitting crisscross applesauce at my desk. Did not realize I've been going for 9 hours straight. A quick looky who I'm gonna raid. Food squib. Oh, look at that. Let's go raid Froggy. She's gonna be my daughter yet again. Soonish. We go raid Froggy. Okay. 9 hours? All I see is 9 Feels like it. Oh, yeah. At least my energy's coming back, right, chat? Right, chat? It's a good thing, right? Everyone likes when I have energy around here. You guys appreciate me, right? Right, guys? You appreciate that. Close that off. Oh, I broke things. There we go. Alright, guys. Grab your raid messages. I'm just gonna raid. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. If you're not subscribed, get the creepy little smiling frog. I love your energy as much as you love cheese. I don't actually mind cheese. But it's gotta be good cheese. Fuck you. But I don't understand people that eat cheese platters. That's weird. That's weird. Also, cheese on pasta is wrong. Unless it's just a little dusting of cheese. Just a little bite of cheese. Fucking cheese pasta is disgusting. And I stand by that. Always will. But, guys, please do rate up. I see you again next week. With any luck. I will be able to have 2 streams next week. With any luck. All depending on what my appointments do, really. I don't want any spontaneous appointments getting in the way. Oh, Gladden's got another custom jet though. Let's go! Guys, appreciate you. Go harass Froggy Hoppins. Go harass Missy. I see you fuckers out the other side.